Chapter 1. Neon, Tokyo. A room in a family apartment. The morning sun shines through the floor-to-ceiling windows, but even so, the teenager lying in bed still has no intention of waking up and is sleeping soundly. Tingling bell. Tingling bell. The alarm clock by the bedside rang again. In fact, this time, it has sounded for the third time. Finally, the boy on the bed moved. Opening his eyelids reluctantly, he exploratorily pressed off the alarm clock with his right hand. Then, get ready to sleep again. Suddenly, what came to mind? Suddenly woke up, looked at the time. 7:30. Not good. The teenager hurriedly dressed, washed, and then carried his school bag, grabbed a piece of bread on the table in the living room and bit it in his mouth. Everything was ready in just a few minutes and ran out. I'm going out. Boom. First introduce yourself. My name is Kigo Shirasawa. I am 12 years old and I am a student about to enter middle school. The father works in the police station and his status is not low, while the mother is a judge. The two and the elderly are very busy on weekdays, so he lives by himself most of the time. He is also a traverser, and it is said that he is a traverser. In fact, his previous life is about the same age as now. Then, focus. This is to be tested. I am handsome. As for how handsome he is, I won't describe it for fear of inferiority. Cough cough cough. Tiuk Junior High, a famous private school in Tokyo. The school has a long history and is a first-class school in Tokyo in all aspects. However, the reason why Kigo Shirasawa attended this school did not consider whether it was a first-class school. Rather, the basketball department of this school is very strong. The particularly strong one is said to be a frequent visitor to national competitions and has not been absent since the establishment of the team. Moreover, it is not far from home. So, Kigo Shirasawa is here. The cherry blossom slowly fell, dyeing the clean street into a crimson, and at first glance it was a beautiful scenery like a fairyland. Read more at fictionzone.net. It made those around me feel a little bit spirited because of the end of the spring festival. Follow the school gate and enter Tiuk Junior High. The first thing that catches your eyes is the crowded scene. The boys and girls in the uniforms of the middle school, holding leaflets in their hands, kept handing them to the new students one after another, yelling without listening. Neon people should play baseball. Now, do you want to come to the football club? Senior brother, do you want to come to the swimming club? There are many beautiful senior sisters. Do you want to come? A freshman was surrounded by a group of senior elder sisters, a little embarrassed. This is the legendary club robbing people. In order to absorb fresh blood, every society will come here almost every year. However, some clubs have the highest admission rate for new students even if no one is going to recruit students. Kigo Shirasawa was shocked by this scene. He has also been cared for by many seniors. He is simply a group of beasts. And he is the prey. It's terrible. 8 Seniors and sisters. Kigo Shirasawa took a lot of effort to finally get rid of the seniors. He kept asking some students on the way, and finally found his classroom, and at the same time submitted his application for admission to basketball. Class A for 1 year. However, in the process of questioning, those students were always attracted by the color of his hair. He is used to it. A white hair is not common in Neon, but it is not an acquired one, but a natural one. There were no rows of seats on the first day, so Kigo Shirasawa chose a position near the window and back. Well, very satisfied. Turning his head to the window, he started to daze. After a long time, the teacher finally came. He is a male teacher who keeps the Mediterranean Sea. He looks like he is 50 or 60 years old. The smile on his face gives people a very kind feeling. Hello, classmates. I'm Mr. Haneda who will teach you junior high school for 3 years, so for the next 3 years, let's get along well. Hi. Mr. Haneda continued, "Next, let's introduce yourself. Let's start with the classmates on the far right." Then, the students introduced themselves in turn. My name is Akashi Siager, and my hobbies are basketball and chess." While this classmate was introducing himself, Kigo Shirasawa noticed a little, with crimson hair, and at the same time, he is surprisingly short. Can he play basketball so short? Finally, it was Kigo Shirasawa's turn. My name is Kigo Shirasawa, and my hobby is basketball. Kigo Shirasawa racked his brains thinking about what to say more. Wow! A large group of girls exclaimed, showing love. No way, Kigo Shirasawa's face is really fascinating. So handsome. Hey, Shirasawa classmate should be single? Then do I have a chance? This classmate, your thoughts are too precocious. In this regard, most boys are envious. Hateful. Why is there such a handsome guy in our class? Damn it. Damn it. Handsome guy or something, hurry up to another class. Mr. Haneda smiled and nodded, and all the students introduced themselves. Next, is to divide the seat. So, a large group of girls gathered around the teacher, wanting to beg to sit next to Kigo Shirasawa. In response, Mr. Haneda touched the top of his bare head and smiled. In the end, the division of classes still did not meet the wishes of most girls. In the end, a boy sat next to Kigo Shirasawa. However, Kigo Shirasawa is still a window seat. Chapter 2. The first class is self-study, the second class is Mandarin, and the third class is mathematics. No. Kigo Shirasawa said that his math is very poor. But, math teacher, don't have any opinions. My other subjects are also very poor. If the class is arranged according to grades, it is estimated that it will be the most inferior class. Looked out the window, then looked at the boy next to him. Seeing this boy nodding his head constantly, he nodded once what the teacher said. Kigo Shirasawa was suspicious, and said in his heart, "This buddy, is the grade so good? Does he understand everything that is as difficult as the sky?" In fact, the person next to Kigo Shirasawa knows nothing. However, if he doesn't know how to pretend to understand. This situation is very common. Many students don't understand what the teacher is saying at all, but he still nods, pretending to understand. Soon, one day passed and the course was all over. Well, is it finally over? I'm really exhausted. Kigo Shirasawa got up and stretched his waist. This day's class caused him a sore back. Now, Shirasawa, do you want to go home together? Wow, so cunning. Me too. Come home with me. This group of classmates once again entangled Kigo Shirasawa. The last time it was lunchtime, one by one rushed to eat with Kigo Shirasawa in fear. My damn charm. As for the boys, it is not difficult to see jealousy and envy in their eyes. What's coming for me? Can you let Shirasawa go? Kigo Shirasawa said a little apologetically, "Sorry, I have something to do later." After speaking, Kigo Shirasawa hurried out, leaving a group of girls in a mess. The Tiak Junior High basketball department, because it is the signboard of the school club, occupies the best 3 gymnasiums. Outside the second gymnasium, there is a long queue. Kigo Shirasawa was behind the line, complaining constantly in his heart, when is this going to be in line? In other words, why can you come so fast? Is it used to fly? At this moment, there was another person behind Kigo Shirasawa. He has dark skin and blue hair. At the same time, there was a girl with pink hair accompanied. Read more at fictionzone.net. Girlfriend? It's too precocious. Moreover, this guy is really dark. Now, are you here to participate in the assessment too? The young man behind talked to Kigo Shirasawa. Kigo Shirasawa didn't know how to answer this. Of course I came to join the ministry, otherwise what am I doing? The pink-haired girl squirmed her lips and said in a helpless tone, "Day, are you stupid?" The teenager ignored the girl who came with him, and continued to talk to Kigo Shirasawa, saying, "My name is Aya Mindaki, how about you?" Kigo Shirasawa. Presumably you must like playing basketball? Then you must be a good person. Kigo Shirasawa always feels that this guy is a bit stupid. Aya Mindaki continued, "Let's be one-to-one with me later." No. Kigo Shirasawa refused. Hey? Why? Because I don't want to be one-on-one with weirdos. Kigo Shirasawa said this in his heart. On the way in line, Aya Mindaki kept talking to Kigo Shirasawa. He had that feeling, Kigo Shirasawa is very strong. So, he wanted to be one-on-one with him. New students, gather. Beep. As a whistle blew, the freshmen, who had been in groups of 3 or 5, quickly arranged their teams. In the front of the crowd, a middle-aged uncle wearing a dark suit and black-rimmed glasses, holding a book in his hand, solemnly named many freshmen. Since it's all here, I will make a long story short. The uncle glanced across the many freshmen and said, "There is only one army that can participate in the official match, so your goal must first be the first army. This assessment is actually your group test. If you perform well, you can join the army. Come on." As soon as the voice fell, murmurs sounded from the crowd. "Can you join the first army?" "Oh yeah, I want to come on, join the first army," a freshman said vigorously. "First army? Don't think about it. Since the establishment of the Daiguang basketball department, no new student has been able to join the first army in the freshman assessment. Your goal should be the second army." "What kind of frustrating things do you say? Don't people just have goals?" said the freshman who spoke at the beginning. "It's not a frustrating talk, but to recognize the reality. The second army is already great. As long as we give us time, we will definitely be able to join the first army and fight on behalf of Emperor Guang." And under this whisper, Kigo Shirasawa's attention was completely out of this. Standing next to him, there were red hair, purple hair, blue hair, green hair, plus his white hair. They really had all the colors together. Kigo Shirasawa couldn't help asking, "Is your hair dyed?" "It feels strange." Aya Mindaki said, "No, my hair color is natural." Akashi Seijiro said, "Mine is also born." The green-haired boy named Midorima Shintaro made a muffled snort in his nostrils. The sentence that Kigo Shirasawa commented on his hair color was strange, and he was obviously more concerned. "Yours is almost the same, right?" As for the purple hair, the tall Murasakibara Atsushi just glanced at Kigo Shirasawa faintly. "It's really tall. With such a height, Guoyi is a giant baby, right? Especially standing next to Akashi Seijiro. Without comparison, there would be no." Chapter 3. Very good, then start testing. With an order, the freshmen were divided into several groups and were taken to different venues for assessment. Some of the most basic assessments such as jumping ability, explosive speed, and ball control. At least, this is the case with Kigo Shirasawa. The remaining groups may or may not be. The person in charge of the assessment has no waves on his face. It is some good seedlings that are not fake, but they will not shock him. Until the debut of Kigo Shirasawa. So fast. Really? Can you run so fast with the ball? Where is that guy sacred? Not only the first-year freshmen were amazed, but even those in charge of the assessment were also surprised. Looking down at some of the data he had recorded in his notebook, Hunkin did not reach this point last year, right? After the basic assessment, it is the actual combat assessment. Nothing reflects the technology better than actual combat. Kigo Shirasawa and their assessment content is one-on-one with the Second Army members. Of course, the actual combat assessment content of each group is different. Because in the entry application form, each freshman fills in his or her position, so Kigo Shirasawa's group is all small forward. Just imagine, if you ask a point guard to conduct such an assessment, isn't it aimed at them? Soon, the actual combat assessment began. Many freshmen have performed mediocrely. A few may be good, but they are by no means too good. It is the appearance of Kigo Shirasawa again. Because of the previous assessment, the assessor is still more concerned. The 1-to-1 rule is half-time, whoever scores 5 goals wins. Seeing Kigo Shirasawa's delay in preparing to attack, the members of the Second Army who were in charge of one-on-one with him, looked confused. Junior, why haven't you attacked yet? Senior, are you one of the strongest in the Second Army? Of course, why are you asking this? If this is the case, then I can rest assured. As for me, I am not interested in winning the week. Hat, you are a freshman. The members of the Second Army were not angry. In the Emperor's basketball department, strength is everything. Then, senpai, you have to get ready. Kigo Shirasawa, who started dribble, was completely different from just now. Hiss. Members of the Second Army were amazed that a freshman actually gave him a sense of oppression. Real or fake? Boom. 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 Read more at fictionzone.net. The sound of basketball slapped the floor. Immediately, Kigo Shirasawa moved. The members of the Second Army exclaimed in their hearts, so fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, Kigo Shirasawa disappeared before his eyes. When the members of the Second Army moved to catch up, Kigo Shirasawa made a layup and easily sent basketball to the net. Kyulong. Everyone was dumbfounded. This is a freshman? The elders of the Second Army can't react? This is a monster. Especially the members of the Second Army who were one-on-one with Kigo Shirasawa, were even more surprised. This speed surpassed his reaction. More importantly, when Kigo Shirasawa was shooting the ball just now, the two faced each other, and he looked like a beast. Ah! The member of the Second Army showed a wry smile and said, "This new student is too scary." Kigo Shirasawa smiled and said, "Senior, it seems that this matchup is my first chance to get out of town." Lucky. A member of the Second Army shook his head and said, "You actually know how to give a face to Senior at this time. However, if you think that you can beat me in this way, you would be too naive." Kigo Shirasawa said, "I have never said that, Senior." The duel continues. This time, it was the offensive power of the members of the Second Army. Because of the goal just now, this member of the Second Army didn't dare to be careless and treated Kigo Shirasawa as the same level, or even a stronger level than him. Boom. The sound of basketball beating again and again. The members of the Second Army looked solemn, as expected. Defend is also very good, an excellent freshman with both offense and defense. But I am not easy either. Take a step with his left foot and lean slightly forward to the left. At the same time, rushed out with a very fast burst speed. However, Kigo Shirasawa was not thrown away. Even did not break through to his side. Taking advantage of the time when the members of the Second Army were frightened and distracted, Kigo Shirasawa decisively shot the basketball in his hand. Sorry. Brush. This time, it was shot. There was no accident in this duel. 3-0. It was a dark horse ending, and everyone thought it would be a victory for the members of the Second Army. Unexpectedly, it was the reverse, Kigo Shirasawa's overwhelming victory. A member of the Second Army who watched recovered from the shock and exclaimed, "Unexpectedly, in this new year, there will be such a monster." The person in charge of the assessment stared at Kigo Shirasawa, and finally wrote in his notebook, "Kigo Shirasawa, the strength of an army." The member of the Second Army who confronted Kigo Shirasawa also looked at Kigo Shirasawa, who attracted the attention of the venue at this time. Did he really use his full strength? Not sure, but he has the feeling that the other party seems to be just playing. After Kigo Shirasawa's assessment, he returned to the place where he assembled at the beginning. It is not difficult to see that there are some freshmen whose faces are not good looking. Obviously, he was not satisfied with the assessment himself. However, Aya Mindaki still has a relaxed look. "Yo, Shirasawa, how is the assessment?" Aya Mindaki greeted him with a smile. Kigo Shirasawa said lightly, "It's okay." Chapter 4. P.S. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation. Aya Mindaki said, "Now, do you want to play one-on-one? I just touched basketball. Now my hands are itchy and I want to play against others." "You are very strong, right?" Kigo Shirasawa froze for a moment, and then showed a helpless look again. Why was he being stared at? During the first time I met, Aya Mindaki wanted to go one-on-one with him no less than 5 times. The grouping results will be distributed soon, so bear with me. Suddenly, Aya Mindaki seemed to have withered, and said weakly, "Okay." As a day of freshman assessment, it is also very important to the basketball department. After all, it is related to the future of the basketball department. Therefore, the basketball unit Changhong Village repairs constantly wandering back and forth in several major assessment sites, but there are surprises. This year's seedlings are very good, especially those few, they are just a few monsters. Oh! The uncle in the suit at the beginning was actually the assistant coach of the basketball department. He took over everything in the basketball department when the platinum head coach was away. Named GNG. Those who are familiar with Hunkin's repairs know that he is not only strict, but also has a high self-esteem. It is difficult for him to admit that he is inferior to others. "To be so praised by you, I can't wait to see what the monster you are talking about is like," Hunkin said. "Trust me, you won't be disappointed." Soon, the announcement of the freshman assessment results began. Now we will release the results of the assessment. First of all, the 3 services. The classmate who gets the name will go to the front of the 3 services coach. Number 2, Nobuo Sato. Hi. Number 6, Zongs and People. Hi. When the coach reported names one by one, the students who were not called in the crowd couldn't help but get nervous. At the same time, the classmates who were called by their names showed some grief. 31, Tetsuya Kuroko Tetsuya. The new student who was called by the name suddenly opened his confined eyes and froze for a moment. Then he showed a sad expression and replied weakly, "Hi." After Tetsuya Kuroko stood still, the coach continued, "Next, I will announce the members of the Second Army, and the classmates whose names are called, please go to the front of the Second Army coach." Yo West. Awesome. I'm the Second Army. Past, oh yeah. Hey, the heart is about to jump out. Compared with the frustration of the members of the Third Army, the members of the Second Army who have not yet been named are obviously happy. First Army? That is the existence of fantasy, unrealistic. However, as long as they work hard in the Second Army, they can still be promoted to the First Army. Number 14, Kuroki. Coach, read more at fictionzone.net. Arrive. On the 19th, Noberman Nakamura. Arrive. The coaches reported their names one after another. On the 35th, Gensari Taro. Arrive. With the announcement of the members of the Second Army, the number of new students who originally gathered in one group became fewer and fewer, and in the end there were only a few people left. The above are members of the Second Army. Coach GNG raised his head and looked at the freshmen who were still standing there. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. It was indeed the surprise that Hunkin said. He read all the data of these people. A lively monster. Next, release the list of members of the First Army. Coach GNG's voice sounded again. The voice fell, and the members who had been quietly standing in front of the coaches of the Second Army and the Third Army suddenly became noisy. Hey 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 hey! What did he just say? The First Army? No way! Isn't it that since the establishment of the team, no one has directly joined the army in the freshman assessment? Are we witnessing history? No matter how noisy the place is, it still can't stop Coach GNG from announcing the result. Number 8, Aya Mindaki. Hi. Aya Mindaki took a step with a hearty smile and heard that he had joined the army. He was wiped out because of Kigo Shirasawa's rejection of one-on-one depression. 11th, Midorima Shintaro. Hi. Midorima Shintaro pushed the black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and took a step forward, side by side with Aya Mindaki. 23rd, Murasaki Baratun. Hi-oh, compared to the first two voices, this voice sounded extremely lazy, even dozing off. On the 28th, Kigo Shirasawa. Hi. Kigo Shirasawa took a step forward, side by side with everyone. On the 29th, Akashi Siager. Hi, the last freshman replied, with a calm smile on his face, his voice gentle and magnetic. He also took a step and stood shoulder to shoulder with the other four. For a time, much attention. This is the freshman who entered the first army. But in the end, a member of the second army still said, "Your hair color is really. Maybe this is the difference? You can't get stronger if you don't dye your hair." Next to him, a freshman murmured softly. Aya Mindaki looked at Kigo Shirasawa next to him, and said, "Sure enough, my hunch is correct. You are very strong. Let me be one-on-one." Kigo Shirasawa refused again, saying, "No." Aya Mindaki said, "Don't be anxious to refuse, if you promise me, I will give you a long time. What's the benefit? How about I accompany you one-on-one every day? Sounds good, doesn't it?" A line of symbols flashed on Kigo Shirasawa's head. "Are you treating me as a fool?" At this moment, the basketball unit Chonghong Village Repair came over. As for the uncle assistant coach just now, he has already left. When I first met, freshman with strange hair colors, my name is Hunkin Zaihuzuo, the leader of Daiguang basketball. Please give me more advice in the future, freshman. Hunkin's repairs are very serious on weekdays, but this first impression still has to be given, right? Please advise, Captain Hunkin, the 5 people said in unison. At the same time, Aya Mindaki quickly spoke again, saying, "Since the senior is the captain of basketball, he must be very strong, right?" Hunkin Chiu nodded. This is not his boasting. How can a man who is hailed as the top 3 power forward in junior high school be a weak one? Aya Mindaki's eyes flashed brightly, and eagerly said, "Then, go one-on-one with me." Kigo Shirasawa said, "I know so, this one-on-one crazy monster." Hunkin repaired said, "I'll talk about this later, let's take you to the first army to see it first, I am not the only strong person inside." Aya Mindaki's attention is focused on the phrase "he is not the only one who is strong" built by Rainbow Village. In other words, there are many powerful guys. Not good. It's so exciting. An army. It's heaven. Chapter 5. P.S. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation. Run back and forth, hurry up. Defend. Defend. Idiot, the ball just now should have been passed outside. Pass it here. Rainbow Village repaired and led Kigo Shirasawa and others to the gymnasium where the First Army was trained. I haven't stepped into the First Army Stadium, but some sounds can be heard clearly. For example, the sound of sneakers rubbing the floor, the sound of running back and forth, the sound of players calling out loudly. Entering the gymnasium, you can see a group of senior members swaying the sweat called youth. Okay, stop for a while. Hunkin Zaihuzu gave a high five, and all the members of the venue stopped training, looking at Kigo Shirasawa and others with doubts. Who are these guys with strange hair colors? Introduce, these guys are freshmen who have joined the First Army, and they will all be teammates in the future. Hunkin repaired road. Teammate? Newborn? Several members have some guesses in their hearts, but they dare not imagine. No way, no way. Anyo, Captain Hunkin, shouldn't they be this year's first-year freshmen? A member couldn't help asking. Hunkin Repair nodded. Oh, it looks like a few monsters have come this year. Each member was amazed. Hunkin Shuzo said to Kigo Shirasawa and others, your task today is to keep up with our training rhythm as much as possible. Can you do it? Hi, X4. Only Murasakibara Atsushi answered lazily. An imposing answer. Hunkin Zaihuzeo nodded and said, then, let's start. The training volume of the First Army of Emperor Guang is not insignificant, but everyone still clenched their teeth. After the group training is over, it is free practice time. Kigo Shirasawa practiced with a group of seniors. Rookie, pass it on. A member of the First Army kept beckoning to Kigo Shirasawa, motioning for him to pass basketball to himself. Currently, defending him is a senior in the 3rd grade. And, the rest of the people are far away. This is the perfect singles opportunity. Taking a deep breath, aiming to the left side, and the body also slightly shifted to the left side at the same time. Is it on the left? The members of defense shifted their focus to the left. Next second, Kigo Shirasawa broke through from his right. Sorry. Quick, make up. As the rest of the members were in a state of shock and failed to make a supplementary defense in time, the ball was successfully won by Kigo Shirasawa. Oh, not bad. A member of the same team came over and patted Kigo Shirasawa on the shoulder. Kigo Shirasawa, a fluke, a fluke. Read more at fictionzone.net. On the other side, the member who was easily passed by Kigo Shirasawa, a freshman, was taunted by a few close members. It's embarrassing to be swayed so easily, ha ha ha. Did you have a relationship recently and your skills have declined? I have said that basketball is a sport that does not require love. The member who was scored by Kigo Shirasawa couldn't help it anymore and yelled, you are so noisy. Hurry up and break up with Lingzi, otherwise, you will fall into the 2nd Army. Being in the First Army does not mean that you will always be in the First Army. If you perform poorly, you may be directly beaten back to the 2nd Army by the coach. I said, Jiro, don't you guys want to wait for Lingzi to break up? Would you take the plate? I think so. Yuji. You guy. Don't listen to slander. Ha ha ha. The sky is getting dim. All the senior members have left the field and went home, and Kigo Shirasawa and others are left to clean up here. Finally, the cleaning is finished. Akashi Seijiro had already gone home separately, but Kigo Shirasawa and Aya Mindaki went home together because the two were in the same way. Aya Mindaki suggested, would you like to go to the street court to play another game? Kigo Shirasawa, forget it, it's really late today. Aya Mindaki was not reconciled, just 5 goals. Kigo Shirasawa, let's talk about it tomorrow. Please, it's all this point, who will play basketball with you? I have to go home to cook, okay? I'm going this way, see you tomorrow. Kigo Shirasawa waved and went back to each house with Aya Mindaki at an intersection. The next day, Kigo Shirasawa dragged a pair of big black eyes out the door. The reason is that I watched basketball match last night and stayed up late. Suddenly, his shoulder was slapped heavily with a hand. Yo! It's Aya mine. Seeing a pair of dark circles like Kigo Shirasawa, Aya Mindaki immediately asked, what's the matter with you? Last night, I watched basketball match and saw a very late time, Kigo Shirasawa said. Aya Mindaki, that can be really hard work. Kigo Shirasawa looked at the girl next to Aya Mindaki, a pink ponytail, a petite girl in a sailor suit. Yesterday, it seemed to be the one who came to the gym with Aya mine, right? Mei, Momwa Satsuki, for the time being my childhood sweetheart. Aya Mindaki introduced. When we first met, my name is Momwa Satsuki. I'm so sorry that I've caused you trouble yesterday. Mamoru Satsuki said so, and bowed his body. It feels like Mine's mother. Kigo Shirasawa said, No, it's nothing. My name is Kigo Shirasawa, please advise. No trouble. Mine Deki whispered aside. Mamoru Satsuki said, You shut up. Mine's expression was unspeakable grievance. Kigo Shirasawa looked at the two. Childhood sweetheart. To be honest, a little envious. He has no playmates since he was a child, and has always been with basketball. However, this is not the time to think about these things. In his state, he would definitely fall asleep in today's class, and then he would be called a parent, and finally his long-winded mother appeared. Just thinking about it, I don't think it's good, it's over. On the other side, Mine Daki's face is not very good, because Mamoru Satsuki actually made a lunch for him. Hiss. Recalling the smell the last time. Shudder. Is there any rescue method? Suddenly, he looked at Kigo Shirasawa next to him, his gaze was almost like. Now, Shirasawa, you shouldn't bring a lunchbox. Watching Mamoru Satsuki go to the classroom first, Mine Daki attached to Kigo Shirasawa's ear and whispered. Did not bring. Kigo Shirasawa glanced at Mine Daki, wondering what he was doing. It's great. It's really great. I brought an extra copy, and give it to you. Do not want. Why? Didn't you bring your lunch? I didn't bring it, but I always feel that you are not at ease. Really, really rude. As he said, Mine Daki looked away. See. This performance has absolutely no peace of mind. Chapter 6. P.S. Ask for flowers. As predicted. Kigo Shirasawa slept beautifully in class, but did not find the teacher standing beside him with a dark face. There are still 2 sentences in the mouth bag, hag from time to time, so you shouldn't sleep too soundly. Because of this, the teacher's face is getting darker. The final result was not as bad as he had imagined. Fortunately, it was the first offender. Club time after school. Kigo Shirasawa thought he had come early, but as a result, there was a green hair earlier than him. Brush. 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 3 consecutive shots were shot without fail, and all swished through the net. Kigo Shirasawa sighed, this 3-pointer percentage is too high. I don't know when. Akashi Seiichiro came to him quietly and said, I have never seen him miss a 3-pointer since I met Shintaro. I don't know what to evaluate. Forget it, let me start too. Boom. Boom. Kigo Shirasawa dribbled the ball and quickly rushed inside and made an easy layup. The feel seems to be okay, but a bit boring, after all, there is no one to defend him. Slowly. The predecessors of the First Army also came one after another. Finally, Hunkin built it. The hard training begins. Because they have only been here for 2 days, Kigo Shirasawa and others have not yet become accustomed to the training intensity of the First Army, and cannot be as unhurried as the predecessors of the First Army. Ahoo! Amao, it's really troublesome. By the way, can I have snacks? No, it's still, ahoo, during training, if you eat snacks, you will be beaten by Senior Hunkin. Mao, I want to be one-on-one with the seniors. Hunkin Zaiuzeo shouted, new people, it's not over yet, hurry up. Read more at fictionzone.net. Yes, X5. After a long time, the boring group training finally ended. Next, is free practice time. Boom. Boom. In a match with the senior members, Kigo Shirasawa is like a wild horse running out of action, hiring in the enemy's line of defense. 1, 2, 3. 3 people have passed. Oh, that's amazing. It's totally unstoppable. Hunkin Chiu's eyes condensed, and he whispered, is it also the best in the First Army? The thing that assistant coach said is not impossible. Seeing Kigo Shirasawa show his talents, Mindaki was not to be outdone, and rushed into the other's halftime alone, as if there was no one. Damn it! A member who was easily broken into the past was a little unwilling. Is the gap really that big? Moreover, you are still a freshman. Another member came over, patted him on the shoulder, and said, accept it, they are different from us. This kind of strength will soon become a good candidate, right? Not necessarily, the candidates are very strong. Time passed slowly, and it has been a week since Kigo Shirasawa and the others joined the army. Chiki assistant coach's office. He holds some data in his hand, all recorded are 5 freshmen. This kind of growth curve is indeed a godsend talent. Especially Kigo Shirasawa. Chiki assistant coach murmured, it seems that the contest between the candidates and the freshmen can really be put on the agenda. At the first army gymnasium, the training time has also ended, and the senior students have left one after another. Now, senpai, is that guy Kanyoji senpai's girlfriend? Kigo Shirasawa asked quietly in the ear of a senior. The senior replied. Yes. Raiko Ikia in the 3rd grade, isn't she pretty? Kigo Shirasawa nodded, it was really beautiful. But, why would such a beautiful girl fall in love with Senior Imagi? Is it because people are tall and have a sense of security? Kindness. Kigo Shirasawa saw a familiar figure at the gate. A pink ponytail, a petite figure in a sailor suit, and a small head constantly looking into the gym. Who else could it be if it wasn't Mamwa Satsuki? Then who is your girlfriend? The senior next to Kigo Shirasawa asked, or, your Yan Control fan? Many people in the basketball department know that Kigo Shirasawa is very popular among girls. It is false to say that you do not envy. Basketball is good, and people look good. When God created man, he didn't take such partiality. Kigo Shirasawa shook his head and said, no, it's Mine's childhood sweetheart. Childhood sweetheart? Mine. The senior is a little surprised, Mine actually has such a beautiful childhood sweetheart? This kid doesn't talk about it on weekdays, don't be so selfish. Mine. Thinking about it, the senior went to Mindaki for communication. Mamwa Satsuki noticed Kigo Shirasawa's gaze and smiled at him. Kigo Shirasawa also returned a smile. Kigo Shirasawa walked over and said, are you here to find Mine? Mamwa Satsuki nodded and said, yes. For Mine, play ball over there. Mamwa Satsuki nodded and said, I see. Is Shirasawa going home today? On weekdays, Kigo Shirasawa basically left school at the same time as Mindaki. They were the last 2 people who left the basketball hall. And Mamwa Satsuki often waits for Mindaki, but also comes home late. Every day the 3 of them go home together, once they are born and twice familiar, and naturally the 2 of them become ordinary friends. Chapter 7. P.S. Ask for flowers. Kigo Shirasawa nodded, looking helpless. He wanted to continue practicing, but today his mother went home. So, I have to go home early. Otherwise, some preaching is inevitable. Mamwa Satsuki said, then, see you tomorrow, classmate Shirasawa. Kigo Shirasawa said, well, see you tomorrow. Time, a few more days passed. During this period, Mamwa Satsuki became an agent of the basketball department. Say yes, I haven't considered joining any club, and Mindaki is in the basketball department, so I came with the idea of trying. Originally, Mamwa Satsuki thought that being an agent was a relatively normal profession. Occupation is relatively normal, but the people who join are not pure in their minds. Oh, so handsome. And all of them are in good shape. Now, look at that, it's so handsome. I still like that one. A group of brokers gathered around, commenting on a group of members of the First Army. What the hell is this? Mamwa Satsuki is ashamed, so you all became agents for these reasons? I still like Shirasawa, younger brother. Me too. Wow, he smiled at me. Smiled? Stupid. That's smiling at me. It's obviously me. Then, this group of senior agent elder sisters also quarreled because of Kigo Shirasawa's smile. Sure enough, something was wrong, it must be. Momwa Satsuki seems to be out of place, except for her, all are nympho girls. So, the agent of Emperor Guang basketball is the gathering place of nympho? Beeb. Gather. With the sound of Chiki assistant coach's whistle, many players lined up quickly. Coach GNG nodded and said, "Let's take a break, and then hold an intra-team match." The match is a duel between 5 freshmen and the candidate. Really? New students should lose, right? Read more at fictionzone.net. Then it needs to be said, the candidates will definitely win. That's not good. All of a sudden, members of the army were talking about it. On Aya Mindaki's side, I was so excited when I heard that I was going to match with the official election. The one who opposes him, but Hunkin built it. As an opponent, it's simply not great. Kigo Shirasawa is also looking forward to it, just pretending to be calm. Akashi Siejura was as calm as ever, Midorima Shintaro pretended to be cold, and Murasakibara looked unhappy. Snacks are not allowed before the match, which is really troublesome. The rules of match are no different from those of the main game, except that the duration is only 2 quarters. White team, center Murasakibara, point guard Akashi Siejura, shooting guard Midorima Shintaro, small forward Kigo Shirasawa, power forward Aya Mindaki. Black team, center Takeda Shi, point guard Iko Ichiro, shooting guard Kazuo Inu, small forward Ano Fujio, power forward Nimura Shizuo. Match, about to start. The referee is served by a member of the First Army. 10 people stand in their positions and are ready to go. Especially, the centers on both sides. Referee walked to the center and threw basketball high. In the end, the ball went to Takeda. Tisk. Murasakibara pouted uncomfortably. He is not dominant in height, experience, or skills. Therefore, he did not grab the ball. The moment Takeda grabbed basketball, the quiet field was like a battlefield with fierce fighting. The black team was constantly looking for opportunities, but was abruptly blocked by a few people from the white team. Good. However, Iko Ichiro is not very worried. How many offensive points do they have? The ball passed inside. Singles between centers. Obviously Murasakibara was at a disadvantage and was stuck in a bad place. However, Takeda Shi was motionless like a rock mountain. Drink. Dunk scores after turning around. 2:0. Most of the members of the First Army outside the field are the same, sure enough appearance. No matter how talented he is, there is still a gap between being selected. It was the white team's turn to attack. Akashi Siejura took the ball steadily to the 3-point line, paying close attention to the surrounding situation. Midorima Shintaro was defended by the senior, Murasakibara yawned in the inside, obviously neither of them considered. At the same time, Kigo Shirasawa and Aya Mindaki kept beckoning to him, motioning to pass the ball to him. Both scorers have a huge desire to score. After weighing it up, Akashi Siejura passed the ball to Kigo Shirasawa. As soon as he touched the ball, Aoyet, who was facing Kigo Shirasawa, set up a defend posture and waited for him to attack. Say it in advance, but I won't release water. Kigo Shirasawa smiled and said, "No need, because I will tear off senior's defend with my own hands." Kigo Shirasawa lowered his focus and continued to test. However, Ching Yet, who is the first choice for a wealthy family, obviously still has 2 brushes. However, under the sway of many fake actions, King Yi still turned over. Hateful. Ching Ye gritted his teeth in his heart, and the whole journey gave him the feeling that he was about to make a breakthrough on the right, but it was still a fake action. This guy. Taking advantage of the gap between Ono turnover, Kigo Shirasawa burst into full speed in an instant, and the figures of the two intertwined in an instant. Smoothly rushed into the inside. Takeda-ji wanted to step forward to make up for defense, but Murasakibara Dunka was the owner. Takeda-ji, boy. Although Murasakibara has no enthusiasm, there is still no shortage of support in the interior. Chapter 8. Then. It is Kigo Shirasawa's easy score. He wanted to dunk, but conditions didn't allow it. Height is one aspect, 1 meter 6 height, jumping ability is also one aspect. Akashi Siejur, pretty. Aya Mindaki was a little upset, apparently still worried about why he didn't pass it on to him just now. My side is already filled with oil, won't you let me make soy sauce? Ah, Lord Shirasawa. So handsome. Go. Mamwa Satsuki has said that he can't complain. Grown-ups? Mao, sisters, please be normal. Offensive and defensive changes again. It's King Yi. Extremely fast dribble rushed, a huge sense of oppression reached Kigo Shirasawa's chest. But Kigo Shirasawa smiled and said, this level is not enough. Boom. Left. Seeing Ching Ji's movements, Kigo Shirasawa hooked the corners of his mouth, which was really interesting. Kigo Shirasawa leans to the left. Suddenly. Boom. Basketball swept across a huge span from Aoyi's left hand to his right hand. Because the body's center of gravity was on the right foot from the beginning, he could burst out at a very fast speed in an instant. I won. Ching-ye was overjoyed in his heart, thinking that when he passed Kigo Shirasawa defend, a figure passed by his side at a very fast speed and stopped in front of him. It's not Kigo Shirasawa, who is it? Kinga is a little unbelievable, haven't you fooled? How is this possible? Kigo Shirasawa said, Senior, you believe in your own fake moves too much, don't you think I can't fake moves? I thought you could see the ball just now, it's really disappointing. Yes. Aoya can see that Kigo Shirasawa is a master of fake actions, from the scenes of fraudulent actions just now, and the fake momentum. However, he believed in himself too much. Facing an opponent who is also a master of fake moves, the opponent must be able to see the clues in his actions. The result is just like this scene. Kazuo Inu waved his hand, for the time being, I will pass it back, oh no. For the first time, Ching-ye ignored his teammates. As a positive candidate, will I lose to a freshman? Impossible, read more at fictionzone.net. Boom. The meaning of Ching-ye is completely meaningless. Chiki assistant coach outside the field coldly, even if he wins this match, he still has to teach him a lesson. As a positive self-esteem? Ridiculous. Compared to the team's victory, it is completely irrelevant. Kigo Shirasawa smiled, that's right. Come on, senior. Ching-ye kept trying to make breakthroughs from left to right, but in the end all was to no avail. Hey, King Yi was completely suppressed or something. Incredible. Shirasawa, this kid is too amazing. At the amazement of the members of the army, the group of agents was very happy. As expected, Lord Shirasawa, really amazing. This time, even Mamwa Satsuki was shocked. As the official election of a wealthy family, it is synonymous with the strong, but it was actually suppressed by Shirasawa classmates like this? No wonder Ata says Shirasawa that guy is a great opponent every day. Snapped. Eye problems and quick hands. Taking advantage of Aoyi's distraction, Kigo Shirasawa directly cut off his basketball. Sorry. Ching-ye exclaimed in his heart, what is he doing? In this kind of high-intensity duel, distraction is a taboo. In fact, this can't blame King Yi. I can't help but feel a little eager in my heart. Anxious. It means that turning over, distraction, and other bad states have an increased chance of happening. The moment Kigo Shirasawa intercepted the ball, Aya Mindaki was already running. With a long pass, basketball gets it. Yo xi! This ball belongs to me. Aya Mindaki has cheered for his perfect goal next. Oh? What are you talking about, Aya Mine? Build in Hunkin. Seeing Hunkin's defense return, Aya Mine didn't mean to be discouraged, but was very excited. A pair of Yuan stared wide, and his face was filled with a fearful smile. This look, as if a hunter had found his prey. Hunkin made a smile. This kid. Bring it on. Aya Mindaki vs Emperor Guang's basketball team trump card. This duel is destined to attract much attention. Boom. Everyone held their breath and didn't want to miss any of the next scenes. Aya Mindaki moved. Break to the right without any false moves. Seeing this, Hunkin's repaired body swayed slightly to the right. Soon, the attack direction reversed. Boom. Basketball, under the control of Aya Mindaki, seemed to have life, and naturally came to his left hand. It's done. Aya Mindaki was very excited and had already seen the scene where he passed the La Hung village repair and won the ball. However, things backfired. Snapped. A hand that Rainbow Village built, I don't know when it came from behind Aya Mindaki, and intercepted the basketball in his hand. Aya Mindaki, what? Hunkin repair, it's not that easy for me to be swayed by you. It's worthy of being Captain Hunkin. It's too strong. In the scene just now, many people thought that Aya Mindaki would succeed. As a result, it is better to build in Hunkin. Immediately afterwards, Hunkin Zihuzeo dribbled the ball and quickly rushed through halftime and came to the white team's half. It is obviously not realistic to want to win the ball in one effort, after all, the other people are not decorations. It was another one-on-one. Kigo Shirasawa vs Rainbow Village built. Chapter 9. P.S. Ask for flowers. Come on. Captain Hunkin. Kigo Shirasawa's eyes flashed brightly. In a sense, he and Aya Mindaki are the same, and they are keen on competing against the strong. The stronger the better. Hunkin repaired the corners of his mouth. He found that he really liked the characters of these two boys. Boom. 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 Basketball is beating under the control of Rainbow Village. Every time it collides with the wooden floor, Kigo Shirasawa's nerves are tense. This sense of oppression. Awesome. Sure enough, he is the top nag in the country. Nice look. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Rainbow Village's eyes, and he was really satisfied with Kigo Shirasawa's reaction. The future can be expected. Then, here it is. Boom. Basketball is constantly changing left and right under the control of Hunkin Building's hands. Finally, Hunkin Repair took the first step. Boom. At the moment when his right foot stepped forward, Hunkin Repair instantly raised his speed to the highest. Kigo Shirasawa exclaimed in his heart, so fast. However, it can catch up. Kigo Shirasawa also swayed, parallel to Nimura's body, and step by step tried to push his position into a dead end on the edge. Hey! Suddenly, Hunkin repaired and stopped. Kigo Shirasawa was taken aback, and subconsciously stopped. Next, Hunkin Repair once again boosted his speed. Oh! Sure enough, Captain Hunkin is amazing. Of course, that's Captain Hunkin after all. Each member exclaimed. Throwing away Kigo Shirasawa, Rainbow Village Repaired successfully rushed into the restricted area. He faced an unmanned basket. Hunkin Shuzo chose the CIC for the inside line. Suddenly, the light above Hunkin Repair was blocked by a small piece. Hunkin Chiu's eyes trembled, and he actually caught up? How is this possible? Read more at fictionzone.net. Although this goal was eventually scored, it was too thrilling. After landing, Kigo Shirasawa was very unwilling to slurp. It would be better if the ball was faster. Rainbow Village passed by Kigo Shirasawa while building the defense back and took a sneak peek. He still underestimated him. Lost the defense position, but he was able to make up the defense in time. The speed of the defense was surprisingly fast, and it was only a tiny bit short of being able to defend him. However, when I remembered that such a monster was a member of Emperor Guang, I felt uncomfortable. Dai Guang's banner, it seems that you don't need to carry it by yourself. It's the white team's offense. Boom. Akashi Siejra took basketball into the black team's three-point line without rushing, and then stopped. Because Hunkin just built a beautiful offense and a supplementary defense, which greatly increased the momentum of the black team. But, don't worry. The match has just begun. Akashi Siejra was observing the situation on the field, and kept thinking about the attack method en route in his mind. In the end, his eyes were aimed at Midorima Shintaro. Koichiro is wary, outside? However, basketball did not fly to where Midorima Shintaro is, but snapped. Basketball came to the hands of Kigo Shirasawa. Kigo Shirasawa, it's beautiful. Chingye was shocked and suffered. By the time he recovered, Kigo Shirasawa had already made an inside shot. Basketball draws an orange arc in the half delay, and finally falls into the net perfectly. 4:4, currently the same score. Yo West. Good vote. Kigo Shirasawa and Akashi Siejra gave a high five. Don't mind. Hunkin Zaihuzeo came over and patted Chingye on the shoulder. Rainbow Village. Next, just leave it to me. Dai Guang's absolute trump card, Hunkin Repair is about to go. Boom. Hunkin repaired the ball and launched an attack, and everyone felt his extreme concentration. Serious mode is all on. Especially Aya Mindaki, the extreme pressure is on his chest. No, 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 no. The corner of the mouth, an uncontrollable smile. Because of this, I like to fight against the strong. Chingye was a little unbelievable, and said, in the face of such a Hunkin, is he actually smiling? Kigo Shirasawa smiled, he still knows Aya Mindaki's character better, and said, because he is Aya Mindaki. After Hunkin repaired constantly trying to change the dribble, he finally launched his offensive. With the same terrifying rate of eruption as before, almost only a ray of light could be seen passing by, and the figure disappeared. Has it passed? Do not catch up. Aya Mindaki was not thrown away, but closely followed in the footsteps of Hunkin's repair, and the two rushed into the interior in parallel. With this ball, everyone thought that Hunkin repair would play to the end. As a result, snapped. Basketball passed from behind him to the outside. Kazuo Inu, who received basketball, came to an unmarked position. Because the duel between Aya Mindaki and Nimura Shozo was so exciting, Midorima Shintaro's reaction was slow. This ball missed 3 points. The morale of the black team has been extremely high, all because of the outstanding performance of Hunkin construction. Can't do this anymore. Akashi Siejra's eyes condensed, his mind was thinking. Kigo Shirasawa said, leave it to me to fight. Next time, Captain Rainbow Village will definitely come to defend me. And you? Trust me. Seeing Kigo Shirasawa's firm eyes, Akashi Siejra chose to believe it. Sure enough, this time it was built by Rainbow Village to defend Kigo Shirasawa. The audience was silent. It was Captain Hunkin who just won a narrow move. What about this time? Boom. In the huge stadium, only the sound of basketball slaps echoing. Chapter 10. P.S. Ask for flowers. Hunkin repaired, that fellow King Yi is respected by your younger generation. I can't let you continue to do whatever you want. The black eyes revealed seriousness, watching all the actions of Kigo Shirasawa stubbornly. At the same time, the body lowers the center of gravity and puts in the defend posture. Serious mode is all on. But Kigo Shirasawa was not affected by the concentration of Rainbow Village. Captain Hunkin, don't underestimate me. With his silver-white eyes, he just glanced at Hunkin repair in an understatement, without any waves. Underestimate? The corner of Hunkin's mouth was hooked, and that kind of thing, he didn't dare. Wouldn't do this kind of thing either. Boom. Basketball ejected into his left hand after a collision with the floor. Coming. The heartstrings of Hunkin's repairs tightened instantly, as expected, a strong pressure. Kigo Shirasawa's figure suddenly bent down, like a cheetah, full of extreme explosive power. Holding the ball. Then there is a breakthrough. However, the current Kigo Shirasawa is facing the serious Rainbow Village repair. Almost quickly reacted to his attack. Has it ended? No, not really. I saw that the pupils of Hunkin's construction were widened, and Kigo Shirasawa in his sight disappeared out of thin air? Wrong. This is not disappearing. It's a fake. This ball, it is obviously difficult to continue to block Kigo Shirasawa. There was a clear netting sound from behind, announcing that Kigo Shirasawa had scored. What was that just now? Have no idea. The members of the black team were taken aback by surprise. Rainbow Village built silence and looked at Kigo Shirasawa's back. No wonder Ching Ye is always fooled by some fake moves, and only after experiencing it personally, he knows how superb this is. Oh, blanket, really is a genuine monster. Read more at fictionzone.net. The next match is exactly the rhythm of the attack on both sides. Defend, of course, is doing his best, but each other's attack power is too strong, and it is no different from the counterattack. However, there is one thing. The black team is at a disadvantage. The 5 members of the white team are playing better, and even the dozing off Murasakibara Atsushi is also serious. Midorima Shintaro still maintains his 100% shooting percentage, making 5 of 5 shots, which can be described as a perfect shot. Akashi Seijiro may appear to exist as an assist hand at first glance, but his role is self-evident. Kigo Shirasawa firmly suppressed Aoya on both the offensive side and the defense side. As for Aomindaki, because it was facing the construction of Hunkin, it was inevitable to be suppressed, but his state was getting better as he played, and he even grew rapidly in this duel. The match is already in the second quarter, and there are 3 minutes left to end. With a score of 39-34, the white team led by 5 points. No? Will the elections lose? Aren't they serious? Seeing that all the elections except for the construction of Hunkin were suppressed by a few freshmen, one member of the First Army was a little unbelievable. The members next to him couldn't help but give him a blank look. Don't they have any eyesight? Not serious? What a joke. No, the candidates are very serious. Then why? I can only say that these freshmen are too strong. After speaking, this member of the First Army became silent, and he really responded to the sentence that people are more popular than others, 2 years younger than him, but how strong is stronger than he does not know. In the field, the ball belongs to the black team. Constantly trying to pass forward, but the white team did not give a chance, and the black team's offensive was stuck outside the 3-point line. Moreover, there is no good pass route. Koichiro couldn't help but feel anxious. What should I do? Is it still passed to Hunkin like that? But knowing that the black team's offense will revolve around the construction of Hunkin, so when the possession of the ball is not in the hands of the construction of Hunkin, someone will be stuck in his pass. In the end, Koichiro passed the ball inside. The duel between 2 tall men, because Akashi Seijiro said that he won the match and invited him to eat a lot of delicious food, so. In terms of motivation, Murasakibara is no less than Aomindaki and Kigo Shirasawa. It's delicious, don't bother me to eat it. Murasakibara kept muttering. Takeda shi. Everyone. Sure enough, I couldn't understand the world of foodies. Takeda ji gritted his teeth, this guy has a strong sense of oppression. It was as if there was a giant beast behind. However, I can't just give in. Ah! Takeda continued to try to squeeze his back, and when he reached a position he thought was good, he turned around and made a slam dunk. Murasakibara-dun naturally reacted, but Takeda's strength is still better. Of course, there is also the reason why Murasakibara-dun's position is not very good. Murasakibara murmured, damn it. Kigo Shirasawa. This doesn't seem to be the Murasakibara who he knows, who likes to fish in troubled waters both in training and in team matches. Probably, something is really wrong. White team's offensive round. Aya Mindaki was eager to move. He wanted to have a fierce one-on-one with Rainbow Village Repair. It has nothing to do with the outcome, as long as you are excited. Under normal circumstances, Akashi Seijiro would definitely not pass it to him. Who would pick the hardest bone? Still, Kigo Shirasawa's offense is relatively safe. Yo West. Kigo Shirasawa, who got the ball, launched an attack, and the strong sense of oppression was close to Ao's chest, making his forehead show cold sweat. Aoya faces a Kigo Shirasawa that gets better and better. What will happen to him? The answer is that it was completely exploded. It was okay at the beginning, but the farther behind, the more unstoppable. I vaguely saw a white light, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared in my own eyes. Complete, overwhelming response. Moreover, the beast-like breath that Kigo Shirasawa gave him became more and more real. As if facing a fierce beast. Chapter 11. Chiki assistant coach whispered outside the field, "Are you wild?" Wildness. It is a rather mysterious field. It is said that players who enter this field can have beast-like intuition and can play as much as they want. It is a move that many players dream of. In the field. After Kigo Shirasawa broke through Ono, he faced Takeda Shi. Be sure to stop you. Facing the menacing Kigo Shirasawa, Takeda Shi did not fear his fierce aura. But meaningless. When there was still a short distance from Takeda Shi, Kigo Shirasawa stopped abruptly and made a shot pose on the spot. Then, take off, shot. All in one go. Don't think about it. Takeda Shi wants to take a blocked shot, but he forgot to have a Murasakibara done under their basket. Although he was filled back in time by the opponent, he obviously did not agree to block shots under his nose. Hey! A few seconds later, there was a clear voice from the top of Takeda's head. It was the black team's turn to attack. Unlike the high-tempered white team, their momentum is low. Except for the construction of Hunkin, every player has a layer of haze on their faces. They played very poorly under the only absolute offensive point of misfire. Could it be? Are you really going to lose to a group of newcomers? It is our victory to defend against this ball. Oh! Several members of the white team wanted to give the opponent the final blow, especially Aya Mindaki, who was responsible for marking the construction of Hunkin. Staring at him tightly, his nerves tense. Ichiro was shocked and he defended the pressure very strongly. In this way, let alone a pass, if you don't pay attention, the ball may be stolen by the opponent. Under the circumstances, a very bad pass. Ichiro, sorry. I really am. Snapped. Read more at fictionzone.net. Basketball, intercepted by Midorima Shintaro. Coach GNG outside the field shook his head, except for Hunkin's formal elections, showing that the reality is far from satisfactory. Thanks to the fact that several monster freshmen have joined this year, it has complemented the fact that the members who were elected to enter a higher school last year led to the inability to succeed. Quick! Back to defense. Attention Shirasawa. Don't let him continue to score. Akashi Seijiro quickly transported basketball to the black team halftime, giving it a look like I was going to single to the end. As everyone knows, this is Akashi Siejre's acting skills. After a crossover dribble, he threw basketball from behind. Boom! Basketball hit the wooden floor. Then, he bounced into the hands of Midorima Shintaro. Troubled. Three-pointer. If this goal is scored, then Midorima Shintaro holds the ball, takes off, and shoots. All in one go. Call out. When basketball shot, there was a wonderful sound of rubbing with the fingers, and at the same time, it was accompanied by a perfect orange arc. Although the distance was a little longer than the normal three-pointer, the result did not disappoint the white team. I am in great condition today, so it is absolutely impossible for my shot to be missed. It was also like a testimony to this sentence. In full view, basketball dropped neatly into the net. Hey! This beautiful rubbing sound is refreshing. But in the hearts of the black team players, this is not a bell of despair. I can't make it back anymore. They lost. Although the final result has not yet been born, there is no controversy. More than a minute later, the whistle announcing the end of the match sounded. The score is fixed at 47-38. Unexpectedly, the freshman won. I didn't think it before, but now I really think that these guys are all amazing guys. Genius is always evolving. Today, maybe his limit is just like that. But tomorrow, his limit will not be only that. Especially Aya Mindaki and Kigo Shirasawa, two guys. One is to constantly strengthen himself in the duel with Hunkin Repair, and the other is the monster that scored points in the hands of Hunkin Repair. In the field, several members of the black team wiped the sweat from their foreheads and walked towards the cheering white team members. Chingye said, "You are the one who won. The match is lost, but they can afford to lose. Don't say anything is just a match or something. To lose is to lose." Akashi Siejre said, "Thank you for your advice." Chingye nodded, looked at Kigo Shirasawa, and said, "My position is left to you. I must carry the banner of Emperor Guang." Kigo Shirasawa said solemnly, "Please rest assured, seniors. There is a rule in the Daiguang basketball department. Those who are able go up, those who are second go down. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Ano lost in the matchup with Kigo Shirasawa. This is a gap in strength, so he will give the right choice to Kigo Shirasawa." On the other side, Aya Mindaki was a little bit glum. The match is true, but the duel between him and Hunkin Repair. Seeing this, Hunkin Zaihuzeo smiled and said, "You kid. You won this match, and you also won. Do you understand what I said?" Aya Mindaki stopped talking and finally nodded. Hunkin Shuzo also nodded in satisfaction. Aya Mine is very attractive to him for his character and strength. The future is not only Kigo Shirasawa. There are also Aya Mindaki, Midorima Shintaro, Akashi Siejre, and Murasakibara. 5 real little monsters. Chapter 12. Papa. At this time, Chiki assistant coach came over with a serious face. During the time when Kigo Shirasawa was in contact with assistant coach, he really didn't see him smile. The legendary facial paralysis? Very good. Chiki assistant coach nodded. The rookie played well, and the seniors did not lose the appearance of their seniors. Thank you, XN. It's late today, so let's end the club time. Your team uniforms will be issued to you in 3 days. Yes, X5. The members of the First Army left one after another, and the group of agent senior sisters also left. Some of them said they were waiting for Kigo Shirasawa to go home together, but he politely refused. Because he has to stay and clean before leaving. Just after greeting the elder sisters, I saw that Aya Mindaki's eyes were full of jealousy and envy. Who doesn't like being liked by girls? However, think of him as Aya Mindaki, and his basketball is not bad. Why doesn't anyone like him? Want to ask May? Can a childhood sweetheart be considered a girl? They are all so familiar. Okay, okay, don't think about something missing, please clean up as soon as possible. Kigo Shirasawa said to Aya Mindaki. Ever since, 6 people started cleaning. The 6th person is Mamwa Satsuki, and she volunteered to help. Ajeng, you should go back first. Aya Mine and I may stay for a while. Kigo Shirasawa said. Ajeng. Akashi Siajra was shocked for a while. Who was he called? Call me? This is the first time I have heard someone call me that, even my father is called Siajra. It's just that it's not bad to be called that way. Well, then let's go first. Okay. Bye-bye. There are only 3 people left in the huge gymnasium. Then, Aya Mindaki and Kigo Shirasawa played one-on-one. Mamwa Satsuki is ashamed. How much do these 2 people like to play basketball? Didn't you just finish a match? The sky gradually dimmed, and the 3 of them set out on their way home. Because the one-on-one with Kigo Shirasawa was more vivid, naturally Aya Mindaki was in a good mood. Sure enough, this guy is a great opponent. The next day, read more at fictionzone.net. Because the Tiak Junior High basketball department is relatively well known, the students in the school pay more attention to the basketball department. No, the match that just ended yesterday is sweeping schools with a very fast spread. Freshmen defeated the election. Have you heard? A few freshmen in the basketball department defeated the seniors. Are you talking about classmate Shirasawa? I was there at the time. Classmate Shirasawa was so handsome. A girl was stunned. Contempt by a crowd of boys. Girls are just superficial. We pay attention to strength, and you pay attention to appearance. Climb for the Lord. However, this guy plays basketball well and he is handsome. How should we live? However, when this news came to the ears of the predecessors who were defeated by Kigo Shirasawa and others, it was inevitable that they were a little embarrassed and even frantically ridiculed by some friends. No way, they are the background board. It's so bad, King Yi, ha ha ha. Especially Ono, who was blown out in all directions by Kigo Shirasawa. Shut up to me. Be quiet and don't disturb my study. Qingye was so bitter with hatred in his heart. If you said we lost, it's fine. Why did you even pull me out as a message? Can't you give me a 3-point thin noodle? Noon. Kigo Shirasawa is popular among girls, and it is relatively high, and with the promotion of basketball, there are more girls. There was nothing clean throughout the morning. No matter if you are entangled in class time, why do you still pass some notes or something during class time? On the rooftop. Kigo Shirasawa couldn't help sighing, I want to be independent from the world, but how can Ying Ying Yanyan bother me, how can I do it? As soon as he said this, he was strongly despised by Aya Mindaki. I've seen someone pretending to be like this. Isn't it a little whiter than me? As for the pretend. If Kigo Shirasawa knew Aya Mindaki's heartfelt voice, he would definitely be angry with him. What do you mean by nothing? Is this 1 point? Kigo Shirasawa stopped and looked at Aya Mindaki's pink bento box with a strange face. I can't tell, this Aya Mine still has a girlish heart. Mamwa Satsuki asked, Shirasawa-san, do you have a loaf of bread at noon? Kigo Shirasawa said, no way, I dare not go to the cafeteria. Aya Mindaki hurriedly put in a word, and said, I'm not hungry. Let me give it to you. I know you are hungry. What's the matter with this Aya Mine? It was the same last time. Only Aya Mindaki knows that this is a matter of life, and I must be selfish. Mamwa Satsuki widened those watery eyes and gave Aya Mindaki angrily. At the same time, he squeezed his waist severely with his hands. What? Pig crying, oh, that's not right. It was a scream. Mamwa Satsuki said, I always make bento for Ata every day. 1 more person is not a big problem. I will also make a bento for Shirasawa tomorrow. Kigo Shirasawa smiled and said, is it really possible? kindness. Thank you so much. Mamoru-san. If conditions permit, who wants to eat bread? Ayamindaki on the side showed a look of pity, and he had never seen such a dead end. Shirasawa, I solemnly tell you now. You have become one of the tasters of May dark cuisine. I hope people are well. Chapter 13. Mamoru Satsuki smiled openly. He cast a look at Ayamindaki again, as if to say, look, some people want to eat my food too. Idiot Ade, don't be ignorant of blessing in the blessing. Ayamindaki. That's Shirasawa guy who doesn't know what your cooking is, and why don't you taste it yourself first? If you have tasted it, you will know that I have not wronged you. Ayamindaki looked at the pink bento box in her hand and was caught in a dilemma. To eat or not to eat? I can eat it, but... Forget it, fight it. Kigo Shirasawa sucked the yogurt and was puzzled when he saw Ayamindaki's aura of death. When Ayamindaki opened the bento box, he got it. Gyulong. What the hell is this black tuft? Kigo Shirasawa said, whose food is this? Can this thing be eaten? Don't you know people? Ayamindaki was silent, looking at the black tuft, and fell into deep thought. I was wrong, I was wrong. You can't expect anything from this guy's cooking at all. Suddenly, Kigo Shirasawa remembered what Mamoru Satsuki had just said. Make lunch for Ayamine every day. In other words, this girl is the producer of this dark lunch box? Kigo Shirasawa looked at Mamoru Satsuki in horror. What did I just say? Didn't you say anything? Me, is it too late? Ano, Mamoru-san, I. Seeing that she hadn't looked at the bento at all, Mamoru Satsuki forced her mouth hard and said, it must taste good. Finally, he added a whisper, perhaps. Ayamindaki is ready to move his chopsticks. A bite. It feels. In one sentence, it's unpalatable. It's so terrible. Oh, read more at fictionzone.net. Ayamindaki hurriedly spit out the dark and lacquered food that he had just eaten in his mouth. Kigo Shirasawa handed Ayamindaki another cup of yogurt that he did not start. At the same time, I said to Mamoru Satsuki, Mamoru-san, I suddenly remembered that I had time today to make lunch by myself. Mamoru Satsuki's eyes are bleak, and a person who loves to cook must hope that more people can eat his own cooking. However, she also knows that the taste of her cooking may be a bit poor, and most people may not be able to eat it. In fact, Mamoru-san, you can be more confident, such as removing the probability or something. Without this confidence, I'll give it to you. Okay. Kigo Shirasawa breathed a sigh of relief and almost died. At the same time, he gave Ayamine a vicious look, complaining why he didn't tell him earlier. Ayamindaki is completely a survivor at this moment, and it can even be said that every day is this survivorship feeling. After all, Mamoru Satsuki's cooking must be tasted by him. Ayamindaki, me, it's too difficult. Kigo Shirasawa cast a sympathetic look at Ayamindaki. It's really not easy for you to live till now. The daily routine of the basketball department is still the same as usual. Start running. Hey, over there, what are you doing? When will you still catch the ball? Pass it. Hey, this way. Although the replacement of the freshman's position caused a small exclamation, it was an episode. No one would say anything, after all, they won the position by strength. Rather than caring about these, it is better to train honestly. Maybe they work hard and they can make their debut in the race, right? It is said that sports boys are the most handsome, but this is not true at all. Especially boys playing basketball. There is always a kind of attractive charm invisibly. This time, this group of agent senior sisters are suffering, and those agents who have just joined. I want to fall in love with someone, but it bothers me absolutely. How can I do? Or firm Shirasawa party. Still is. Wow, that senior is so handsome too. A young girl standing not far from Mamoru Satsuki kept peeking at some members of the First Army. Yes, echoed a companion next to him. Now, who do you like best? A girl asked this question, which attracted the attention of many girls. I still like Shirasawa classmate. Really handsome, especially when playing ball. Me too. A large group of girls echoed, the Shirasawa party is still a lot of people. I like the red-haired guy, I always feel that the smile is healed. Ah. He laughed again, what should I do? I was captured. A girl flushed, completely in a state of nympho. Mao, what are all these? Mamoru Satsuki is standing in the place of the girl, listening to the girl next to him discussing this boy and the boy. Am I considered an alternative? Speaking of, Mei-chan, you and Mine are childhood sweethearts, right? A senior asked. Yes. Mamoru Satsuki wondered why senpai asked this. You should feel that way to Mine classmate. That feeling. It's just how girls like boys. No, not at all. Like Mine? No, it's impossible. I am more like his Agazan. Had my mother and aunt let me take care of him, I would have ignored him. Snort. It's a lie? Don't you all say that you are in love with Riju? You have known each other for so long, not at all? Classmate Mine is a little darker, but also very handsome. This girl, please pay attention to your words. Is this a bit darker? Don't wash Mine, he really doesn't wash it white. It's true. Mamoru Satsuki is embarrassed, why the attention of the elder sisters is always on the face value, I don't understand. Then among the members of your army, is there no type you like? Do you like the type? Mamoru Satsuki really thought about it very seriously. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be true. Chapter 14. I think classmate Shirasawa is pretty good, can you try with him? Anyway, you are friends, should you be more familiar with it? The girl who said this is obviously not the Shirasawa party, otherwise how could Shirasawa be extrapolated? Shirasawa-san? Mamoru Satsuki recalled the scene with Kigo Shirasawa the past few days, but there was no solitude. However, in his duel with Mine Daki, she was present many times. There is no denying that watching Kigo Shirasawa's heroic performance on the court, she has indeed had a time when her heart beats faster. As for why I didn't see Mine, it was all because I was too familiar. But this is not like it, right? In terms of type. With that said, it seems that Shirasawa-san is pretty good? What the brokers are discussing here is full of enthusiasm, and the free training of the army is also full of enthusiasm. Almost no one is lazy, maybe Murasaki Baratun is an exception. He doesn't like basketball himself. Therefore, when training, I like to fish in troubled waters. Akashi, Shirasawa. On the way to rest, Rainbow Village repaired Kigo Shirasawa and Akashi Siege. Kigo Shirasawa wondered, what's the matter? Captain Rainbow Village. This Saturday, there will be a match between the Second Army. According to the coach's instructions, the two of you will be the leading team this time. I see. Akashi Siege and Kigo Shirasawa nodded. Over there, Mine Daki is not happy anymore. Why did these two people have a match, but he didn't? I want to go too, Captain Hunkin. Don't mess with me, Mine, just rest assured. Hi. Finally, Mine Daki replied weakly. After Hunkin's repairs were gone, Midorima Shintaro was anxious, squatting down and looking for the left and right. Akashi Siege asked, what's wrong? Shintaro. Midorima Shintaro was full of anxiety and said, my lucky charm is gone. Lucky thing? What is it today? As a friend who has known since elementary school, Akashi Siege knows that Midorima Shintaro is superstitious. I go out to see the constellations every day, and I like to hold some strange things called lucky things. Read more at fictionzone.net. In the words of Kigo Shirasawa, it is a god stick. Fan. Is this the fan you're talking about? I saw Kigo Shirasawa holding a fan and kept fanning the wind. Shirasawa, can it be faster? It's not enough wind at all, it's so hot. Murasakibara enjoys it, because when Kigo Shirasawa is fanning, the wind blows on his face. Xiaozi, your face is so big. Midorima Shintaro hurriedly snatched the fan in the hands of Kigo Shirasawa, the idol group fan. Suddenly, Murasakibara became dissatisfied and said, "LV, let us use it for a while." I refuse. I am lucky, not a fan. Kigo Shirasawa doesn't know how to complain. Isn't this just a fan? In other words, what is the combination of sharpshooter and magic stick? Midorima, why do you like to be superstitious about something like this? And this person also believes in blood type. He who has blood type B will not get along with people of type A blood. Isn't this superstition? Who is it that brainwashed a junior high school student like this? Wouldn't your conscience hurt? Idiot! It's not superstition. The constellation is very accurate. Midorima Shintaro retorted seriously, by the way, Shirasawa, you are a Gemini, so your fortune today is ranked 4th, but as long as you hold. Stop it. Kigo Shirasawa quickly called Midorima to stop. It didn't matter what this kind of thing was. Midorima Shintaro frowned. As expected, he and the Gemini were more or less at odds. Shirasawa should still be blood type A, right? Really? These things are credible. Saturday, the day when the Second Army in Tokyo Buri Middle School had an appointment for a training match. Before the game, Midorima Shintaro also informed them of Akashi Seijira and Kigo Shirasawa's constellation good luck rankings via text messages. Akashi Seijira and Kigo Shirasawa looked at each other and smiled helplessly, not caring about something like this. After all, it's man-made. If you are strong, you will win. If you are weak, you will lose. It has nothing to do with the so-called good luck of the constellations. Buri Middle School is a fairly good team in Tokyo. At its peak, it broke into the top 4 in the country, but that was all in the past. Oh, here comes Tiak Junior High Basketball. The aura is very unusual, it's really different. A group of students from our school who stayed on the second floor to watch exclaimed. In contrast, the aura of their basketball team members. However, it is also a normal thing. Emperor Guang, that is a powerful pronoun. A frequent visitor to the national competition, the victorious general in the Tokyo area, is now the top freshman for 3 consecutive years. The coach of the Second Army greeted the coach of Buri, and the players began to warm up. Kigo Shirasawa is also doing warm-up preparations. He will not underestimate any player. According to the pre-match discussion, he is the main offensive force in this match and can enjoy most of the ball. Then we should do a good job. Moreover, Nimura Shuzo also said that if the match loses, he and Akashi will kick out the team directly. Chapter 15. Please advise, X2. The match officially begins. After referee throws basketball high. The 2 centers took off at the same time, their bodies kept rising, and they shouted at the same time. Drink! The center of Buri Middle School, named Jienzijin, is 1.78 meters tall, which is indeed a bit taller than the center of Daiguang. Moreover, the timing of the jump did not get caught by the opponent. Therefore, the possession of the first ball belongs to Buri. Yo West! Quick attack! In the first time they won the ball, a few people from Buri Middle School quickly launched a fierce attack. However, even if it was only the Second Army, the speed of returning to defense was not slow. Whispering sound. Buri Middle School's idea of trying to beat Emperor Guang was caught off guard. After that, he kept using the pass to find the flaws in Emperor Guang's defend, but to no avail. Don't worry, take your time. The Buri point guard does not rush the ball, and keeps his eyes on the position of his teammates. After seeing one's own shooting guard walk to an open position, he chose to pass the ball to him. The first time you receive the ball, choose to jump and shoot blue. At the moment he just cast basketball, he immediately exclaimed in his heart, "The finger is too hard to dial the ball." Rebound. Leave it to us. The two inside Daigwang both occupied very good positions, and the rebound was successfully won. Then the ball was passed to Akashi. On the other side, Kigo Shirasawa had initiated a single fast break, and there was no Buri team behind him. Not good. Well, so fast. Akashi Siejra passed basketball to Kigo Shirasawa with a long pass. No one defended at all, without any accidents, and won the first goal smoothly. Once again it was Buri's turn to attack. However, he played extremely cautiously, and the idea of fast break at the beginning was only a flash in the pan. The one responsible for the offense was actually against Kigo Shirasawa. Daigwang's players were all taken aback, but they didn't expect to pick tough ones. "Oh? Are you coming?" Kigo Shirasawa put in a defend posture, and his silver-white eyes stared at his opponent tightly. Buri's small forward felt extremely heavy defending pressure. Gritting his teeth, he chose to bite the bullet and attack. There was no false action, and the attack broke out to the left at full speed. However, it is very slow in Kigo Shirasawa. Too slow. Snapped. Kigo Shirasawa first resisted the opponent's route in advance, and then thundered out his left hand and took a picture of basketball in his hand. Not good. Read more at fictionzone.net. Quick. Back to defense. After intercepting the ball, Kigo Shirasawa launched a solo attack. This time, it didn't let him encounter unmarked situation. The Buri shooting guard, who was standing in the defense position in time, had seriousness in his black eyes. But meaningless. Because you can't stop it. Kigo Shirasawa braked perfectly, then burst out with extreme speed. Well, so fast. The eyes of the Buri shooting guard could barely grasp the position of Kigo Shirasawa, and vaguely saw a white light passing by him, with a hint of cool breeze. The same scene happened again. Chienzijin, who was in the defend position on the inside, didn't react at all. By the time he reacted, there was a clear scoring sound behind him. 4:0. Okay, awesome. Is this the second army of Emperor Guang? It can't stop it at all. There was an exclamation sound outside the court. A more eye-catching audience said in a deep voice, "This person is very likely to be an army." The defend and offense just now are completely different from the players on the court. If Daigwang's two armies were of this level, he would not believe it. In the field, Buri Middle School could not stop Kigo Shirasawa's attack at all. Damn it! Really? And many more. Can't catch up. The Buri team members who were chasing after him were full of astonishment. Hey! You run with the ball. The coach of Buri's eyes condensed. He deserves to be a member of Tiak Junior High. This strength is really not covered. Attack again. Kigo Shirasawa easily passed Buri small forward, power forward. Their defend is like a piece of paper in front of Kigo Shirasawa, vulnerable. Rushing into the inside, facing Chienzijin. Kigo Shirasawa's galloping footsteps stopped with a perfect break, and he chose to shoot backwards. Hateful. Chienzijin could only watch basketball fly over his head. He didn't expect that the speed can stop jump shots suddenly. Hey! Once again, the sound of entering the net was crisp. The minds of the players in Buri Middle School seemed to be covered by dark clouds that seemed invisible. The chest is undulating violently. They tried their best, really did their best. But they can't stop it. While the audience outside the court was shocked, they also sympathized with the members of the basketball team of the school, or the members on the court. How could I run into such a monster? The first match ends. With a score of 28:5, there is no suspense in this match. Because, except for Shizuo Jin, the players of Buri Middle School had all their confidence beaten by Kigo Shirasawa. Not to mention the Buri players, the members of Emperor Guang's second army were a little scared. Is this the monster that made an exception in the freshman assessment? Fortunately, it's a teammate. Fortunately. Akashi Seijiro said, Kigo, you are overly serious. Kigo Shirasawa smiled and said, if you are not careful. Akashi Seijiro, in the second quarter you try to touch the ball as little as possible, and give the opponent a little face. The second army coach also said this. After all, this is also the home court of others, so it gives a little bit of face. However, they should be on the bench at the beginning of the second quarter, right? After all, just being selected, confidence has been beaten. At the beginning of the second quarter, Kigo Shirasawa converged a lot, and Buri was indeed a substitute, but the final result was still miserable. 28. Nearly 4 times the score difference. This is Emperor Guang. Too strong. The exclamation resounded throughout the venue. Thanks for your advice. ×2. Chapter 16. Time passed quickly, and it has been nearly 2 months for Kigo Shirasawa and others to join the First Army. Rapid progress. All the members of the army saw it in their eyes and had to sigh, this is the talent. On this day, as soon as Kigo Shirasawa walked into the gymnasium, he heard many members talking in groups. Ajeng, what are the seniors talking about? Akashi Seijiro smiled and said, a new member has joined. New member? The second army came up? Even so, don't you need to care so much? Kigo Shirasawa was puzzled. There are a lot of guys who have been promoted from the second army, which is really not uncommon. Akashi Seijiro explained, it is said that it is the team member who has been promoted the fastest after us, and is a first-year student just like us. First grade. Kigo Shirasawa showed some interest and asked, what's your name? Akashi Seijiro shook his head and said, I don't know about that. I only know that his position conflicts with Kigo. Oh. Slowly, all members of the First Army arrived, and even Hunkin repairs came. It's just, why hasn't the first-year freshman in discussion here yet? It stands to reason that you came to report on the first day, shouldn't you come earlier? Isn't it late at this point? Hunkin Zaihuzeo frowned. He himself is a rigorous and serious person, but he was late the first day or something. Hello everyone. A frivolous voice sounded, smelling the reputation. He has grey hair and looks very fierce in his eyes. Aren't you going to explain to me? Why are you late? Hunkin repaired. Sorry, because I taught a guy who doesn't have long eyes, so it was delayed. Taught a guy who doesn't have eyes. It should not be what they thought. However, I always feel a little impressed. Suddenly, a member remembered something. Freshman, grey hair. Are you that Ashizaki Shiko? Hi Saki? Is it that bad? Ahaha. So the seniors all know me. Hizaki Shoko was not angry about the bad name, but accepted it with pleasure. Hunkin Shozo didn't like the frivolous appearance of Zyonggu Huizaki very much, and being late for the first time or something made him lose a lot of points. However, I still didn't care. Your task today is to keep up with our rhythm, can you do it? Hunkin repaired. Hi. Hizaki Shoko didn't hear her heart at all, keeping up with your rhythm? Forget it, this kind of exhausting thing. The guys in the second army are all rubbish, and the guys who want to come to the first army are not much better, so they train hard. Only the weak will train, the strong don't need it. On the way to training, Hunkin repair pays more attention to Huizaki Zyongo, and the frown becomes tighter. It's all fishing, read more at fictionzone.net. More fish than Murasakibara done. Yo xi. Practice on your own next. Yes. The members of the First Army were preparing to start free training, and Shirasawa went straight to Kigo Shirasawa and others. I heard that you joined the army when the freshmen entered the department? You also defeated the predecessors. Midorima Shintaro directly does not conceal his dislike for Hisaki Shoko. Flirtatious personality, uncomfortable to look at. Not to mention, he was still a bad boy. Akashi Siejra frowned. What's the matter? I can't talk about anything, just come over to say hello. The guy who is touted by so many people is nothing great to look at. Hisaki Zyongyu said. Since you have said so, let's have one. Kigo Shirasawa said. Yes, my uncle will be merciful. As a result, it evolved into a one-on-one between Kigo Shirasawa and Shirasawa. 5 goals determine the outcome, which means that whoever scores 3 goals wins. Kigo Shirasawa said, give you the ball first. Shugo Hisaki has the ball right. Seeing him like that, he didn't mean to fight seriously, or he didn't see Kigo Shirasawa in his eyes. It's coming. Hisaki Shugo took a step to the left, leaned in possession, and exploded at full speed. He had expected Kigo Shirasawa to be stupefied in place. Sure enough, the First Army is no big deal. Then, it is ready to take off the shot. Pity. Basketball hadn't been thrown for long before he was slapped off by a hand protruding from the top of his head. Hey! Hisaki Shugo's eyes trembled clearly. Is it only to this extent? Oh, it seems that you still have 2 things. It's me. The voice fell almost instantaneously. Hisaki Shugo only saw silver white hair and a figure drifting past him. Then, it was the sound of a goal coming from behind the net. Hey! Hisaki Shugo's pupils widened. What is this? Kigo Shirasawa glanced at him lightly, his eyes filled with disappointment. Speaking big, is the result at this level. A hole. Hisaki Zyongyu gritted his teeth. He must make this guy look good. Play with him well. However, the ending was not as he wanted. Suddenly? Why? Although he doesn't like basketball and hasn't exercised much, he is very talented and is basically invincible in the Second Army. But now, he is helpless facing a peer of the same age? Impossible. Snapped. The ball was broken again. After getting basketball, Kigo Shirasawa was not in a hurry to attack, but deliberately waiting for Shirasawa to adjust. Hisaki Zyongyu was shocked. What's going on? This guy. How do you feel? As if being stared at by a beast. No, it must be an illusion. Boom. Kigo Shirasawa just slapped basketball, and Hisaki's body swayed to the left subconsciously. Aya Mindaki shook his head. The outcome was already obvious. Kigo Shirasawa's offense has begun. The body was leaning to the left, but the center of gravity was actually on the right foot. When he saw the center of gravity shifted to the left, Hisaki seized the opportunity to break through to the right at full speed. Then, tapped the second ball again. The next third ball was no accident. Overall, the ending did not surprise anyone. Kigo Shirasawa let out a sneer. The result is this level? Ridiculous. He has a very good temper, but in the face of such inexplicable fault-finding as Hisaki Zyongyu, his speech is also stingy. Sorry, I'm not used to you either. Shirasawa squatted half on the floor, hearing Kigo Shirasawa's sneer. His face was full of anger. You guy. He got up and grabbed Kigo Shirasawa by the collar. Subconsciously wanted to solve it with his usual fist, but faced Kigo Shirasawa's eyes, he persuaded. Moreover, this is the basketball department, not where he can be presumptuous. Finally, he walked away honestly. Chapter 17. P.S. Seeking Flowers, Epsilon. As expected of Shirasawa. So cool. Hisaki is not an opponent at all. After the one-on-one, there was constant discussion in the stadium. Fortunately, Hisaki Zyongyu walked away. Otherwise, as a grumpy person, he might be unable to restrain himself from being discussed face to face about him as a background board. As for Kigo Shirasawa, he is a bit sorry, all of them are about to blow him to the sky. However, this is just a small episode, everyone began to train freely. Kigo Shirasawa and Aya Mindaki were in a fierce duel, which was not the fierceness of the same level as Shoko Haizaki just now. It's getting late. Kigo Shirasawa is about to go home. During this time, his mother seems to be less busy. She goes home early every day. If he returns home late, he will inevitably be said something. Daki, I'm leaving now. Well, see you tomorrow. When Kigo Shirasawa just walked out of the classroom building, he happened to see Momoa Satsuki. Quietly ran up, covering her big smart eyes with both hands. Guess who I am? Kigo-san. Wow, I was guessed once. Humph. Momoa Satsuki looked proud, as if saying that I was great, right? Quickly compliment me. May, it's amazing. Kigo Shirasawa pretended to be amazed. Fake, too fake. Wow, May, it's amazing. Kigo Shirasawa said loudly this time, but fortunately there are not many students at this point. Stupid, it's not that you have a loud voice, you have to be sincere. So. While talking, Kigo Shirasawa kept blinking eyes. Puff. Momoa Satsuki smiled and said, "What is this?" Kigo Shirasawa did not answer, but blinked again. Not to mention, this deliberate blink of an eye looked extremely funny and made Momoa Satsuki amused with a beaming smile. Cough cough cough. Don't install it anymore. Kigo Shirasawa asked, it's already late at this time. Why do you plan to go home in May? Read more at fictionzone.net. Momoa Satsuki said, because I was called by the teacher to help a little bit, it took time. Kigo Shirasawa nodded and said, that's it, then I'll send Mei-chan home. Hey? Hey! Momoa Satsuki exclaimed in a low voice, no, right. Although the relationship between the two is pretty good, but this kind of thing. Kigo Shirasawa said seriously, no. It's so late, but I can't let you go home alone as a girl, maybe there will be some danger, so let me escort you home. These words, like the cavalier's oath, even hit the heart of Momoa Satsuki's girl, and her face turned red. And the smile of the lethal explosion. Thump thump. The violent heartbeat seemed to echo in Momoa Satsuki's head. You won't be heard by Mr. Kigo, right? Mao. Please, stop. Momoa Satsuki dodged his eyes, and said in a tone as thin as a mosquito, too close, Kigo-san. Upon reminding, Kigo Shirasawa realized how close their faces were. Hug, sorry. No, nothing. I'll take you home. Kindness. In this period of time, there are three things that will never be less. Sunset, back view, sunset. Kigo Shirasawa and Momoa Satsuki are walking side by side, because Japanese traffic rules are for pedestrians to drive on the right. At this moment, Kigo Shirasawa is standing on the left, which is a small protection for Momoa Satsuki. The two of them just walked quietly along the way, talking or something. Because both of them were a little uncomfortable when they came out just now. However, the eyes of the two people will peek at each other from time to time, and occasionally they will look at each other, but they will quickly move away at the same time. May. Kindness. The weather is good tonight. Kigo Shirasawa touched the back of his head when he was single and looked at the night view. Puff. Momoa Satsuki can't help it, the weather is nice? What is this, stupid? Why didn't you think so before? Kigo-kun was surprisingly cute. Kigo Shirasawa breathed a sigh of relief, the invisible embarrassment finally disappeared. Momoa Satsuki's home is not close, the setting sun is gradually sinking, and the sky is gradually dimming. The two talked and laughed along the way. Kigo Shirasawa kept talking about some funny things, even some funny jokes, and sometimes made Mamoru Satsuki laugh. Walking like this with Kigo Shirasawa, Mamoru Satsuki was very happy, somewhat relaxed, and very happy. She actually had some extravagant desires turned into eternity at this moment. May. What's wrong with you? Is it okay? Kigo Shirasawa asked concerned. No, it's okay. Mamoru Satsuki can't wait to find a place to get in. What is she thinking? She is really an idiot. Talking and laughing along the way, finally came to the destination. Standing in front of the house number, Mamoru Satsuki bowed solemnly. Thank you so much this time, Kigo-kun. It's okay. Kigo Shirasawa waved his hand and continued, since May is home, I should go back. Okay. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow. Mamoru Satsuki never entered the house, but stood still, until Kigo Shirasawa's back completely disappeared from his sight. He chose to enter the house, and still hummed in. Oga sang, I'm back. Welcome home, May. Mamoru saw that Mamoru Satsuki was in a good mood, and asked, May, your mood looks good, what happened? No, it's nothing, I'm going to take a shower first. Chapter 18. Early the next morning, Mamoru Satsuki hummed a small song in his mouth and went out. When he went to ask Ayamindeki to get up, he was also very patient and gentle. It's completely different from usual. If you change to normal, first lift the quilt, and then roar like a female Tyrannosaurus. Ayamindeki took a sneak peek. There is something tricky, definitely something tricky. Finally, I still couldn't bear my curiosity, and asked, May, what good happened? No, nothing, Mamoru Satsuki said nothing. Whispering sound. Everyone has 3 points of curiosity. The more Mamoru Satsuki is like this, the more curious Ayamindeki is. It's a familiar bifurcation again. Kigo Shirasawa waited on the side of the road early, leaning against the stone brick city building, his eyes blurred, half asleep and half awake. Good morning, Kigo-kun. Mamoru Satsuki trotted to Kigo Shirasawa and smiled. Oh, May, oh in the morning, oh Kigo Shirasawa obviously didn't sleep well, with 2 obvious dark circles. Ayamindeki said helplessly, I said, you won't stay up late watching basketball match again, do you? Kigo Shirasawa nodded. Ayamindeki and Mamoru Satsuki both show helplessness, and they are really a basketball fan through and through. You guy. This is also something that can't be helped. Kigo-kun, I can't do this next time. Mamoru Satsuki said. Kigo Shirasawa nodded vigorously, and said, hurry up. The morning class is about to start. It's not good to be late. During the morning class, many of my classmates were studying hard, and only Kigo Shirasawa fell asleep directly on the table. Because it is too sleepy. Of course, it was caught by the teacher again. I was educated severely, because this was not the first offense, so I didn't have a good tone. When Kigo Shirasawa returned to the classroom, everyone saw his gloomy face and couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha, it's so bad, Kigo. I was scolded by the teacher again. Guess how many times you will be scolded again this week? 10 times. Too few, I think more than 15 times. Hey, you guys are too dear to Kigo, he is only caught by the teacher 15 times a week. Or, open an offer. I took out the spicy noodles that I have treasured for 3 years. I have only eaten one, and I have been reluctant to eat it, saying that it is 80% new and not too much. I bet 20 times. Roll. In fact, these guys are ridiculing. Kigo Shirasawa has a good relationship with girls, but because of his personality, many boys also have a good relationship with him. You guys. I was depressed at first, and I have to come down to the ground. It hurts friends, it's all hurts friends. Ha ha ha, don't be angry, it's a big deal, I will lend you my newly bought game, I can go to Akihabara especially for a few hours in line to buy the treasure. No, do you still play that kind of stuff? Real girl, isn't she fragrant? Kigo Shirasawa said silently. Kigo, you don't understand. The boy said seriously, the two-dimensional girl is the best and cutest existence in the world. The three-dimensional girlfriend or something, people in my generation don't need it at all. After finishing speaking, he also got the agreement and approval of many boys around, but the girls just despised it. Boys, don't take Kigo classmate badly. Read more at fictionzone.net. What do you girls know? We are teaching Kigo what men should pursue. A three-dimensional woman, don't be too arrogant. What did you say? I said a trivial three-dimensional woman, don't be too arrogant. I killed you. That's why I said that girls in three-dimensional are not cute at all, but girls in two-dimensional are my heart. O'Neill. While a boy complained, he was also learning how to call anime characters. A boy next to him couldn't bear it. Wow, can you really stop it? I have to vomit out for breakfast, disgusting. Add 1, and then I might not dare to touch my lingza sauce for 3 days. Kigo Shirasawa. What the hell are these people? A day's time, Kigo Shirasawa spent in a muddle. Only in club time is his true self. The latter sentence is what Kigo Shirasawa has always said with Akashi Seijiro. Finally, school is over, so tired. Kigo Shirasawa stretched. This sentence quoted Akashi Seijiro's mouth twitching, tired? Do you think I don't know you? Kigo Shirasawa said angrily, Ajeng, what is your look? No, it's nothing, let's go, club time has begun. Akashi obviously didn't want to say more. Wait, Ajeng, you can tell me clearly. Hurry up, you will be punished by Senior Hunkin for being late. Don't bother me. We are good friends, how can you say such things? You come here less. One after another, the two walked towards the basketball department gymnasium. Nothing special happened, as usual. After the club time is over, Kigo Shirasawa and Aya Mindaki greeted each other, saying that they could not play with him today. What happened to you today? Aya Mindaki asked. Nothing, there is something at home today, see you tomorrow. Whoa. On the way from school to Kigo Shirasawa's home, there is a street ball basketball court. Usually they are occupied by some older people, but today they all stay aside honestly, watching one-on-one in the field. It is a hedgehog head and a monk head. The two of them didn't seem to be very old. Kigo Shirasawa for a moment forgot the meaning of returning early and stopped to watch the duel between the two. The guy with the monk's head is very fast. At the moment of acceleration, it is like a sports car BG the throttle. Well, so fast. Who is he? There is such a character in Tokyo. The sound of discussion and exclamation continued. Those who have been occupying the stadium in Kigo Shirasawa's impression, the expression on their faces at the moment is fear. This is the basketball court nearby. Everyone wants to possess, so what should I do? Strength is everything. But in fact, it's just the monkey that is the king. Although there is no basketball court nearby, most of the great guys are not here. Therefore, these guys encountered powerful characters and were killed instantly. As for the hedgehog head, named Sendo, he was a player in a school in Kanagawa. Because I happened to meet the person in front of him, after picking a few scenes, I felt itching, so I proposed to be one-on-one with him. Therefore, there will be this scene before us. In the field, Xian Dao's eyes trembled obviously, and the opponent's speed was beyond his expectation. It was faster than the previous few goals. Sudden acceleration will catch the opponent off guard. However, Xiandao is not a soft persimmon. Following each other's footsteps fiercely, the two of them entangled side by side and rushed inside. Suddenly, the opponent stopped, and turned around quickly and stopped. Smooth and fast. Unexpectedly, Immortal Deo didn't react. Kigo Shirasawa's eyes are full of interest. This guy has a hand. Are you coming? Xiandeo shook his head and said, I am not as good as you. There was also a wry smile. Thinking of him, his strength among his peers is the best. Just now on a whim, he wanted to compare him with this person, but he was cruelly abused. 5:1. That point was still very difficult to score. It really complied with that sentence, there are some outsiders. He is far from it. What's your name? Sendeo asked. Eiji Sawakita. Chapter 19. Sendo Akira murmured, Eiji Sawakita. When has such a character appeared in Tokyo? Never heard of it. But with his strength, it is impossible to be an unknown person, a player from another county? The boy named Eiji Sawakita is indeed not a student in Tokyo, but he is indeed an unknown person. Because of his great strength, he looked down on those seniors who were weaker than him, so he was flattened by pain. The concept of predecessors in Neon is very strict. Not every school is Daiguang. Regardless of age, speak with strength. Therefore, Eiji Sawakita has almost no chance to play in school. As for why it appeared in Tokyo, I just came to visit relatives with my family. I was bored and wanted to see the level of basketball in Tokyo. As a result, he was still disappointed as always, and there was no one who could play. However, Sendo Akira was an accident. Strong strength. But that's only the case. Isn't there an opponent that I can't beat? It shouldn't exist. Kindness. In Eiji Sawakita's sight, he spotted Kigo Shirasawa watching outside the stadium. He intuitively told him that this person is very strong. There is no basis, but intuition. You want to compete with me? Kigo Shirasawa pointed to himself. Eiji Sawakita nodded. Kigo Shirasawa thought for a while, and said, yes, what is the rule of winning with 5 goals and 3 goals? I still have something to do, not too late. Eiji Sawakita said, yes. In the end, Eiji Sawakita gave the first offense to Kigo Shirasawa, and he did not refuse. Boom. Kigo Shirasawa bends down and pats the ball quickly with his right hand. Boom. Maybe outsiders can't feel it, but Eiji Sawakita can feel it clearly. That powerful sense of oppression. Boom. Obviously Kigo Shirasawa just slapped basketball, and Eiji Sawakita felt nervous for some reason. Boom. Once again, after basketball ejected from the ground into his hands, Kigo Shirasawa launched an attack. The legs suddenly exerted force, and the starting speed is more than just fast. It's really just a moment. Disappeared. With white light and silver hair, a slight cool breeze was blowing on his face. The eyes can keep up, but the body is slow to respond. Quite soon. Sendo Akira originally wanted to leave, but when he saw a stranger and a boy named Eiji Sawakita about to have a one-on-one match, he stayed and watched with curiosity. This starting speed. It is difficult for him to react. Brush. Behind Eiji Sawakita, basketball heard a crisp, sweet goal. The eyes that had been dim and dull flashed for a moment. This guy. So strong. Can it be defeated? It should be possible. No, compared to this, I want to fight him with all my strength. Xiande Zhang frowned his sword eyebrows. Where is this guy sacred? Why do the monsters pop out one by one? Is it really that you are slack in training? It was Eiji Sawakita's turn to attack. Read more at fictionzone.net. Boom. His start speed is also very fast, but compared to Kigo Shirasawa, it is still slightly inferior. Kigo Shirasawa carried a faint smile, and the moment Eiji Sawakita moved, his body responded similarly. The body drives the steps back. And, a step to the right, blocking Eiji Sawakita's offensive line. So fast reaction speed. Eiji Sawakita exclaimed in his heart, but the stronger the opponent, the more excited he is. That's it. Originally, Eiji Sawakita was relaxing with his extremely fast body, and stopped in an instant. At the same time, withdraw a small step and exchange the ball holders on the back. And at the moment of completing the change of direction, the body has already tilted to the right. The legs suddenly exerted force, and the incredible start speed was once again shown. Is it over? Not at all. Eiji Sawakita is facing Kigo Shirasawa. In terms of physical flexibility and nerve response, he believes that he is no weaker than anyone. How is this possible? Can this catch up? Monster! Audiences who were amazed by Eiji Sawakita's technology are now marveling at the horror of Kigo Shirasawa. Whispering sound. Eiji Sawakita gritted his teeth. It was the first time he encountered such a strong defender and such a strong opponent. As if, no matter what kind of offense he makes, the opponent can react and block him. In desperation, Eiji Sawakita stopped shooting. However, this was also reflected by Kigo Shirasawa. Snapped. Basketball, slapped off by a palm. Eiji Sawakita is stuck in place, a little unbelievable. He is actually blocked by someone now? Not only that. He felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. Can't beat it. Afterwards, Eiji Sawakita shook his head frantically, trying to get rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. There is nothing invincible. Moreover, isn't such an opponent exactly what he desires? Offensive and defensive conversion. Kigo Shirasawa attacked again with the ball. Still a trembling start speed as always. But, this time, Eiji Sawakita reacted. Kigo Shirasawa hooked the corner of his mouth, so it was impossible to stop his attack. Very smooth change of direction breakthrough. Many people know how to change direction and break through, but it is difficult to be as smooth and fast as Kigo Shirasawa. Be sure to stop you. Eiji Sawakita let out a roar and followed Kigo Shirasawa's movements. It's over. I stopped you. It's over? No, it's not over yet. Kigo Shirasawa stopped his steps abruptly and jumped backwards. Stop and look back shot. Eiji Sawakita looked at Kigo Shirasawa, who was already growing taller, and exclaimed in his heart, no. Can't keep up. Wow. Kigo Shirasawa's wrist flicked slightly, and basketball was already out of his hands. In the half delay, a beautiful orange arc was drawn, and it finally fell into the net perfectly. Hey! 2:0. Sendo Akira looked more and more frightened from the sidelines. Speed, responsiveness, physical coordination, and flexibility are all excellent. What will happen if I run into him? Will be killed instantly. Where is this guy sacred? Wait, that school uniform. Tikoku Basketball Club. Sendo Akira exclaimed. It is a famous giant school, not only famous in Tokyo, but also famous in the whole country. The spectators beside him also heard his exclamation. What? From the Daigwang basketball department? No wonder. In the end, the result was no surprise. This match was a victory for Kigo Shirasawa. An overwhelming victory. Eiji Sawakita never expected that he would be beaten to this score. The strength of the opponent is definitely the most junior high school student he has ever encountered. However, he has nothing to say. If you lose, you lose. Skills are not as good as humans, nothing more. Call. He calmed down and said, you are very strong. The strongest I have ever seen. Kigo Shirasawa smiled and said, you are also very good. What's your name? Kigo Shirasawa. I remember. On this day, Eiji Sawakita has a new goal. Beyond this boy named Kigo Shirasawa. P.S. This chapter lowered Z-Base B grid because he didn't dye his hair, funny. There will be everything high school should have. Chapter 20. At home. Because I had a fierce one-on-one with the boy named Eiji Sawakita, it was relatively late to go home. Shirasawa's mother turned on the growl mode. Smelly boy, why did you go again? No, nothing. Kigo Shirasawa looked away. His mother's roaring pattern was unattractive, so he was honest. My mother kept saying that Kigo Shirasawa just went in from the left ear to the right ear anyway, and even didn't listen at all, pretending to be deaf. In the end, it was his father who said something badly, and his mother stopped. On weekdays, his mother is not so long-winded. But today, because relatives came from home, the uncle from the country deliberately came to see him, so his mother specifically asked him to come back earlier. But, this basketball fool. When I saw basketball, especially the powerful guys, I always wanted to compare with him, and other things moved a little bit back. So. It's all right, let's go take a shower, I'm going to eat soon. Hi. Time passed slowly, and it was only 1 month before the start of the All-Daxia League qualifiers. The head coach's office of Daigwang Basketball Department. In the eyes of many players, the majestic Shiki assistant coach looks like a well-behaved child at the moment. The reason is that the man sitting in the office, the old man whom Shiki assistant coach respects very much. Platinum Grow, the head coach of Daigwang. The platinum coach picked up the hot tea cup on the table and blew it. Shiki assistant coach reported something about the basketball department very seriously. Coach Platinum smiled and said, "Would you like a drink?" No, I don't think I need it anymore." Coach Platinum shook his head. "Shiki, everything is fine," but he was too cautious in front of the old man. "Old man, am I that scary? He doesn't know how to eat people." Back to the topic. The work that GNG reports is mainly about 6 talented newcomers. Kigo Shirasawa, Akashi Seijiro, Aya Mindaki, Midorima Shintaro, Murasakibara Atsushi, and Akashi Seijiro. Maybe the personality is very bad and the training is not active. However, the strength of Hizaki Xiongguo is beyond doubt, which also shows the terrible talent of his from the side. The growth rate of the newcomers is beyond our imagination, completely making up for the follow-up problem we worried about last year. Boom boom, read more at fictionzone.net. The platinum coach kept tapping the desktop with his fingers, carefully watching the statistics of the freshmen. He is quite satisfied. There are not many players who have strength, talent, no pride, and extremely serious training. But, Murasakibara Tunnel. This may be a problem. Compared with other people, he first lacks love, training also likes to fish in troubled waters, and when playing basketball, he relies more on his physical talents. The experience and skills can be said to be very poor. They may be educated miserably in the face of the experienced and powerful center players in the All-Daxia competition. If you want to win the championship, you must resolve all unstable factors. Murasakibara Atsushi question, it seems we are going to spend some time with you, none of this will be a problem. Hehe, you overestimate me too much. Coach Platinum said with a smile. No, not at all, these are facts. What? Coach Platinum has sorted out some data and processed some work. It's already evening. But when this point is turned on, the lights of the basketball hall are still on. Coach Platinum stepped forward, slightly pushed the door open, and slightly moved inward. What caught your eye was a teenager with silver white hair and a teenager with cyan hair. The two were engaged in a fierce one-on-one. There was also a girl with pink hair, standing aside obediently watching the duel between the two, with the corners of her mouth raised from time to time. It is Kigo Shirasawa and Aya Mindaki, and Momwa Satsuki. Continue. I must win you one more today. It's impossible, just give up, Daki. Humph. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and their clothes were soaked, but they didn't know it. The platinum coach was speechless and in a good mood. According to GNG, this is not the first time that these two people have left the gymnasium many times. Certainly. You can say that basketball talent is very important, but hard work is also indispensable. Coach Platinum has met many talented players, and some of them have been wiped out later, and some have been brilliant. Most of the former are those powerful talents, making them so conceited and so lofty that they are caught up by latecomers. However, there is such a kind of person. He will definitely become the king of his field of focus. That is, obviously he has an extremely powerful talent, but he still maintains a high degree of love to constantly improve himself. Think of the author June, a professional player he likes very much. Such people are often the most terrifying. Imagine an opponent who is stronger than you and more talented than you. He works harder than you. Do you think there will be a chance to catch up with them? Similarly, as a teammate, it is the most reliable existence. Coach Platinum closed the door. He had a hunch that these two men would definitely become great basketball players. There is no basis, just based on intuition. Coach Platinum came quietly and left quietly, no one noticed him. Both Kigo Shirasawa and Aya Mindaki are highly involved in the duel. Happy. It's really fun. This kind of confrontation with a strong enemy is really happy. Hoo. After playing for a long time, there was no feeling during the duel, and after the end, I felt an extremely painful sensation. Let's stop here today, and continue tomorrow. Kigo Shirasawa said. Kindness. Chapter 21. Club time the next day. As the qualifiers of the Aldaxia League are approaching, the training intensity of the basketball department has been strengthened again. Not to mention the newcomers like Kigo Shirasawa, the older generations are more or less overwhelmed. Seeing familiar figures walking into the gymnasium, Hunkin Shuzo had no expression on his face. He was catching the figure of the fellow Hisaki Xiongyu. Did it fall off again? A hole. Although Xiongyu Wasaki is a bad boy, he was built to death by Rainbow Village. Hey! You guys, have you seen Huizaki? Hunkin Shu's face was not very good, as if fire was about to burst out in his eyes. No. Midorima, aren't you in the same class as him? Humph. Midorima Shintaro let out a muffled snort. He didn't care about that kind of guy. I have no idea. A hole. You turned it off again, Huisaki. You are really good. Hunkin Shuzo doesn't know how many times Huizaki has been beaten, but this guy is always indifferent. That kind of guy, just let him resign. Aya Mindaki said. The matter of persuading Huisaki to leave the ministry was completely unconceived by Hunkin Repair. After all, he is the commander of the basketball team and a senior. When he meets a junior with a good talent, I really hope that he will not waste his talent. Yeah. Hunkin Zaiuzeo didn't understand why he became such a worried look. It's all right, you can train first, and things will be announced later. Hi. So a group of people train separately. At this time, Kigo Shirasawa basically mixes with his seniors. Boom. Or in the eyes of others, it is a strong defender, but in front of Kigo Shirasawa, it is simply vulnerable. He shook his opponent easily. But, soon, he faced a double front and back flanking. Ah! Kigo Shirasawa stopped. Squat, jump, shot. All in one go. The position of small forward is about scoring ability. Don't look at Kigo Shirasawa's singles ability and breakthrough ability. His shot is not bad, read more at fictionzone.net. Let's talk about things other than the three-point line. The two members of the First Army did not react at all. Hey! Yo West! Kigo Shirasawa threw his fist to praise his offense. A hole. This group of members of the army can't wait to swallow Kigo Shirasawa alive. We recognize that you are strong, but you hang us up and beat us every day. Can you be an individual? Don't you know if Jien led a little senior? Kigo Shirasawa is a little confused. Why are the seniors suddenly so hostile? Yet. Shirasawa-san. So handsome. There are still many Shirasawa parties steadfastly standing among those nympho elder sisters. Mamwa Satsuki on the side was something very wrong. Hearing so many senior sisters cheering to Kigo Shirasawa, I was not very happy. Seniors can't beat it at all, Shirasawa, come on. This is another Shirasawa support team. At this time, the seniors really couldn't help it. Not to mention being abused for the time being, but the key is every time in front of so many girls, you kid. I really want to kill you. At this time, the agents are also busy with some things, and Chiki assistant coach still appears with facial paralysis as always. Beeb. Gather. Chiki assistant coach yelled, and everyone quickly arranged the team. There is only less than 1 month left for the start of the All-Daxia League. So the coach will train you for the rest of the time. As soon as Chiki's assistant coach's words fell, there was constant discussion below. No, it's actually a coach. It's like that again this year. Gyulong. The unusual performance of the seniors attracted the attention of Kigo Shirasawa and others. The expression and the look in the eyes clearly reveal fear and fear. What happened? That coach can't be cannibalized? Senior, what kind of person is the coach? Kigo Shirasawa asked the seniors next to him. The basketball department has always had a head coach, they all know, but they haven't seen it. Oh, by the way, you guys haven't seen a coach yet, right? Yes, I should say hello. Suddenly, someone patted Kigo Shirasawa on the shoulder from behind. Is it a white-haired grandfather with a kind smile, who seems to be a nice old man? My name is Shirogane Kozo, please give me your advice, Shirasawa. There are also Akashi, Ayamine, Midorima, Murasakibara. Why do you know our name? Of course, I know the names of the players. Watching the Platinum coach walk forward, Hunkin Zaihuzu added, the coach sometimes watches the training of his teammates on the second floor. Oh, that's it. Kigo Shirasawa nodded, so he should be a good coach. And it looks like it's easy to talk. Really a kind and good coach. When the voice fell, all the senior students stared at Kigo Shirasawa. A good coach is true. But kind? What on earth do you kid think? This person is totally incompatible with kindness, you will know soon. Coach Platinum glanced around the players, nodded and said, you are all in good spirits, and they all seem to be quite comfortable. Start the real training now. Although the intensity will be much higher, you are still young. If you are young, you should practice more. Anyway, you won't die. The corner of Kigo Shirasawa's mouth was pumped up. This person should be talking about it for fun, right? What does not die anyway? Chapter 22. Hey! The sound of heavy breathing, the sound of friction between sneakers and the wooden floor, and the low roar of the teenagers are all displayed in the Emperor Guang basketball department. At this moment, all members of the army were panting and exhausted. Coach Platinum's phrase "you can never die anyway at a young age" is not just a casual comment. For this, Kigo Shirasawa has already experienced it deeply. The first is to warm up the lap, then the different training for each position, and then the grade mixed competition, and now Kigo Shirasawa is performing a full-speed lap. Hey, damn it! Kigo Shirasawa felt a dizzy sensation in his brain. Even if he fell down immediately, it was not surprising. Akashi and the others didn't want to talk even more, so they saved a little bit of energy. Hizaki Shoko lay directly on the floor, and it really didn't work. Originally playing games in the video game room, he had a very uncomfortable life. He was suddenly caught by Hunkin repair. It is said that he was discovered by a guy from the Second Army. Then, was plowed and practiced by Platinum. Hahu BD. I don't know which BD is suing. At this time, Hisaki Ziongo hated the Second Army who reported him in the video game room. Coach Platinum walked over slowly, with a smile on his face, and said, Hisaki-san, I still have the strength to complain, maybe it's not enough training, right? Hisaki-san is very good, so add another 20 minutes of training. If you don't get up yet, it will be 30 minutes. Upon hearing this, Ashizaki Zyongguya got up numbly, surprised by the speed of his actions. Shirasawa, what are you looking at? Then add another 10 minutes. Kigo Shirasawa's eyelids flicked, it was a disaster. If you practice for another 10 minutes, you will really be an S person. There is a time limit for his current training. If one lap is not fast enough, he will add 10 laps. This is not counted in the training time, but only after the end of the training. Kigo Shirasawa didn't know how many back and forth he ran, he only knew that his legs didn't seem to belong to him anymore. But even so, he must complete it. Just bite the bullet and run, because there have been a few back and forth times before, plus the 10 laps just now, a total of 40 more laps after training. Shirasawa. Hearing this voice, Kigo Shirasawa seemed to shiver all over. This is an assistant coach who supervises him. When he speaks, it means that it is overtime. That's it. Your training time is over. What? Read more at fictionzone.net. Isn't it overtime? It's over? Oh yeah. You can rest. Kigo Shirasawa almost didn't jump up happily. What are you happy about? You still have 40 laps of extra training. Once reminded, Kigo Shirasawa only remembered. The rules are the same as before, let's get started. And many more. In this way, isn't it that his training may never stop? Keep practicing. N. Shirasawa, what's your question? Coach Platinum paid attention to this, and when Kigo Shirasawa hadn't finished speaking, he asked. No, nothing. I'll start now. Kigo Shirasawa said. So, Coach Platinum nodded in satisfaction, that's right. Devil, damn devil. With this sentence, Kigo Shirasawa only dared to complain in his heart. Speaking out, it was another meal. At dusk. The training was finally over. After bidding farewell to Aya Mindaki Mamwasatsuki, Kigo Shirasawa dragged his exhausted body home. Back home, lie directly on the sofa. I want to move. My legs are sore, and my arms are numb. The training he carried out was more than just running laps back and forth. Damn devil! In the days that followed, the members of the Daegwang basketball team lived in such a desperate situation every day. After basic training every day, no one drags his tired body back. Unknowingly, the qualifiers for the All-Daxia League also arrived as scheduled. Oh yeah! The qualifiers have begun. Hearing this news, Kigo Shirasawa was very excited. It shouldn't be practiced by the devil coach at the beginning of the qualifiers, right? Aya Mindaki also thinks like this. After all, you can't practice us like that before the match, right? You kid thinks too much. Rainbow Village Shuzo knows Kigo Shirasawa's thoughts. He was so simple last year, as a result. Practice them as always. In fact, the coach will still carry out this kind of training as usual, you still don't think too much, unless the national competition starts. Why is it like this? This is the qualifier. The national competition has to wait for the match of all prefectures to finish. They are early in the Tokyo area. After all prefectures are finished, it will take half a month, right? In other words, this kind of day has to last for half a month? Beep. Chiki assistant coach blew the assembly whistle, and the members lined up quickly. Wow! Chiki assistant coach came up with a large form, which is the schedule for the qualifiers in the Tokyo area. There are 16 teams in total, which means that Tikoku will have to win 4 games if he wants to win the Tokyo Championship. In recent years, although our Daegwang is the final winner, I still want to say, don't underestimate the enemy. I hope you can do your best no matter what kind of opponent you face. Yes. Chiki assistant coach nodded, Our opponent in the first match was Qianshan Middle School, and the strength was not very strong, so I won a good start. Yes. Okay, let's continue training. The Platinum coach will come over later, so you can train yourself first. That devil is coming again. Oh haha, let's get started. This voice. Who is not a Platinum coach? I really mean CAO. CAO has arrived. By the way, you came too fast, right? N? Why haven't you started yet? Isn't the warm-up for 20 laps not enough? Then. The Platinum coach hadn't finished speaking yet, and all the members started quickly. Not enough? Enough, really enough. Chapter 23. The Tokyo area qualifiers officially started. The match between Daiguang and Qianshan Middle School started at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on the first day. There were a lot of audiences, but most of them came for Tikoku, and Tikoku's presence in the Tokyo area is quite sufficient. There are also people from schools in other areas who come here to investigate the enemy's situation. Emperor Guang is a wealthy family. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and the enemy can win all battles. In the Emperor Light Lounge, Murasakibara looked unhappy, because Chiki assistant coach did not let him eat snacks, so the giant baby was very unhappy. Midorima Shintaro was as cold as ever, not smiling at all, holding a very large object in his hand. Kigo Shirasawa complained, "Why did you come up with such a big thing on the day of the match?" Midorima Shintaro snorted coldly, "Idiot, this is lucky." Kigo Shirasawa said, "I know. I mean, why did you choose such a big one?" Midorima Shintaro said, "Of course the bigger the lucky thing, the better, so that we can gather more luck." Kigo Shirasawa's mouth was tucked away, and the gods summoned. "Do you play Dragon Ball?" Chiki assistant coach checked the time and said, "Okay, it's time to enter." Thus, a group of people swarmed out. "Oh, Daiguang. I'm coming. Daiguang, come on." As soon as Tiak Junior High appeared on the stage, the audience cheered enthusiastically. On the other hand, there was very little support from Qianshan Middle School. No one is optimistic about them. Even, they themselves are not optimistic about themselves. After all, the opponent is that Emperor Guang. I can only say, do your best. During the warm-up time, Kigo Shirasawa found some acquaintances in the auditorium. It's Mamwa Satsuki and others. Holding a Emperor Light undefeated long red couplet, a group of girls sat together, talking and laughing. Originally, they could follow the team as agents, but they didn't know why they ran to the audience. So Kigo Shirasawa was beckoning to them. "Hunkin Repair can't bear it anymore, the opponent is very weak and true, but you also warm up me seriously anyway." Boom! Hunkin Zaiuzeo walked up and gave him a thud. "Well, it hurts." Kigo Shirasawa clutched the place where the hammer was built by Rainbow Village. "It hurts. It hurts really." Read more at fictionzone.net. Captain Hunkin was too ruthless. "Idiot, warm me up." Hi. After the warm-up is over, the match officially begins. The starters sent by Tikoku were Kigo Shirasawa, Aya Mindaki, Murasakibara, Midorima Shintaro, Akashi Siege. In order to allow this group of freshmen to adapt to the rhythm of the main game, Chiki assistant coach and Platinum coach intend to use this lineup throughout the qualifiers. The Tokyo area is different. There is no team that needs special attention. As long as a few of them play hard, the first line is not a problem. Besides, Kigo Shirasawa and others are not weak. Please advise. ×2. After the players from both sides lined up to salute, the referee walked to the center of the court and threw basketball high. No surprises, the ball belongs to Emperor Guang. Although Murasakibara is only a national one, he is really tall and his jumping ability is not bad, so there is no surprise. Fast break. After grabbing the ball, Daiguang launched a fierce attack. Kigo Shirasawa rushed into the enemy's half first. And Akashi Siege passed basketball to him. Scored the first point smoothly. It's too slow to return to defense. Kigo Shirasawa whispered when he returned to defense. This sentence happened to be heard by a contestant from Jianshan Middle School. We also want to be faster, but how can we chase you so fast? How about you lend us 2 legs? It was Jianshan Middle School's turn to attack. Facing Daiguang's defend, their offense was not enough. Papa. Taking advantage of the distraction of the enemy's small forward, Kigo Shirasawa directly and decisively shot the basketball in his hand. Sorry. Kigo Shirasawa's steal is fast and accurate. This player couldn't react at all. After reducing basketball, the long pass was given to Ayamindaki, who was already running. This guy looked full of enthusiasm, and rushed into the opponent's penalty area alone, facing the unmarked situation, and easily won the ball. Sure enough, the strength is still poor. Coach Jianshan off the court shook his head and sighed. In the face of absolute strength, any tactical arrangement is meaningless. Call out. Midorima Shintaro made a 3-pointer, an unusually high parabola, drawing a beautiful line from the high sky. 7:0. Drink. Inside, facing Murasakibara Atsushi's violent dunk, Jianshan couldn't resist at all. Such a one-sided match is naturally very happy for the audience of Daiguang fans, but it is also too boring. Especially those who come from other schools to investigate the situation are simply depressed. What is the reference value of such one-sidedness? I came all the way to watch the match, can you be more serious about Jianshan Middle School? The match time is exhausted. Beep. The long whistle that represents the end of the match sounded. 9. The whole match was a one-sided situation. The Jianshan players all went to line up with bitter expressions. This group is too strong, right? They are really serious, but they still scored such a score. Fortunately, they didn't expect much of themselves, otherwise this score would break people's mentality to beat. Thanks for your advice, X2. Chapter 24. When Daiguang won the first match, their opponent had already been determined, and it was Harada Middle School. After enjoying the excitement of advancing to the next round, Harada Middle School finally remembered that they seemed to be playing against Tikoku in the second round. How to spell? Thinking of this, the Harada Middle School players were very depressed, especially watching the video of the first match of Daiguang. Their strength is not much stronger than Jianshan, and as a result, they are beaten like this, and it is estimated that they are not much better. For the second game you try your best, just do your best. Harada's coach didn't know what to say, and he didn't even dare to say anything to fight for a promotion. That was purely a real luxury. Club time the next day. Daiguang basketball department is still training as usual. Break through the first round of celebration? What is that? Rather, the first round of this qualifier is too boring. After winning the match, Kigo Shirasawa and others were not happy. Especially Ayamindaki, who has been unhappy since the end of the match. In his words, this match is too boring. Also, after the second day of the qualifiers, facing the training of the Platinum coach, I felt even more depressed. Not a single good thing. What's less happy than Ayamindaki is that Murasakibara is dead. The Platinum coach personally supervised him to train, and 2 senior centers with good experience and skills instructed him some things. Mao. Murasakibara's impatience revealed in his eyes. Why did he encounter such a thing? Don't move, just do what I said. No. I don't want to listen to someone weaker than me. Murasakibara Atsushi's words really angered the 2 seniors. Hey! Kid, kill you. Coach Platinum has been standing aside with a smile, knowing that Murasakibara will definitely be dissatisfied and resist. But this is what he must do as a coach. In terms of talent, in the hearts of Platinum coaches, Murasakibara is the highest among several people. With his physical fitness, I am afraid that few people can match him, at least in the middle school. However, he lacks skills and experience, and relies too much on talents. Therefore, in order to complement the team that may become a shortcoming factor, he must solve it. Read more at fictionzone.net. However, I just don't know how much I can teach. Murasakibara, just bear with me, this is something done for victory. Coach Platinum said. Murasakibara's mouth curled up and could only do so. But Kigo Shirasawa and others are not easy. Chiki assistant coach directly supervises them, and the training plan is still in accordance with the Platinum coach. When is the head of these ghost days? At dusk. Since the Devil coach came on stage, basically everyone left school at this point every day. At this point, there are no other people in the school except Kigo Shirasawa. Seeing Murasakibara's sullen look, Kigo Shirasawa said, "Well, Xiaozi, don't care. We are all being tortured by the Devil coach. Just eat a pack of snacks and be happy." After Murasakibara finished listening, he pulled out a packet of snacks directly from his school bag. Oh! The food is very enjoyable. Ah, Coach Platinum. Here, Aya Mindaki exclaimed from the side. Kigo Shirasawa's body was trembling, because he just said he was the Devil coach. And he also used the word devastation. Will you hear it? So, Kigo Shirasawa quickly turned his head and bowed his head and said, "Arnold, coach, I didn't mean that, I mean thank you very much. Thank you very much." After speaking, I kept my head down and didn't look up, and then there was no more text. Instead, I heard laughter. Kigo Shirasawa raised his head. Aya Mindaki laughed directly, only then realized. He was fooled. "Daki, you guy. Puff ha ha ha, you guys are too good at making up, right? Why did you say thank the Devil coach? Puff ha ha ha. Oh? Aya Mind, are you talking about me?" Hearing this sound, Aya Mindaki couldn't laugh anymore and turned his head mechanically. Then, the forehead sweats more than. It's over, it's over. Hello. This time, it was Kigo Shirasawa's turn to chuckle in his heart. Deserve it. Aya Mind classmate, am I the Devil coach? Platinum coach had the same smile on his face as before, and because of this, Aya Mindaki was even more scared. No 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 no. Aya Mindaki shook his head frantically. Is it an illusion? Yes, it must be an illusion. This time, Aya Mindaki nodded frantically. Then, the Platinum coach patted Aya Mindaki on the shoulder and said to several people, "You go home early." Before leaving, I deliberately asked Aya Mindaki again, "Aya Mind classmate, am I not a Devil coach?" Aya Mindaki replied firmly, "How can you be a Devil coach?" Coach Platinum nodded, turned, and left, and Aya Mindaki breathed a sigh of relief. Kigo Shirasawa bumped Aya Mindaki's arm with his elbow. How? It's exciting, isn't it? Kigo Shirasawa didn't believe that this kind of wandering around the Gate of Ghosts was not irritating. Not only exciting, but also thrilling. Roll. Aya Mindaki was depressed. Originally, she wanted to tease Shirasawa, but she ran into a real person. Didn't you see me feeling depressed? Why don't you just tease you, as for holding such grudges? Anyway, Kigo Shirasawa doesn't care, he is happy. Akashi smiled bitterly and shook his head. These two people, just like children. Then he looked at Murasakibara and Midorima. One was a giant baby foodie and the other was a cruel man with a stick. It doesn't seem to be normal except for him. Chapter 25. Daiguang won the second round, third round, and even the final of the qualifiers without any surprises. With the first place in Tokyo, he advanced to the national competition. At the same time, qualifiers in the rest of the region are also underway. After half a month of qualifiers, all 32 teams that entered the national competition were confirmed. Most of them are named teams, and they have been seen in Basketball Weekly. It can be said that there is no underdog in the national competition. This year's national competition is held in the Tokyo area, and Tiak Junior High is considered a local battle. In the All-Daxia League, this row is not comparable to the qualifiers. Countless reporters were holding cameras, and patted kasha. There are still many reporters preparing in situ, they have not yet waited for their goal. Oh, here comes Emperor Guang. When Dai Guang entered the venue, a large group of reporters rushed towards them carrying the camera. What's happening here? Kigo Shirasawa looks stunned. They are surrounded. Aya Mindaki is not quite calm either. This is the first time he has encountered this situation. Because Murasakibara's relationship is natural, he doesn't think there is anything at all. Midorima Shintaro pushed the bridge of his nose, as if nothing happened. But according to Kigo Shirasawa's judgment, this guy is acting. Akashi Seijiro didn't feel surprised because he had seen many big scenes since he was a child. What Kigo Shirasawa admired most was that Rainbow Village and Chiki assistant coach responded calmly to various questions from reporters. As for the Platinum coach, he didn't come to enter at all, but stayed in the lounge. Can I ask you a few questions? Shirasawa classmate. A reporter was about to ask Kigo Shirasawa. Hey? Me? Kigo Shirasawa was a little surprised, what he has to interview. But because they are journalists, you can't just say no directly, right? What should I do? I am really not good at dealing with this kind of scene. Well, let me answer, okay. At this time, Akashi Seijiro told reporters. The reporter nodded, and the interview with Akashi Seijiro was the same. The reporter began to ask questions, Akashi Seijiro calmly answered like Rainbow Village built. Kigo Shirasawa couldn't help but sigh in his heart, as he deserves to be born from a famous family, it's just different. Finally, read more at fictionzone.net. The reporter's interview session is over and the organizer appears. After a half-hour speech, the national competition was officially announced. On the first day, the first round of the schedule will be completed. In other words, there are several teams and go straight home. Maybe it took them a lot of effort to come to the national competition and go home in the first round. It would be too sad. But this is competition. There is only one winner. In the Emperor Light Lounge. This time, Mamwa Satsuki and other agents did not run to the audience, but were in the lounge with the players. Coupled with some substitute members, there are a lot of people in the lounge. The Platinum coach sat aside with a smile on his face, and Chiki assistant coach said with a serious face, "Our first game opponent is very strong. It is definitely better than the team we have encountered before, a few grades. Their opponent is a wealthy school. Jingcheng Middle School. Ace Kotaro Hayama is a recognized genius. Not only that, but Mu Shinai, the captain of the third grade. It can be said that Jingcheng is a double ace lineup, and the strength is very strong. This game is bound to be a tough battle. Both Daiguang and Jingcheng are well-known wealthy schools. But among them, there is a team that is destined to be in a round of national competitions. Who will fall? Emperor Guang? Or Jingcheng? Therefore, the focus of this match is definitely the most in the first round. Aya Mindaki's attention is completely focused on Strong, and he smiles excitedly. Isn't he looking forward to such an opponent? Qianji assistant coach has been talking about some things seriously, and in the end, Qian has told him that he should never turn over and underestimate the enemy. A group of people listened attentively. Finally, tell me your goals. National victory. Chiki assistant coach nodded in satisfaction. Next, announce the starting lineup. Center, Murasakibara done. Hi. Murasakibara replied feebly, still muttering something like trouble. Shooting guard, Midorima Shintaro. Small forward, Kigo Shirasawa. At this time, the Platinum coach especially exhorted, "Shirasawa, this match is your top priority." Kigo Shirasawa nodded and said confidently, "Don't worry, coach." Platinum coach nodded in satisfaction, then glanced at Chiki assistant coach and motioned for him to continue. Point guard, Akashi Seijiro. Although Akashi Seijiro will face Mushinai directly, Coach Platinum is not worried at all. Among these children, Akashi reassured him the most. Power forward. Most of the first 4 positions have no intentions, even if there is a substitute for Shirasawa, but in front of Kigo Shirasawa, it is still not enough. But the position of power forward. Daiguang has 2 outstanding players. Built by Aya Mindaki and Rainbow Village. The strength of the 2 may not be much different, but they are inferior in terms of experience than Hunkin building. Such an important match should be the captain of Hunkin, right? Everyone thought so. However, Aya Mindaki. It was not built by Hunkin. Although the accident is an accident, the coach always has the intention of coaching. Aya Mindaki is definitely not bad, but he has less experience. Hi. Aya Mindaki was full of excitement, and finally had the opportunity to fight against the famous Nationwide. Hurry up and get started. I'm already impatient. Chapter 26. There is nothing to say about Hunkin's repairs, these are all arranged by the 2 coaches, and they must have their reasons. For him, as long as the team can win. After some rest, it was almost the turn of Emperor Guang to match. Coach Platinum checked the time on his watch and stood up and said, "Classmates, the time is up, it's time to enter." The qualifiers did not sit on the scene, and there was nothing to say. However, he is a bit too arrogant if he is not the head coach at the national competition. Thus, a group of people swarmed out. Whoa! Coming! Tokyo Diak Junior High. Also, the top 3 power forward in junior high school, built by Hunkin. The strength of that guy is terrifying. Come on, Emperor Guang. When Emperor Guang entered the venue, the audience cheered for the face, especially the home court battle. So strong support. Some members who did not follow the team to fight across the country last year exclaimed. So, we can't let this lovely group of fans down. Hunkin Zaihuzu said. After Emperor Guang enters the venue. Opponent, Jing Cheng also entered. There was also great support. Who is that person? Kigo Shirasawa pointed to a man in a jersey in Jing Cheng. That's Mushinai. Hunkin repaired the top point guard in the country. It's a lie. He is actually a junior high school student. It's no wonder that Kigo Shirasawa was too surprised, but the shepherd was too anxious, right? It looks like an uncle. Don't judge people by their appearance. Hunkin Zaihuzeo warned, because he knew the opponent's power, so he had to remind him. Captain Hunkin, I haven't thought about it that way at all. Kigo Shirasawa just complained that the other party was too mature and didn't look like a junior high school student. Well, it's time to warm up. A group of people are doing warm-up moves seriously on the court. After the end, it is the official start of the match. However, the audience was surprised. Not going to Hunkin. What is Emperor Guang doing? Read more at fictionzone.net. Not only was the audience puzzled, but Jing Cheng was also very surprised. Why didn't they match up with them to build in Hunkin? Mu Shen frowned, thinking in his heart what wishful thinking Di Guang had played. Mu Shen knew about the 5 players currently on the court, players with talent and strength. But even so, it was still inferior to the threat that Hunkin repairs posed to them. Well, since the other party is playing like this, we can easily control the rhythm of the match. Therefore, Mu Shinai specifically instructed Yishin Kotaro to say, "You are welcome, let's get full firepower from the beginning." Kotaro Hayama showed 2 small tiger teeth, with a grinning smile, and said, "Okay. Please advise, x2. Emperor Guang, Center Murasakibara Peak, Shooting Guard Midorima Shintaro, Power Forward Aya Mindaki, Point Guard Akashi Siager, Small Forward Kigo Shirasawa. Jingcheng, Center Itashi, Shooting Guard Chihiro Tachibana, Power Forward Nakano Yuta, Point Guard Maka Shenaki, Small Forward Kotaro Hayama. The players on both sides stand in their respective positions. Woo! Referee throws basketball. The centers on both sides took off, but basketball was eventually acquired by EITNZ. Itashi is 3 cm taller than Murasakibara Atsushi, with a height of 1.83 meters. His jumping ability may not be as good as Murasakibara Atsushi, but he catches the jump time very well. Yo West. Judging from Rong Tianzi's lack of bright red eyes, his competitive state at the moment is fairly good. Whispering sound. Murasakibara is a little upset, this tall man. Fast break. Mu Shen yelled, and rushed into Dai Guang's half area with the ball quickly. Well. As soon as Mu Shen was surprised, the new group of Dai Guang returned to defense so fast. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. Mu Shen glanced at Kotaro Yishin. Suddenly, Mu Shenai passed basketball to Kotaro Hayama from an extremely tricky angle between the high-speed crossover dribble. Oh! Yishin at the beginning. What is the name of the person who opposes Yeshan? If you don't know me, you should be blown up. Idiot, of course. A group of viewers are not optimistic about Kigo Shirasawa. 2. One is a genius with a reputation, and the other is an unknown person. From the moment Kotaro Hayama touched the ball, the duel had begun. Kotaro Hayama said, "I know you are great, but unfortunately, you can't beat me." Kigo Shirasawa was shocked for a while. Why does this person have such confidence? It should be nice to play with you, but our captain said, let me not keep it at first, so, sorry. Really? But I want to tell you, unfortunately, you will be blown by me. After being let go of rhetoric by others, it is natural to return it. Kigo Shirasawa has always liked courtesy. Puff ha ha ha. Kotaro Hayama smiled presumptuously, you are really confident. To each other. Never mind the trash talk. In the end, you have to use your strength to speak, are you right? Yes. P.S. Let's talk about the update issue. It's really weird in this place where there are so many tentacles, like mine, which is watched 3 times a day. I also want to do more, but I have a job instead of writing books full-time. Constantly is my guarantee, and it really depends on the situation. Chapter 27. Boom. The time for their respective rhetoric is over. Kotaro Hayama finally started to be serious, his momentum was completely different from just now. However, Kigo Shirasawa was not affected at all, as usual. Kotaro Hayama had some small accidents, but that was all. Boom. After another loud noise, Kotaro Hayama's knees bent instantly. Then, straighten. He leaned forward with the center of gravity pressed down, rushed out at an extremely fast speed, and in a blink of an eye he came to Kigo Shirasawa's side. Then, it broke through his defend. Kotaro Hayama hooked his mouth. Look, it really is only this level. What are you happy about? Suddenly, a voice floated into his ears. It's Kigo Shirasawa. Boom. Although there was some accident, Kotaro Hayama did not stop his hand movements, crossed his hands directly, and turned to the other side to break through. Papa. I don't know when, an arm sticks out like a thunder, and directly takes a picture of basketball in his hand. What? Kotaro Hayama was shocked. The other party's response speed is so fast. Taking advantage of the gap between Kotaro Hayama's stunned surprise, Kigo Shirasawa picked up basketball and directly initiated a single fast break. However, Jingchen's defense was extremely fast. It was Yuta Nakano who defended Kigo Shirasawa. He didn't dare to be careless. The opponent interrupted the ball from Yushin. Must focus, focus, and focus again. You think you can guard me? Kigo Shirasawa's eyes revealed indifferent light. It seems that the opposite is not a giant player, but a rubbish. Yuta Nakano wanted to say something, but when facing that look, he didn't know why he couldn't say anything. Kigo Shirasawa shook his head and said nothing more. Bend your body and lean forward, read more at fictionzone.net. Then the heel of the leg suddenly exerted force. So fast. Until the reaction came, Kigo Shirasawa had already broken through his defend and rushed into Jingchen's inside line. Years of defending experience is by no means a display. However, the opponent's speed is too fast. Faster than Kotaro Hayama. Oh, Shirasawa is in full state. There was surprise in the eyes of Hunkinchiu. His players are in hot state. There is nothing more wonderful than this. Okay, so handsome. From stealing the ball at the beginning to easily breaking through the opponent's defend, people can't take their eyes off. This is not to blame for the idiots of these agents. You know, Shirasawa Jingcheng faces all the students who come to Pride School. Will the person who can stand out among the rich and put on the uniform of the representative school be the weak? Did you make it? A member of the First Army was a little delighted. The first ball was about to be won by them. No, not yet. As Hunkin Zaihuzu said, this attack has not ended yet. Kotaro Hayama is catching up. A hole. At this time, Kotaro Hayama was very angry. At the beginning, he put on rhetoric to blow up Kigo Shirasawa, but what happened? Face, hot. Must stop him here. Kigo Shirasawa did not stop. When Kotaro Hayama appeared in front of him, he directly changed to breakthrough. Well. Kotaro Hayama was shocked. Such a speed can achieve such a smooth and rapid change of direction breakthrough? In addition, he had just caught up and his center of gravity had not stood firm. And there was no way to stop Shirasawa Jingcheng. Senior Rongtian. Leave it to me. Rongtianzi squatted down, spreading his hands to both sides, his whole body nervous. He is the center of Jingcheng, no one can be presumptuous in his area. Kigo Shirasawa gave him a blank expression, and arrogantly chose to jump in front of him and grab the ball with his right hand. Don't be too arrogant, first-year kid. Drink. Rongtianzi also jumped quickly, and his figure continued to rise. He was originally taller than Kigo Shirasawa. In the eyes of everyone, this ball is bound to send a big block. But Kigo Shirasawa's calm eyes seemed to be telling something. Sudden. Kigo Shirasawa, who was in Eitnz's sight, shrank, and his arm, which was originally holding the ball, also retracted. Tirade. Woo. Basketball shot, passing over Rongtianzi's head, and finally fell into the net. For a while, the audience was silent. Afterwards, there was an incomparable hustle and bustle. Okay, awesome. Who is this guy? Really strong. One pick 3 and finally scored the first point. I know him, Kigo Shirasawa is one of Taegwang's picks. A real monster who has scored 5 goals in the qualifiers. Really? That's awesome. It seems that Emperor Gwang is not only built by Rainbow Village, but also Kigo Shirasawa. The audience belongs to the strong. Whoever is strong, they give him applause and praise. When passing by Hayama Kotaro, Kigo Shirasawa stopped, turned his eyes to him, and said, "Who do you think you are going to blow?" A hole. Kotaro Hayama couldn't make more rebuttals. The bare facts were in front of him, and his previous rhetoric seemed like a joke. Mu Shen frowned and remained silent. Unexpectedly powerful, originally thought it would be blown up by Kotaro Hayama, but unexpectedly it was another scene. It seems that this match will not be too easy. Chapter 28. As soon as Mu Shen comforted Yeshan's emotions, the match had just begun, and he was not in a hurry. Although Kigo Shirasawa's offense was amazing, Akashi Seijiro was not very satisfied. The risk is too great. If you just post back, you can definitely score more easily. Akashi Seijiro said, Kigo, it's better to pass the ball back to me. Kigo Shirasawa said, sorry, Zheng, I suddenly want to shut up someone on the other side. It's not a good thing to be swayed by emotions. I know. Akashi Seijiro did not choose to continue to say anything. Kigo Shirasawa was still very clear-headed. It was Jingchen's turn to attack. Mu Shen steadily transported basketball to the three-point line of Emperor Guang, constantly grasping the position of his teammates. He has confidence in his offensive ability, but he feels that the opponent's red hair is not weak. He is not so easy to break through the past and create opportunities for his teammates. And the most important thing right now should be Wu. Without any disguise, he passed basketball directly to Kotaro Hayama. Akashi Seijiro didn't quite understand. The opponent's trump card was clearly exploded by Kigo just now, so why did it leave it to him? Don't you be afraid of being blown up by Kigo again? You must know that the trump card's consecutive losses are very serious and even fatal to the morale of the team. What does this person think? Yishin again. I guess it will be blown by Shirasawa again. Go. The mentality of a group of people on the bench in Daiguang became a little swollen. Hunkin repaired his face solemnly. He always felt that things were not that simple. Kotaro Hayama calmed down, because he was more irritable, so he was easily influenced by emotions and made his head very uncomfortable. This is a fatal thing for a basketball player. No matter what the situation or the predicament, you should keep your head calm. You are very strong. I admit that I underestimated you before. Kotaro Hayama continued, so I will use all my strength to deal with you, and I will never keep my hands. Read more at fictionzone.net. Kigo Shirasawa was wary, and the feeling Hayama Kotaro gave him was completely different from just now. However, it is not so easy to break through him. 5. Boom. The loud sound, like thunder, was the sound of basketball and wooden floor slamming under the hands of Kotaro Hayama. Very noisy. Some viewers couldn't stand the deafening sound directly. The maintenance of Hunkin outside the field showed a sure enough look. As we all know, the harder the ball is, the faster it will be, and it is not easy to be stealed. But it was the first time I saw you hit the ball so hard. I didn't see Yeshan use it last year, nor did it in this year's qualifiers. Are you keeping it as a killer? Mu Shen smiled. The victory of this duel was Kotaro's victory. Although he is a point guard, Mu Shenai's personal ability is also extremely good, and the defender is not ordinary. However, he did not guard against Kotaro Hayama's move. Named Thunder Dribble. Ball skills cannot be accomplished by simply relying on practice or learning. It can even be said that there is something that isolates many people from the wall. The thing that breaks through the wall is aptitude. I'm coming. The voice fell. The next second, the orange basketball suddenly disappeared. And everything happened between the lightning and flint. It really disappeared. Aya Mindaki was already a little eager to try. That yellow-haired tiger tooth seems to be very strong. I really want to swap places with Shirasawa. The corner of Kotaro Hayama's mouth has risen, and he has a foreboding that he will score beautifully in the next goal. No one can stop me. Next second, a black shadow quickly passed by him and appeared in front of him. Kotaro Hayama's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost, and subconsciously said, impossible. Even Mu Shinai and Jingchen's players were shocked. When Kotaro Hayama was successful, they all acted as sparring partners, but they all defended. As a result, no one has ever defended it. The so-called disappearance of basketball, many people will probably sneer at it. After all, how can such a big basketball disappear for no reason? However, in their eyes at the time, basketball really disappeared. But now, was actually stopped by a player who saw this skill for the first time? Nothing is impossible. Kigo Shirasawa continued, skills, from the beginning, there can be no perfection. Even if there is, it is that its true face has not been discovered, not that it is invincible. In shock, Kotaro Hayama was completely speechless. He was so proud of his football skills. Was it cracked like this? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Immediately afterwards, the thunder dribble was launched again. With a bang, basketball ejected in a straight line, and the figure of Kotaro Hayama followed. Pity. Can't get rid of it. The Platinum coach's half-squinted eyes flashed with surprises, and he was truly amazed by Kigo Shirasawa's. However, Rainbow Village is more concerned about Kigo Shirasawa's strength and growth. A few months ago, obviously. Hunkin repaired something with a wry smile, and the name talent was really shocking. Chapter 29. Snapped. Kigo Shirasawa once again stopped Hayama Kotaro's attack. Kigo Shirasawa. Kigo Shirasawa. Shirasawa's outstanding performance twice in succession caused the audience to call out his name again. When it was Daiguang's turn to attack, they did not give their opponents a chance to breathe, and with extremely powerful attack power, they took the ball again in Jingchen's hands. The opening was a 4:0, and the situation was a bit uncomfortable. Not only that, but the rest of Daiguang, because of Kigo Shirasawa's relationship, seemed to be in a very good state of morale. All suppressed Jingchen's players. There are also some off-field factors, these are all problems. As soon as Mu Shen knew that he didn't do anything at the moment, match would fall into a chronic death. After a few seconds of pause. With a lightning start speed, Mu Shen broke through to the right of Akashi Seijiro. So fast! Akashi Seijiro exclaimed in his heart. As expected, what he said to the coach was correct. Mu Shenai is not just a point guard with strong consciousness, but also a point guard with strong personal ability. But it is impossible to break through me like this. Akashi Seijiro reacted quickly, swinging his footsteps and moving towards the back. For Akashi Seijiro to catch up, the gentry had expected it early in the morning. What about catching up? I can still get rid of you. Mu Shen's original galloping footsteps stopped in a strange moment. Akashi Seijiro also stopped subconsciously. In the next second, Mu Shen broke out at a very fast speed again, throwing off Akashi and rushing into Daiguang's inside line in one fell swoop. He faced Murasakibara Tun. Boom! Mu Shenai's feet stepped on the floor, and then his legs suddenly used force, and his figure kept rising. The height is high, but it is still a bit worse than Murasakibara, who jumped up. Murasakibara's raised arms directly covered the light from the ceiling. Ah! Mu Shen hooked the corner of his mouth and changed his movements very calmly in delay, holding the ball up and extending his arms back. While swinging his body, he threw basketball into the net on the side where Murasakibara was unable to block. Mu Shenai. Both Hunkin Zaihuzeo and Coach Platinum were solemn. Not only has the excellent overall view of the point guard, but also the outstanding singles ability at the front, which is exactly the same as the flagrant foul. Tisk. Read more at fictionzone.net. Akashi Seijiro was a little angry at himself, and he was solely responsible for the loss of this goal. It's him. She was easily broken through by the gentry. Sorry Adon. Akashi Seijiro said. Murasakibara Tun did not say anything. It was Daiguang's turn to attack again. Akashi Seijiro is not the kind of person who can be swayed by uncomfortable actions. Even if he wanted to return the Mu Shen one goal 1-1, he still resisted it. Kigo Shirasawa's pass route was blocked, and it seems that the opponent deliberately avoided the duel between Hayama and Kigo Shirasawa. On the other side, Aya Mindaki kept beckoning. Seeing Kigo Shirasawa show off his skills, he hasn't done anything yet, and his heart is already itchy. However, Akashi Seijiro didn't look at him at all. looking at the position of the outside line. On the other side, Midorima Shintaro also started to run, trying to get rid of Chihiro Tachibana. Swish! With a shake of his hand. Basketball shot. However, not to the Chuan tile. But Yo West. Aya Mindaki got basketball, but Yuta Nakano didn't react at all. Not to mention him, Mu Shen didn't even react. The hand holding the ball is entirely meant to pass the perimeter. As a result, there was a reversal, and Mu Shen had to compliment him, beautiful. He was completely deceived. Aya Mindaki, who got basketball, finally had a chance to show off his skills. A man rushes inside, only the basket is in his eyes, and he only thinks about how to get basketball in. Hey! You kid! She glared at Murasakibara Atsushi. He wanted to make up the defense, but he was forced to lose his position. I won this ball. Aya Mindaki won the goal without accident. Coach Platinum nodded in satisfaction, and sure enough, Akashi has always been the player who reassured him the most. Know what to do and never act irrationally. After Jingchen's player had served from the bottom line, Mu Shinai quickly took the ball through half-time. This time, Akashi Siejra gave him a lot of pressure to defend. Very serious. Although he is not a player who is good at singles, Akashi's pride will never allow himself to be a burden. Bring it on. Nice look. Mu Shen exclaimed and began to attack. It was the same as before, with an extremely fast starting speed, but this time Akashi Siejra reacted more quickly. The location of Aya Mindaki and Murasakibara Atsushi made the shepherd smell a trap. Swish! Therefore, Mu Shen didn't decide to go to the end, and chose to pass. He chose to pass the target is Chihiro Tachibana. Over there, Chihiro Tachibana easily shook off Midorima Shintaro because of Yuta Nakano's pick and roll. Run to an open position, shot. Woo! The arc that basketball drew was not long before it was slapped off by a palm that suddenly appeared. It is Kigo Shirasawa. Wah! This guy! Before the shot, Chihiro Tachibana clearly confirmed the location of this person. What kind of explosive power is this? Moreover, he still faced Kotaro's defender. Chapter 30. Okay, so handsome. Momwa Satsuki found out that he was really a nympho. So handsome. That figure. The senior sisters of the agent next to Momwa Satsuki are even more idiots. I can't restrain myself anymore, I want to confess to Shirasawa-kun. I also want. Hey, Shirasawa-san will not like you women. What did you say? Listening to the constant chatter of the girls around, Hunkin Repair was speechless. Can't you let me watch the match quietly? But Bai Xiang is really hot. It is normal for ordinary freshmen to appear on a big stage like the whole country for the first time, and there are many people who are unable to perform at the level due to stage fright. Like Kigo Shirasawa, it is quite special. Hunkin repaired a grin. Libra is currently leaning toward them. Jingcheng Middle School should have a headache. What would you do? Mew. In the field. After taking the shot, Shirasawa Jingcheng immediately played a single fast break. Jingcheng's players are fighting back, but they can't always catch up. Hey, you run with the ball. Even more surprising is that Kotaro Hayama's return to defense was surprisingly slow. Yashin. The coach Jingcheng off the court looked cold. In an unexpected position, he can still catch up with the shot, and the explosive power of the player from Daiguang is worthy of amazement. However, the more reason lies in Kotaro Hayama. Haunted, not in a state at all. Actually, this can't be entirely blamed on him. What you are proud of is so unworthy in the eyes of others, and anyone will explode in their mentality. This point. Kotaro Hayama, who has a relatively smooth career in basketball and is a genius, is even more serious. It seems. It is better to replace Yashin first. Coach Jingcheng thought so. Not good. Can't catch up. Rong Tianzi and the others felt a chill. The running speed with the ball was too fast. Read more at fictionzone.net. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed by their side, and quickly caught up with Kigo Shirasawa's footsteps. Mu Shen 1. AMU. I thought that the ball would have lost points, but I didn't expect it to turn around. The players from Jingcheng Middle School were overjoyed. Mu Shen's face was dignified, his nerves tense all over. He has a strong defensive force, which is true. However, Shirasawa Jingcheng is a monster that even Kotaro Hayama is very good at one-on-one singles. Can you stop him? Is an unknown. But, as the captain of Jingcheng, he couldn't let this guy continue to do whatever he wanted. Hunkin Zaihu exclaimed, "It's worthy of being a shepherd, and the defender also does not leak." However, this uncle can never stop Shirasawa-san. When an agent senpai took over the repair of Rainbow Village, a group of people nodded in agreement. Boom. Coming. Mu Shinai reached the highest state of concentration. Kigo Shirasawa first took a step with his right foot while leaning his body. In the blink of an eye, he ran out at an extremely fast speed. Mu Shen was not weak, he gritted his teeth to catch up with Kigo Shirasawa's terrible start speed. However, it is not enough. Boom. Basketball changed hands again. Kigo Shirasawa never thought of relying on explosive power to break through Mu Shinai in one fell swoop. His advantage is not just speed. Besides flexibility and physical coordination. There is almost no break in the direction of change. Just like ignoring the center of gravity. As a general player, when you dribble attack at such a high speed, you suddenly stop your steps and then change direction. The coordination of your body will definitely be out of balance. However, Kigo Shirasawa did not. Mu Shen's eyes trembled, and he somewhat understood why Ishin Kotaro couldn't stop it. Not only is the response to the nerves, but also the coordination of the body. You must know that his center of gravity has just become stable, and if his center of gravity shifts rashly, the balance of his body will most likely be out of balance. Hey! He could only watch Kigo Shirasawa score this goal and couldn't stop it. Snapped. When Mu Shen looked at the white-haired boy who was high-fiving Akashi Seijiro, his face was heavy. This man completely relied on his own power to let Emperor Guang control the rhythm of the match. Too terrifying. Zi. The match rang the mechanical sound of timeout. It's over, Yeshan. Coach Jingcheng stood outside the court with a substitute. Kotaro Hayama had some anticipation in his heart, and walked away silently. It was replaced by a substitute from Jingcheng who was good at defending, named Eiji Takahashi. Coach Platinum smiled and narrowed his eyes, and took a peek at Jingcheng's coach. The expected move, but in this way, Jingcheng, who lacks an ace player, can take a more violent offensive. In the field, she dribbled the ball slowly and walked out of the three-point line of Emperor Guang. Akashi Seijiro assumed a standard defend posture. After Kotaro Hayama left the field, they only needed to keep an eye on Mu Shinai's offensive methods. As for the others, the threat is not big. Mu Shen knew at this moment that he had to keep his head sober, and Jingcheng's hope was all looking up to him. When Kotaro Hayama returns to the game, he must find a way to hold the score. Boom. Once Mu Shen made several breakthroughs, but Akashi Seijiro kept up with him, only a little reluctant. While Akashi Seijiro's body was swinging to the right, Mu Shinai passed basketball from a very tricky angle. The person who catches the ball is Chihiro Tachibana. After receiving basketball, Chihiro Tachibana started to dribble, and Midorima Shintaro's first thought was to follow closely. But when he was just about to chase him down, his body seemed to hit something. Whispering sound. Midorima Shintaro was full of irritation, and it was this guy again. Chapter 31. Hey, I won't let you interfere in the past. Seeing Midorima Shintaro's upset with him, Nakano Yuta was still very happy. In the end, the ball was shot in an open position and finally scored. After losing points, Midorima Shintaro complained directly to Ayamine. Ayamine, are you still asleep? Show me the person who keeps you. Sorry. Ayamine scratched his head and said apologetically, knowing he was wrong. Humph. But even so, Midorima Shintaro was still a little angry. Don't care so much, Midorima. Kigo Shirasawa smiled and said, I will help you teach them. It was the turn of Emperor Guang to attack. Directly launched a fierce attack, a suffocating sense of oppression. Hey! What a fierce attack! Dai Guang's fierce attack made it difficult for Jingchen's players to resist. Akashi Siejra calmly handles the ball. While trying to break through Mu Shinai, he keeps thinking about a good offensive line in his mind. However, Jingcheng took into account Kigo Shirasawa's strong offensive ability, so they marked him with 2 people. But this also means Jingcheng vacated a defensive position. Swish! Basketball throws his hand. Snapped. The ball is received by Ayamine. In the unmarked situation, Ayamine strode into the Jingcheng inner line. And the only person standing in front of Ayamine was Eitnc. Lower the center of gravity and open arms, doing the most standard defend posture, which puts Ayamine in defending pressure. Ayamine eyes flashed brightly, full of fighting spirit. This guy? Not bad. Come on, first-year kid. Ayamine didn't say much, he broke through at full speed. Rong Tianzi was surprised, this guy's breakthrough speed is so fast. However, we can catch up. First, he took a step toward the right, and his body swayed toward the right at the same time. Ayamine breaks suddenly, read more at fictionzone.net. Then, taking the right foot as the axis, he completed a smooth turn. The attack changes to the left. Well. Ayatashi's eyes quivered obviously, and this guy was so powerful, he was not weaker than Kotaro at all. Yo xi. After breaking through Eitnc, Ayamine grinned and easily finished the layup from the basket. It's in good shape, Daki. Kigo Shirasawa smiled. It's not as good as you guys, the other 2 powerful guys were blown by you. On my side, Akashi didn't pass me at all. Ayamine murmured. It's not that I won't pass you, but Kigo's position is better and his state is more convincing. Akashi Siejra said. My condition is also very good. Give me more pass. Akashi Siejra nodded. When Kigo Shirasawa faced a 2-man mark, Ayamine was a good offensive option. It's a pity that Kigo Shirasawa was forced. The 2 defenders won't let him be restrained, but Akashi reluctantly won't give the ball. For the victory of the team, I still bear it. Here in Jingcheng. Rong Tianzi buried his head in his chest. As the patron saint of Jingcheng's basket, he didn't know how many scores were scored by others and blamed himself. Sorry, AMU. Don't worry, Rong Tian. Mu Shen patted his shoulder comfortingly, let's pull back a city first. Jingchen's offense still relied on team cooperation, and it was relatively difficult to score a point in Dai Guang's hands. However, Dai Guang's offense was relatively smooth, and he took it easily. No way. In order to restrain Kigo Shirasawa's offensive ability, Jingcheng played too passively in the other positions. Soon, the first match ended. At 32:20, Dai Guang led by a double-digit score in the first quarter, with a relatively large advantage. It's really an unexpected outbreak. A player in the White Mountain uniform sitting in the audience exclaimed. Beishan Middle School. Like Jingcheng Middle School and Tiak Junior High, it is also a famous school in the country. The person who speaks is the trump card of their school, and is currently the top 3 shooter recognized by the middle school, Shibu Lingyang. This year's Emperor Guang cannot be underestimated. A tall player sitting in Lingyang Shibu said. Takasago Kazuma, Hakuzen's starting center. The strength is extremely strong. This year's All Daxia League is really more and more interesting. Shibu Lingyang raised the corner of her mouth, expecting a match with Daiguang in her heart. But they still have a big mountain that needs to be crossed. Kotaro Hayama can only leave the game temporarily, and when he comes on again, he will win or lose. Genius itself is an incredible pronoun, especially a genius who is reborn from a difficult situation. Well, facing Emperor Guang, it's not that simple to reverse it. In short, Shibu Lingyang is looking forward to the next match. Emperor Guang rest seat. Daiguang started a few people. Because of the Platinum coach's training, the physical strength is still very strong. Shirasawa-san, here. An agent handed Kigo Shirasawa a towel. Shirasawa-san, here it is. Another agent handed water to Kigo Shirasawa. This is treated differently. Aya Mindaki yelled directly, "Senior sisters, this is not fair." What's unfair? Shirasawa-san has scored so many points in the match, it's very tiring. Even if it is, it can't be treated so differently. In fact, there is still jealousy at work. Anyway, I'm also very hard at it. Why am I not treated like this? Chapter 32. Well, Aya mine, don't be so loud. Water and towel, right? Yes. Coach Platinum took a bottle of water and towel from the substitute player and handed it to Aya Mindaki. Aya Mindaki complained in her heart, "I want pretty sister's towel and water. I don't want you, old man." But he still pretended to be flattered and took the water and towel from the Platinum coach. The old man handed you something. Who would dare not pick it up in the Daiguang basketball team? Thank you. N. Why do I feel that classmate Aya mine seems unhappy? Don't you like me, this bad old man? No, nothing at all, I like coaches very much. Upon hearing this, Aya Mindaki became anxious immediately. Coach Platinum nodded in satisfaction. Then, his expression instantly became serious. Kigo Shirasawa complained, "Changing his face is the same as playing. Although we hold a 12-point advantage, we still shouldn't care about it. You know." Yes. On a stage like a national competition, a slightly inattentive turnover may result in a loss of all games and a year's hard work will be nullified. The 5 people still understand this truth. Coach Platinum continued, "I think I will continue to play Ishin in the second quarter. If Shirasawa can continue to play the style of the first quarter, that would be great. If you can't, then you must also hold back his offensive pace. The teams familiar with Jingcheng know it. Kotaro Hayama has always been the number 1 scoring point in the team, at least since his talent and strength emerged. Mu Shinai is certainly outstanding, whether it is the overall situation, or the singles ability beyond normal point guards. But in terms of scoring ability, he is still far behind Kotaro Hayama. Therefore, the first thing they have to do is to restrain Yishin's scoring ability, and then talk about opening the score." Yes. Kigo Shirasawa nodded. He still prefers one-on-one duels to being double-marked to limit the ball. In short, Mang is over. However, he will not lose. After that, Coach Platinum told a few more things, and everyone listened carefully. In Jingcheng, the atmosphere is relatively depressing. After all, they are on the lagging side. Compared with Emperor Guang, they should pay attention to the issue of underestimating the enemy. They are much more dangerous. Call. Kotaro Hayama got up and solemnly said, "Everyone, I'm sorry. I have failed your trust." Everyone looked at Kotaro Hayama. "Because of me, the rhythm of the match was controlled by the opponent, I'm really sorry." Read more at fictionzone.net. Mu Shen shook his head, "You don't have to apologize, this is not your problem alone." Everyone nodded. Behind the score is not the problem of Yeshan's alone. The other party's white hair is too arrogant. Kotaro, let me blow him up in the second quarter. Rong Tianzi said with a grin. Even if Kotaro Hayama fell in the first quarter, he still chose to believe him. Believe that their trump card is invincible. Kotaro Hayama was very moved by this strong sense of trust. Aiming at the white hair at the Emperor Guang rest seat. I will definitely defeat you. Ding! The second match begins. As the Platinum coach expected, Kotaro Hayama returned to the court. It is completely different from the end of the first quarter. Let you wait a long time. Kotaro Hayama confronted Kigo Shirasawa again. Oh! Kigo Shirasawa looked surprised. This time I won't let you down. Oh, then I will wait and see. Kigo Shirasawa smiled. The match started again and the referee served off the court. Jing Cheng was not in a hurry to attack, as if he had forgotten that he belonged to the lagging side. After seeing Kotaro Hayama's strong desire, Mu Shen passed basketball to Kotaro Hayama without concealment. Akashi Seijiro was surprised. Is it the same as the match in the first quarter? Should I admire their courage, or... Boom! It was thunder dribble from the beginning. Kigo Shirasawa smiled, isn't it enough? Your so-called stunts won't do anything for me. Yes. Kotaro Hayama's expression remained unchanged. Boom! Kotaro Hayama launched an attack. Between the lightning and flint, it has been killed to the left of Kigo Shirasawa. The two figures are about to cross. But is Kigo Shirasawa a simple character? When the concentration reached its extreme, the reaction nerves were very fast, and the body responded quickly. However, Kotaro Hayama was not surprised. There was a rhythmic pause, and then quickly extracted to the highest speed. Kigo Shirasawa's eyes narrowed, and he was completely different from just now. However, it would be too naive to want to get rid of me like this. However, Kotaro Hayama's offense is also not simple. Basketball bounced off the ground and flew into his other hand. Then, the heel suddenly exerts force, it is the ultimate explosive force. It is also Kigo Shirasawa's usual breakthrough method. The sudden change of direction in the high-speed dribble caught the opponent off guard. Well! Kigo Shirasawa rolled his head, and then his steps swayed. But unfortunately, the sound of a goal has been heard behind him. Oh! Ace Hayama, finally, scored in Kigo Shirasawa's hands. Kigo Shirasawa's originally lazy and somewhat boring eyes were sharp and full of war in an instant. This is more interesting. The so-called match is exactly what it should be. P.S. I don't know what the ghost is in the last chapter. 2 chapters popped out and I couldn't delete it. Chapter 33. Snapped. Mu Shinai and Kotaro Hayama high-five to celebrate the goal. Although match is still in double digits, it is very morale. The morale of the team seems to be vain. But invisibly, it can also affect the direction of the match and the state of the players. Prevent this ball. Oh! All of the 5 people in Jingcheng showed serious expressions, which gave Daiguang a lot of pressure to defend. Can the morale be so high just by scoring a goal? Akashi Seijiro muttered quietly. But it doesn't matter anymore. Am I right? Kigo. Woo. Like Mu Shinai, there is no cover-up pass. Give you a piece of advice. Kigo, he is very strong. Although usually not very reliable, Kigo Shirasawa is a powerful player that can be trusted by teammates and coaches in the court. I also give you a piece of advice. Kotaro, he is also very strong. Mu Shen said something similar. On the other side, the small forward showdown. From the moment Kigo Shirasawa received basketball, the atmosphere between the two gave a dull feeling. An invisible sense of oppression. Faced silently. Although Kotaro Hayama is now full of confidence in himself, Kigo Shirasawa still puts a lot of pressure on him. Call. Concentrate, concentrate. He lowered his center of gravity and stared at the opponent in front of him. The only thought in my heart is to stop him here. At this time, Kigo Shirasawa made a move. The white hair and white eyes were suddenly lowered in an instant, and the figure resembled a bent cheetah, full of wildness and explosive power. Then, breakthrough with the ball. Rao was also taken aback for a moment at the level of Kotaro Hayama. It is not that he is distracted, but the explosive power of this starting speed, really fast. What is this starting speed? Does he still have any reservations in the first quarter? At that moment, Kotaro Hayama vaguely saw the silver hair and clothes drifting past him. Kigo Shirasawa successfully entered the post. Although Kotaro Hayama is struggling to defend, can he really defend it? Read more at fictionzone.net. On the inside, Rong Tianzi was tightly restricted in his position. Want to make up for it? Sorry, no. Boom. Kigo Shirasawa stepped on the floor with his left foot, his body constantly rising. Don't think about it. Kotaro Hayama also jumped up in time behind him, leaned out his right hand, and aimed at basketball in the hands of Kigo Shirasawa. Ah! Kigo Shirasawa's mouth raised slightly, changing his actions in delay, and at the same time he stretched the ball-holding hand back. Threw basketball from the side. Under the gaze of Kotaro Hayama and all the players, basketball dropped to the net impartially. Hey! Mu Shen looked solemn, this person is really strong. It's just a monster. Hey! I can do that too. Aya Mindaki muttered uncomfortably. Watching the wonderful match between Kigo Shirasawa and Kotaro Hayama, I couldn't bear it for a long time. Hateful. I really want to fight with all my strength. However, Daiguang's people ignored him and frankly returned to defense. It's Kotaro Hayama again. This time, he exudes an extraordinary breath. It's similar to the beast breath that Shirasawa and Ayamine exude, but it's more real. Because Rainbow Village had a lot of one-to-one meetings with Ayamine and Shirasawa, he knew the beast breath that the two exude. However, what Yeshan exudes is more real. As if it's really a beast standing on the field. Coach Platinum also opened his squinted eyes, looking at Kotaro Hayama, with a solemn expression. This is the wild section. Wild. I heard that it can make players have the intuition of beasts and play by instinct. I don't know exactly what it is. Coach Platinum continued, like Ayamine and Shirasawa, both of them have wild factions, but they have no real control. However, Yeshan really has control. It seems that match is not that simple. Shibu Lingyang showed great interest, and this match is more and more anticipated. It seems that Daiguang's player is not in seconds. Takasago Kazuma said. Shibu Lingyang shook her head, it's not good? I can't see it, do you see the expression of that player from Daiguang? That's a laugh. Laugh. Takasago frowned. If the wild sect is really as powerful as Shibu Riyang said, his situation can be described as very dangerous, why would he laugh? As Shibu Lingyang said. Kigo Shirasawa was smiling, excited, unable to restrain the excitement. Correct. That's right, Kotaro Hayama. Let me be more excited. Kotaro Hayama silently launched an attack. The ultimate explosive speed, ordinary people can't react at all. Kigo Shirasawa clung to the footsteps, and the two entangled inside by side to get inside. Kotaro Hayama gritted his teeth, this guy gave him a lot of pressure to defend. And it feels like déjà vu to him. As if it was watched by a lion. And it's an extremely hungry lion. Imagine a very hungry lion, what happens when it sees its prey? However, Kotaro Hayama, in the eyes of Kigo Shirasawa, is the prey. What are you kidding? I'm Kotaro Hayama. Kotaro Hayama growled. Chapter 34. Now, in the eyes of everyone, there seemed to be two wild beasts fighting on the court. Wild faction. Such a one-on-one duel, although it is wonderful. However, it is not very good for Kotaro Yashan or Jingcheng Middle School. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Yashan has been suppressed. In desperation, Kotaro Hayama chose to take a jump shot from the edge line. Because Kigo Shirasawa defended tightly every step of the way, his position was pushed to the edge step by step. Just want to shoot the basket? You don't take me too seriously. Kigo Shirasawa has a taller figure and ruthlessly shot the basketball shot by Kotaro Hayama relentlessly. Then, it was Aya Mindaki who picked up basketball. Emperor Guang launched a fierce attack. Aya Mindaki launched a single onslaught. Jingcheng returned to defense very quickly. Of course, he wanted to do a big job, but the Platinum coach had severely urged him to do it. Certainly. I have also had a hot head and wanted to break into it directly. However, thinking of the methods of Platinum coach, I gave up. So, Aya Mind sent back to Midorima. Woo! In the unmarked situation, Midorima Shintaro made a decisive move, with an unusually high parabola, and finally fell into the net perfectly. It's not good. Coach Jingcheng sat down the court with a solemn expression. The situation in Jingcheng is too dangerous. Although, on the defending side, Kigo Shirasawa's double marking was used, which slightly inhibited his scoring ability. On the offensive end, relying on the cooperation of the team can also score. However, compared to Take Wang's offense by 5 players in excellent form, they are far behind. The current score is 58-35, which is 23 points behind. Woo! It was Midorima Shintaro again. Sorry. Because of the power of Midorima's three-pointer, Chihiro Tachibana was nervous when he made another shot. At the end of the second quarter, will the opponent score a three-pointer? Hey! Swish through into the net, clean and neat. At the same time, the electronic sound of the end of the second quarter match sounded, and Guang led by 26 points. Read more at fictionzone.net. Mid-court break time. Jingcheng's coach has been thinking about whether he can use a certain tactic to reverse the situation. 3-2 defense? Full court marking? Shaking his head, it didn't work. Guang scored too many points, first Shirasawa Jingcheng, then Aya Mindaki, and then Midorima Shintaro. Everyone has a strong scoring ability. It may be possible to limit 1 or 2, but there is absolutely no limit to it. Moreover, the tactics he thought of, allowing players to run non-stop throughout the court, is huge in terms of physical exertion. They are 6 points behind, and whether they can make it back is 2 points, not to mention the physical strength of the players. Could it be that they are caught in a chronic death that cannot escape? Unlike Jingcheng's depressed atmosphere, Guang's side was tight with joy. Shirasawa-san, he was so handsome just now. Thank you. Shirasawa Jingcheng smiled slightly and accepted the compliments of the seniors. After all, his performance is really good, there is no need to pretend to be humble. It's just that I always feel they don't seem to be concerned about my bravery. This should be an illusion. In fact, it is not an illusion. The elder sisters are concerned about the face. And it doesn't matter what they are. Don't you see, Aya Mindaki performed equally well, but the difference is. Aya Mind said that I was targeted. Mamwa Satsuki stood behind, looking full of taste. Unhappy. Very unhappy. Akashi Seijra accidentally saw Mamwa Satsuki's performance and looked at Aya Mindaki again. Hey, you kid. Your childhood sweetheart is about to run. Cough cough cough. Hearing the dry cough of Coach Platinum, everyone fell silent. So far, it's pretty smooth, but it's not enough. If you want to secure the victory, you must stifle all unstable factors. Coach Platinum said. Yes. Coach Platinum nodded, and there was nothing to say. He was very satisfied with the performance of this group of children in the national competition. After a little arrangement, I waited for the start of the second half. Before long, the second half match kicked off. I said, you won't admit defeat, do you? Hayama. Kigo Shirasawa gave Kotaro Hayama a glance. The opponent didn't hold the ball to attack at all in the second half of the match. In this way, Kigo Shirasawa's match has become dull. So he wanted to stimulate Kotaro Hayama. However, Kotaro Hayama ignored him at all, which made him a little self-confident and boring. Really? Hayama wanted to retrieve the lost scenes one by one in the hands of Kigo Shirasawa, but he also had to admit a fact. On the one-on-one duel alone, there is a high probability that he will not be able to win this person. Compared with the team's victory, the personal victory is not worth mentioning. Kotaro Hayama understands this truth well. Therefore, he will only choose to attack with the help of his teammates. Even in a disadvantaged situation, Mushinai still organized the offensive calmly. At all times, you should keep your head calm. He knows this truth well. Eyes constantly grasp the position of teammates, and think about the attack method with the highest success rate. Boom! This time, Mu Shen didn't rush to pass, but instead attacked himself. Could it be that this person wants to attack by himself? Akashi Seijiro didn't dare to be careless. He was extremely cautious because he had learned the personal abilities of the shepherd. Chapter 35. Boom! Mushinai's speed is as fast as ever, but wanting to get rid of Akashi simply by relying on explosive power is no different from idiotic dreams. After the Platinum Coach's training, Kigo Shirasawa is not the only one who has grown up. And him, Akashi Seijiro. Woo! Suddenly, in the high-speed dribble, Mu Shen passed basketball. Basketball. Flew to Nakano's second hand. Bring it on! Aya Mindaki's eyes gleamed, making a defend posture. Yuji Nakano didn't say much, and began to dribble breakthrough. But Aya Mindaki is not a weak one. Several breakthroughs failed to pass Aya Mindaki's defend. But his real purpose is not to break through Aya Mind, but pass to Mushinai who has already rushed inside. With the help of his position advantage, a high ball was passed and Aya Mindaki was unable to intercept it. Another reason is that there is no response. Aya Mindaki's attention was entirely on defending the opponent's offense. This sudden pass was completely unexpected. Good pass. With a low growl, Mu Shen took off from the basket area and sent basketball to the net. Akashi Seijiro was indeed following in Mushinai's footsteps, but due to height and jumping ability, he couldn't stop the ball. I said, "Uncle, you are really annoying." Murasakibara looked at Shiida with disgust. Big, uncle. Rong Tianzi was dazed. Hey, I am also a middle school student, so are you. I am about 2 years older than you at most, right? Why did you become an uncle? Besides, I am the center. When teammates are attacking, I naturally want to prevent you from getting in the way as much as possible. Why is it annoying? This guy. Are you an idiot? Ha ha ha, uncle, puff ha ha ha. Mu Shen couldn't help but was called uncle by a guy who was 2 years younger than him. Hey AMU, I'm depressed, can you not mention it? Rong Tianzi was depressed. It was Daiguang's turn to attack. Ajeng, here. Kigo Shirasawa kept beckoning to Akashi Seijiro. For some reason, Jingcheng Middle School switched back to the basic defend and cancelled the double marking of Kigo Shirasawa. Although I don't know what the opponent thinks, it just so happens that he can start scoring. Seeing Kigo Shirasawa running towards him, Hayama Kotaro was nervous. Read more at fictionzone.net. Can't let this guy do whatever he wants. I am the trump card, I must stop him here. And facing Kotaro Hayama who was about to face, Kigo Shirasawa's extremely fast pace did not mean a trace of stagnation. The huge sense of oppression hits Kotaro Hayama's chest. Focus. Keep alert to myself in my heart. Facing a player like Kigo Shirasawa, a moment of negligence is also fatal. Within 1 meter of Hayama Kotaro, Kigo Shirasawa's body suddenly tilted. Next second, the white afterimage almost flashed past, almost to its extreme. But don't think about going there. Kotaro Hayama roared and followed his footsteps. Yes. Kigo Shirasawa's light words came to Kotaro Hayama's ears. Sudden. The original fast pace stopped in an instant. Bah! The sneakers made a harsh rubbing sound against the floor. Hey! Kotaro Hayama was taken aback for a moment, and then he stopped. Don't miss the shot. Although I haven't seen Kigo Shirasawa take a three-pointer, his momentum and actions at the moment all tell that he wants to take a three-pointer. But is that really the case? Kotaro Hayama, who jumped up, was staring and didn't take off. Sorry. You can't prevent me. Kigo Shirasawa's words are very confident. It is true. He once again defeated Kotaro Hayama's defend. Senior Rongtian. Seeing Kigo Shirasawa rushed into the post, Kotaro Hayama anxiously yelled at Shiida, who was inside. Leave it to me. Rongtianzi responded. Oh, it's handed over to you? It's really arrogant to speak, uncle. As the voice fell, Kigo Shirasawa's original galloping pace stopped strangely as before. Then, jump upside down, shoot the basket. Flick your fingers gently. Woo! Basketball shot. Rongtianzi reacted, and the raised finger was a little worse. I won this ball. In Kigo Shirasawa's words, he was very sure of the fact of his success. Hey! Just like his confidence, his shot did not disappoint him. Unfortunately, this refreshing sound of friction was a different feeling in the hearts of Jingcheng players. You actually scored so soon. What a joke, this guy. Mu Shen's eyes were full of jealousy. You played really well, Kigo. Akashi didn't hesitate to praise him. If this match is won, Kigo Shirasawa can be said to be a great contributor. Wow, Baize, great. Hey, Xiaozi. This is obviously perfunctory, can you take a snack? Play well. Midorima Shintaro praised this time. What? Kigo Shirasawa was shocked for a while, would this guy still boast? Really or not? P.S. This match has been written too much unknowingly. Originally, the match in junior high school didn't plan to write in detail. The next match will be faster. Chapter 36. Sideways field goal, hook shot, leaning back field goal. The incomparable comprehensiveness is the cornerstone, with breakthrough technology that has never been difficult to stop. Kigo Shirasawa continues to wreak havoc on Jingcheng's net. Not only that. There is also that Cyan figure, also with a terrifying attack power, constantly tearing apart Jingcheng's defend. Finally, terrible shooter with green hair, with all his shots. The unusually high parabola was ruthlessly destroying Jingcheng's confidence. After that, the giant baby under the basket also began to ravage Jingcheng's basket. In the auditorium, Shibu Lingyang is no longer a playful expression, but dignified, even afraid. Daiguang's strength far surpassed his imagination. Think about it in another way. What will happen to them when Beishan is in Jingcheng? The strength of each player in Daiguang is able to compete for the top positions in the country. Isn't this kind of team scary? There are powerful players as well as ordinary players in a wealthy school. Of course, this ordinary is defined by the level of a wealthy school. In ordinary schools, these people can become the trump card of the team. This is the gap between wealthy schools and ordinary schools. The strength that cannot be crossed. This year's emperor, remarkable. Takasago exclaimed, sitting on 5 extremely outstanding players, as well as the strongest power forwards in the country, and Hunkin repaired it as a substitute. The strength of this lineup. I can only say the word terrible. Well, it will definitely be a strong enemy. Shibu Lingyang also nodded. If you want to win the championship, you must cross the Emperor Light. In the field, the match was drawing to a close, and Jingchen's players still did not give up, working hard, even if the score was a desperate gap. Whether it is the bench or the cheerleader, they are cheering for the players on the field. As a competitor, Hunkin Repair also has to compliment, "This is a great team. Don't underestimate me." Chihiro Tachibana roared, leaping high. Although Midori Mishintaro's three-pointer has an abnormally high parabola, it is difficult for ordinary players to block. However, Chihiro Tachibana did not jump very low, and the timing of the jump was very good. Papa severely gave Midori Mishintaro the first block of the field. "Well done, Chihiro," EITNZ praised. "The match won't be big anymore, but they have to show their own demeanor too." Humph. Midori Mishintaro let out a muffled snort in his nostrils, venting his dissatisfaction. "But it does." Read more at fictionzone.net. In front of the defender, he just shot a three-pointer directly. "You kind of don't treat the other side as a human being, classmate Lumao." Regarding Midori Mishintaro's swelling performance, Nimura Shuzo did not care, but the growth of these kids in their team. A few months ago, it was so difficult to win them. There is no doubt. Without Kigo Shirasawa, there is a high probability that this year's Emperor Guang could not win Jingcheng. However, now, Jingcheng was beaten to 64, which opened a 45-score gap. It can be said to be crushed. Is Jingcheng too weak? No, not at all. Hunkin repaired a wry smile. Only now did he understand how terrifying something called talent is. Humbled. Fortunately, all these monsters belonged to their Emperor Guang. Drink. Boom. In the inside, Rong Tianzi succeeded in scoring a slam dunk. Near the end, there is such a physical strength, it is really daunting. Soon, Murasakibara-tun is also in color. Boom. EITNZ was unable to resist, and under the violent dunk of Murasakibara Atsushi, he couldn't stop him. After falling, the footsteps swayed a few steps before barely standing still. This guy really has a lot of strength. Hey, Rongtian, what else is there? It's time to attack. Whoa whoa. 1 minute later. When the match ended, the long whistle sounded. It's over. Kotaro Hayama and the group of Jingcheng players were very unwilling. This is the end of a year of hard work. Hateful. Sure enough. I really want to win. Mu Shen said to his frustrated teammates, "We have done a great job, and we have done our best. It's because we lost. We are not as skilled as people. There is nothing to say." Perhaps some unconvinced will always hold their own words, but the outcome is already obvious. However, Mu Shenai, or Jingchen's player, is not the kind of person who can't afford to lose. To lose is to lose. In the end, Mu Shen sighed. After all, the champion's dream has not been achieved. Jingchen's future is left to you, Kotaro. To say regret. In fact, yes, they have been working hard, growing, and chasing a goal for 3 years. Maybe just like a sentence. Efforts do not necessarily get what you want. Senior. Only then did Kotaro Hayama remembered that Senior Mu and the others seemed to be the last competition in the middle school. Is it over here? Hateful. As soon as Mu Shen walked over, he patted him on the shoulder. Let's go in line. Yishin Kotaro was silent, and immediately followed Mu Shen to line up. Thanks for your advice, X2. The audience did not hesitate to applaud. It was a wonderful match. All 10 people showed a super high level of competition, and they did not disappoint those who watched from all over the world. I've lost, I'm convinced. Mu Shen stretched out his hand in a friendly way and said. You are also very good. Akashi Siejra also stretched out his hand and responded with a smile. I hope you can hold the winning trophy, come on. Thanks. At the end, When Kotaro Hayama passed by Kigo Shirasawa, he stopped. Next time, it must be me who wins. After saying that, Kotaro Hayama followed in the footsteps of his teammates and left. Chapter 37. The match is over. Daiguang and a group of people left the scene talking and laughing. Fool. The person who says stupid is a stupid. King's is a stupid. What did you say? No, mine. Why did you quarrel with a natural? Momwa Satsuki reluctantly covers her head, such a fool is actually her childhood sweetheart. It is simply unacceptable. Obviously it was normal when I was young. Now, how about we go to the barbecue restaurant to celebrate? Akashi Seijira suggested. After all, they have gone through a hard fight, and it's good to celebrate. It was also their first national victory. It would be nice to celebrate. When I heard the barbecue restaurant, Murasakibara was the first to agree. I'll go. I'll go. Then I will go too. Shirasawa Jingcheng also agreed. After that, many people agreed. Hizaki Xiongyu said that he would not go anymore. He might as well go to the video game city if he wants to eat barbecue or something. Originally, he doesn't even want to come to the match scene. With Kigo Shirasawa here, what chance does he have to play? Result. Hunkin repaired him directly again. Very rude. Midorima, are you going? Kigo Shirasawa asked when Midorima Shintaro had not spoken. Well, since you sincerely invited me, then I reluctantly accompany you. After speaking, Midorima Shintaro pushed his eyes on the bridge of his nose. Kigo Shirasawa's mouth is slightly withdrawn. Isn't it okay for you to be frank? What about Captain Hunkin? I won't go. No. You must go. Aya Mindaki next to Kigo Shirasawa nodded in agreement. I'm not going, I might have something to do later. Kigo Shirasawa and Aya Mindaki didn't listen at all and looked at each other. Nod. Then, do it. The two men dragged Hunkin away for repairs. Wait, you two guys. Wait. You put me down first. Read more at fictionzone.net. Don't let go. A hole, you must wear small shoes during training. Kigo Shirasawa and Aya Mindaki didn't care. A club should be neat and tidy, especially as the captain. How can you be so uncomfortable? Akashi Seijira smiled slightly. Let's go. Oh, eat barbecue. Murasakibara couldn't wait with a smile on his face. So, a group of people walked toward a certain barbecue restaurant mightily. As for the Platinum coach and Chiki assistant coach, after the match ended, they went back early. There are so many things about them. They just won one game, and the opponents they face next cannot be booed, so they must prepare well before the game. Because a member of the First Army was familiar with this area, he led the way to a barbecue restaurant. Hunkin Zaihuzeo was dragged all the way, causing his two arms to be sore. So he shuddered at the green hair and white hair, one by one. The strengths are all the same, and they don't favor anyone. Well, Akashi Seijira, everyone is here, so I will have a good meal and go back. Akashi Seijira laughed. Humph. Hunkin repaired a piece of barbecue and chewed it. Oh. Hunkin Zaihuzeo let out an exclamation. Not bad, right? Captain said the leading member. Well, it tastes good. Hunkin Chiu nodded, the taste is really good. Murasakibara's mouth never stopped here. One more. Hi, come right away. Midorima Shintaro didn't understand at all why Murasakibara's appetite was so good. Kigo Shirasawa and Aya Mindaki also ate them. With something called war intent shining in their eyes. These two people. Even eating grilled meat is a comparison. The senior sisters of the agent were talking about girls while eating barbecue, talking and laughing. Well, Shirasawa-san, even the gesture of eating is so elegant. There is a girl next to it. Another girl next to him was silent. Is that gesture of eating really elegant? Really complied with that sentence, in the eyes of people who like you, no matter what you do is the best? Momwa Satsuki was silent, his attention was always on Kigo Shirasawa, and it was the same on the court just now. Since that time, when I saw Kigo-kun, my heartbeat has always been faster. I seem to like Kigo-kun? Like. Perhaps, even Momwa Satsuki herself did not notice, when she looked at Kigo Shirasawa, the corners of her mouth would always involuntarily rise. At this time, 2 more guests came to the store. Takasago Kazushima and Miburio. The 2 were stunned at the same time, but they didn't expect to meet Daigwang's players here. Hello, everyone of Daigwang. Shibu Lingyang took the initiative to say hello, and a group of people looked at him. Kigo Shirasawa may not know these freshmen. But how is it possible that those seniors who joined the team to fight across the country last year didn't know each other? Yasha Shiburio, and the same team's center Takasago Kazuma. The latter is a strong player, and the former, like Kotaro Hayama, is a well-known genius. Hunkan Zaihuzeo introduced to a group of newcomers, saying, his name is Shibu Lingyang, the ace player of the giant Bashan, is a very terrible shooter. Standing next to him is Kazutaka Takasago, who is on the same team with him. To be able to make Hunkan build and use the words very terrible is enough to prove something. Takasago was a little unhappy. Although Lingyang is the trump card, he is not bad, okay? I just sum it up in just one sentence? Feeling bitter. Shibu Lingyang smiled and said, I didn't expect the captain of Daigwang to praise me so much. It's really an honor. I'm just stating the facts. Then, after a few words by the way, Shibu Riang and Takasago found a place to sit down. P.S. Ladies, is there a high school that you want the protagonist to go to? First exclude the Miracle team and the 2 protagonist teams, the others. If not, it will be original. Thank you for your reward. Hold fists. Chapter 38. The first round of the national competition was completed. 16 teams are out. Then, the second round of match. Daigwang's opponent is the number 1 in Aichi Prefecture. The strength is very good, but it is far worse than Jingcheng Middle School. After a day of rest, the second round of match kicked off. There is no so-called upset, Daigwang successfully won the opponent. However, the opponent in the third round deserves to be taken seriously by Daigwang. Star City Middle School. Its ace player is known as Rigidity. Ikika Nemutani is also the top center in the country, and is known as the violent beast in the basket. The day before the match, Daigwang's players arranged their teams and listened carefully to some of the game plans and instructions from Coach Platinum. This time the opponent, everyone must have heard of it. Coach Platinum said. Everyone nodded. Star City Middle School. The strength is very strong. However, Daigwang has already gone through a battle with Jingcheng, who is also a wealthy family. As long as they don't love the enemy and don't commit a major turnover, they have a high chance of winning. However, Nemutani Nagakiki is really good. A genius and violent center with the same fame as Kotaro Hayama. However, in order to win, no matter what kind of mountain, you must cross over. Such things as victory must never be handed over. The day of the match. Early morning. Today, is there a match for your team? During this time, neither of Kigo Shirasawa's parents are very busy, so he can sit down and eat breakfast together like an ordinary family. N. Kigo Shirasawa nodded. Yes, go for the match. It's better to come back with a trophy. Both of them knew about Kigo Shirasawa playing basketball. Due to their work, they rarely accompanied him since childhood. In his childhood, Kigo Shirasawa always played basketball. In this matter, they are actually a little ashamed. There is nothing against it. He was told to go home early every day, but his parents were worried. Like playing basketball, what's wrong? read more at fictionzone.net. Isn't it okay, it can still keep fit. The only regret is that this kid in their family doesn't seem to like learning very much. Let this sort of thing take its course. Let this kid do what he wants. I'm full. Kigo Shirasawa greeted his parents after eating breakfast and hurried out. At that familiar fork, Aya Mindaki and Mamwa Satsuki have been waiting for a long time. Good morning. Good morning. Looking at Aya Mindaki's faint dark circles under her eyes, Kigo Shirasawa chuckled and said, "You were so excited that you didn't sleep well last night. Didn't the seniors say that? The opponent is very strong." Aya Mindaki's eyes flashed again, and he couldn't wait for the match to begin now. By the way, if you start now, you can't keep up, right? People are the center, you are so excited. Long words to death. May, Daki, did you eat gunpowder when you went out this morning? It seems to have really eaten a little bit. Aya Mindaki chose to ignore these two people, as if they were a husband and a woman. And many more. The husband sings and the woman accompanies. Thinking about it this way, it seems like Shirasawa has been mentioned in front of me a lot of times recently in May, right? Looking at the two talking and laughing with a suspicious look. It seems that it really has that kind of meaning. Actually, if two people really have that kind of meaning, he would be very happy, just to let Shirasawa this guy bear the devil's bento, Rory, and those. Thinking about it this way, Shirasawa is quite miserable. However, since he jumped into the fire pit himself, he couldn't blame anyone. To say that Aya Mindaki likes Mamwa Satsuki, he has no such thoughts at all. Being a childhood sweetheart is not equal to liking, nor is it equal to being a lover. The two grew up together, and they were so familiar with each other, they had no meaning in that respect at all. The three of them walked all the way to the meeting point for the agreed team. Among them, most of them have already arrived, Kigo Shirasawa and the others are still late. Let's go. Hunkin Zaihuzuo watched the members come, yelled, and took the bus to the match venue. The Platinum coach and the Chiki assistant coach were already waiting there. Because it was a duel between Emperor Light and Star City. There are a lot of basketball fans in the stands. Moreover, there was a steady stream of people walking into the auditorium, waiting for the two teams to come on stage. Star City. Star City. When a group of Star City players appeared on the stage, the cheerleaders of their team also shouted loudly. Attempt to use solidarity to suppress Emperor Guang's momentum. But, don't think about it. Where is this, and whose home court is it? Dai Guang. Dai Guang. Dai Guang. With the appearance of Emperor Guang, those shouts for Star City were drowned in the crowd. The two teams began to prepare for their debut. Aya Mindaki and Kigo Shirasawa were discussing in a low voice. That guy should be Gangli, right? Should be. When the two of them glanced at the basketball team, the first goal was, or the one who had to move their eyes directly over, was the uncle who walked in the forefront. That's right. Not a teenager, but an uncle. Like Jingcheng Mushin, they are both extremely mature. This is not Kigo Shirasawa's slander on him, but a fact. Chapter 39. The knotted muscles and dark skin, the short hair and the beard on the chin that are often seen in the army, both the upper limbs and the lower body are like muscles. Every time you step, you can almost feel the vibration of the ground. This is exactly a muscular man. The height may not be too outrageous, not much different from Murasakibara. Murasakibara may look at the muscles of the body, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a small arm and a calf. However, compared to strength, this guy is also a freak. So, this center showdown will be very interesting. Unfortunately, Murasakibara may not have much desire to attack. Seeing Nemutani Yoshikika groaning over there, Aya Mindaki murmured, "What the hell is this guy?" "I don't know." Kigo Shirasawa shook his head. "Star City Middle School is here." Nemutani Yongkichi also swept toward Emperor Guang, perhaps without a battle with Jing Cheng, perhaps he only saw Hunkin building in his eyes. But it's not. He is looking at Kigo Shirasawa. This guy defeated Yeshan. As for Murasakibara Tun, he ignored it. Because of the battle with Jing Cheng, Murasakibara Atsushi's performance was not considered positive, but just an ordinary center performance. Therefore, he believes that it is not worthy of him to take it seriously. Before playing, Akashi Siegre put their hands together and shouted, "Emperor Light, we will win." The starting lineups of both sides. Daiguang is a constant lineup against Jing Cheng. Star City Junior High School, center Gen Takaya Nagayoshi, power forward Miyagi Hiko, point guard Ryunashuk Kobayashi, shooting guard Mitsui Kiri, small forward Fujima Takiya. The centers on both sides are in their respective positions. Woo! Referee throws basketball high. The jump ball was taken by Nemutani Yongkichi. Nimwea! Nimwea! Star City's cheerleader, just a jump ball right, began to shout loudly for it. I said, "Can you be quiet?" Kigo Shirasawa complained, "These guys have such a good voice." Daiguang's cheerleader did not show weakness. As a result, before the battle on the court became fierce, the cheerleaders on both sides sparked sparks. Ryunashuk Kobayashi of Star City Middle School, who is also familiar with basketball, passed basketball to Nagatani. Drink. Nemutani Yongkichi speeds up and runs all the way. And Murasakibara, who was in front of him, looked disgusted. From the beginning, this guy was very noisy, and his voice was too loud. Can't you be quiet? Hey! Read more at fictionzone.net. When there was not much distance from the net, Nemutani Yongkichi took off directly, completely ignoring Atsushi Murasakibara. What if you can jump up? Really? Murasakibara Atsushi was very clear, and felt extremely violent aura from Nemutani Akiki. However, he is not afraid. Squat down with his legs and jump off suddenly. Even if the jump was a little bit slow, it did keep up, and the raised arms directly covered the shining light. Original. Murasakibara thought that he would ruthlessly shoot down his opponent's dunk as usual. But this time, he was wrong. When Nimwea Nagakiki pressed his arms down, Murasakibara Atsushi clearly felt the unparalleled power. At last. Boom! The sound from the basket makes my scalp numb. Ikiki Nemutani burst Murasakibara Atsushi. Real or fake? The players on the team of Daiguang were shocked. Someone can burst Murasakibara. Incredible. A hole. Murasakibara looked at Nemutani Nagakiki fiercely. He never thought that one day, someone would burst into a button. Hey! Ikiki Nemutani smiled as a winner, and then returned to defense. AKA, give me the ball, I want to blow him. Murasakibara was very angry, very angry. This is where he started from the qualifiers and up to now. Take the initiative to ask for the ball for the first time. Akashi Siegre nodded, I will give you the ball, but not now. Adun, you can bear with me first. Murasakibara stayed silent and didn't make any noise. Since Shize said it, he just listened. Kigo, the other party gave us such a big surprise from the beginning, should we pay back? Akashi said. Certainly. Kigo Shirasawa chuckled lightly. Emperor Guang's offense. Kigo Shirasawa. Fujitaku didn't dare to be careless. The dark eyes are full of seriousness. Rather, if you dare to relax in the face of Kigo Shirasawa, isn't it looking for death? Do you think you can guard me if you are serious? As Kigo Shirasawa's voice fell, his sharp eyes and the oppressive feeling made Fuji Shintaku's chest go away, making him sweat on his forehead. The rapid speed like thunder, almost instantaneously, intertwined with Fujitaki's figure. So fast. Even Fuji Shintaku, who was already prepared for this terrible speed, couldn't help being shocked. Because just for an instant, Kigo Shirasawa's body has disappeared from his vision. After breaking through Fujimatsuya, Kigo Shirasawa faced the insider Nimuya Nagakiki. It's completely different from the person's half-hanging defending force just now. Very strong. Kigo Shirasawa's sharpness became more and more sharp, and Nemutani Nagakiki actually felt a sense of oppression. Kigo Shirasawa stopped his footsteps and made a shot at the same time, giving Nidakaya Akika the feeling that he was about to take a shot. How could I let you shot? So. He took off without any delay. But the next second, Kigo Shirasawa did not take off, but broke through from the left side of Nemutani Akiki. Moreover, he did not break through to the basket. It just threw basketball high. The angle of the throw is not towards the basket at all. What is this guy doing? Is it turnover? All the players were puzzled. Chapter 40. Boom. Suddenly, a pair of sneakers stepped on the inside of Star City Middle School, and a figure like a demon suddenly jumped up, and then catch the basketball that was originally off track. Nani? Nemutani Yonkichi exclaimed. Boom. There was a muffled hum from the basket. The whole stadium fell into a brief silence after Murasakibara dunk. And after the silence, oh. It's Alioop. Okay, awesome. In the audience, everyone was shocked by the cooperation of Kigo Shirasawa and Murasakibara Atsushi. Middle school students can play Alioop or something. Incredible. However, Daiguang's loyal fans took advantage of this wave of opportunity to open their throats and cheer. Ah! Shirasawa-san. It was Murasakibara who just scored, right? Why do you still call Shirasawa's name? Well, it is undeniable that Shirasawa's performance in this offense is indeed very beautiful. At this time, on the match field, Kigo Shirasawa and Murasakibara gave a celebratory high five, while Nemutani Nagakika stared at the two angrily, wishing to swallow them alive. In front of my eyes, he played an Alioop. Well done. Humph. Uncle, basketball can't be won by brute force alone. Big, uncle. Hearing Kigo Shirasawa calling him uncle, Nemutani Nagayashimaru stunned. Who is he called uncle? Sorry, I accidentally said it. A hole. Nemutani Yonkichi gritted his teeth. Is this guy playing tricks on me? Snort. Watch me teach you. The so-called basketball, as long as the strength is strong, it is invincible. Hey, give me the ball. Nemutani rudely reached out to his teammates for the ball. Oh. Ryuna shook Kobayashi through the basketball route Wuku Yongji. Because of his tyrannical strength, the coach said that as long as Akika Nemutani wants the ball, he will be given it. Moreover, they themselves have a sense of trust in Nemutani Yonkichi. He will definitely score. At the moment of getting basketball, the centers on both sides boxed out fiercely inside. One is a muscular man, and the other is a giant baby. Needless to say, Murasakibara-tun just wanted to guard this noisy and troublesome guy right now. Read more at fictionzone.net. Nemutani is at the basket and wants to take the ball from the side with a twist. He has to admit that Murasakibara Atsushi is indeed very powerful, faintly equal to him. Interesting. However, it must be me who wins. Even though it was an extremely fast-turning dunk, Murasakibara still caught up with the ball with his excellent reaction nerves. In delay, press the huge palm on the other side of basketball. However, judging from his slowly bending arm, this time offensive and defensive probability, it is the success of Nemutani Yonkichi again. Boom. Nemutani Nagakika scored again. Before returning to defense, he looked at Kigo Shirasawa provocatively. And over there? Murasakibara kept muttering, no, it's not like that. Damn it. It is the first time that Kigo Shirasawa has seen such a motivated Murasakibara. Things like competitiveness are really interesting. However, this muscular man is very happy right now, and he must be restrained. Ajeng, give me the ball. Akashi Seijiro, who just got the serve, passed directly to Kigo Shirasawa without hesitation. Although, the situation is more delicate now. However, the ace's offensive desire also had to respond. Because of the loss just now, Star City Middle School adopted a two-person defense. The two players in charge of defending Kigo Shirasawa suddenly felt a strange feeling in their hearts. Two people can't stop this guy. It was like the feeling of powerlessness when facing Nemutani Akika's attack during training. In fact, it is true. Suppose a duel between a lion and two rabbits, what do you think will end? The answer, of course, is the overwhelming victory of the former. Because this is not a disadvantage that the quantity can change. It is a huge gap between quality things. An unbridgeable gap. Just a moment, really only a moment. Disappeared. That silver white hair and figure, too fast. When Kigo Shirasawa broke through the two-man defense, the policeman Miyagi Hiko tried to stop his attack with one person. Perhaps they really did not understand the gap called quality. The galloping footsteps didn't mean to stop at all. When the two were very close, his body sank suddenly, and then accelerated to change to breakthrough. Miyagi Hiko could only watch Kigo Shirasawa shoot the basket. Call out. The fingers waved lightly and basketball shot. Hey! Basketball, hit the net. Good, so strong. Even those who have always believed in the substitutes of Akiki and Itakaya, have to admit that maybe this person is a monster who stands at the same height as Nebaya Yonkichi. The match is in full swing and fiercely. The audience were all admiring for this fierce match. It's not injustice. There are also many low-level schools or basketball enthusiasts who form groups to watch the match. Is this the strong? Thinking about it now, they are so much worse. On the court, an anxious match is still more beneficial to take Wong. Except for the violent beast Nemutani Yonkichi, the rest of the people in Star City are too average. They have been defending very seriously, but it is a pity. Can't stop it at all. Mu Shenai and the Jingcheng players also came to watch the match in a group. Mu Shen said in a condensed voice, Ken Mutiny Yongji also deserves the name monster. It's a pity. Finally, Mu Shen sighed. Teammates are not good. It's really a pity. If his teammates can help him share some, maybe things will be much better. Except for Nemutani Yonkichi, the other four players in Star City are indeed very ordinary. Certainly. The ordinary definition must be defined in accordance with the horizontal line of the rich team. In the end, the score in the first quarter was fixed at 36:22. Relying on the outstanding performance of Nemutani Yonkichi, Star City barely got a big score from Tikoku. But contracting a whole match offense, Nemutani Yonkichi's physical exhaustion is huge. If Nemutani Nagakiki ends, you can imagine what kind of scene the Star City Middle School is like. Chapter 41. Hello. Nemutani Yonkichi sat in a chair, constantly hydrated. Even if the score is behind, his desire to win remains undiminished. In basketball, he doesn't want to lose. I also want to climb to the top with this group of teammates. Sorry, Yonkichi. If we were stronger. Nemutani's teammates were all reproaching themselves deeply. It's their problem. If they were stronger, Nemutani would not have to fight alone. It was okay at the beginning, but the better the conditions of Daiguang and the others, they were really hard to fight. Idiot! What inexplicable things are you talking about? Nemutani Yoshimaru glared and scolded several teammates. Why this situation happened is that I am not strong enough. I have nothing to do with you. Give me a serious match. Don't think about the mess. Yongji. If you want to say anything, wait until the match is over, we have to win. And at this moment, Daiguang sighed. Kigo Shirasawa admired the muscular man a little, and dragged the entire team to fight against a giant. Nemutani Ikiki, I admit you. But the victory will be ours. Above. Hi. Hey. Kigo Shirasawa looked at Akashi Seijira and others dumbfoundedly. What did the coach just say? Hey, Shirasawa, what are you still in a daze? It's time to play. Rainbow Village repaired a stunned Kigo Shirasawa. Whoa. As a result, what exactly did the Platinum coach say? The second quarter match kicked off again. Offense was handed over to Nemutani Yongkichi. Bring it on. At the moment when Nimue Yongkichi got basketball, Rao had his physique and felt that there was a huge mountain behind him, and he didn't move at all. This guy. In the beginning, it was the overwhelming advantage of Nagakika Nemutani. Later, in the duel with Murasakibara Atsushi, he faintly didn't take much advantage. Even so. I also want to score. My way can't end here. For whatever reason, Nemutani Yongkichi must roar before dunk. Maybe momentum is also a performance of strength enhancement. The figures of the two of them are constantly rising. Snapped. Familiar power showdown. Yongji, buckle in. Read more at fictionzone.net. The bench roared loudly. But, unfortunately, Papa Murasakibara gave a powerful dunk. Hateful. Seeing this scene, Star City's coach was already refreshing. It's not that Nemutani is inferior to the opponent, but because in the first quarter, he took over a large part of the offense and took over most of the defend, which caused too much physical exertion. Good job, Adun. Akashi Seijira complimented. This ball was not only as simple as stopping the guy who was rampaging inside, but also morale blow. As predicted. After Nimue Nagakiki was blocked, the best players played worse than before. Aya Mindaki showed a dull expression. Can't these guys be more serious? Auditorium. Mu Shen together, the outcome is determined. The teammates around him nodded, and there would be no surprises. It seems that Daiguang will compete with Beishan for the top. Follow the schedule table. Daiguang's next opponent will stand out from the strong schools. It's true. But, it's still not enough. For Daiguang, the only chance to stop Daiguang is Beishan and Yashashibu Lingyang. At the moment, in the match field, Daiguang continued to expand the score, while Star City only rose a little after Nemutani Yongkichi's misfire. Star City, also on the defense side, slightly adjusted the matchup situation. Kigo Shirasawa vs Kigo Shirasawa. You don't think I will just give up like this? What a joke. Nemutani Yongkichi's eyes were sharp and fierce. Me, but Nemutani Ikiki. Since he was promoted to the middle of the country, he has experienced many dangerous matches. The current situation can't even be called a predicament. That's right. For some reason, Kigo Shirasawa felt happy. As a member of Tikoku, he should expect Nemutani Ikiki to give up. In this way, they can get challenges more easily. But this is not what he desires. Really? You did not disappoint me, Nemutani Ikiki. The excited expression on Kigo Shirasawa's face flashed by. Start offense. Heels are exerted force and knees are slightly bent. Stretched. Breakthrough. Kigo Shirasawa is already familiar with this kind of breakthrough means of extreme explosive force. This speed, really fast. Nemutani Yongkichi's eyes were extremely solemn, and he immediately started his steps. Seeing this scene, Kotaro Hayama shook his head. If you keep up with his starting speed, it doesn't mean that you can stop him, Nimue. Hey! Kigo Shirasawa, who was lowered and straightforward, was not surprised that Nemutani could keep up with him. This guy is not as he himself said, or what others think, but just has great power. Suddenly, Kigo Shirasawa's galloping pace stopped strangely. Although Nemutani was a little wary in his heart, he didn't think so much during the pursuit. Therefore, the footsteps did not stop in time. Suffered. Nemutani Yonkichi exclaimed in his heart, facing this kind of opponent, slowing down a shot would be fatal. Like this. Kigo Shirasawa's body shape has already made a shot at half delay. Nemutani Nagakika squatted down on his knees, suddenly exerted force, and his figure was constantly rising at an extremely fast speed. P.S. Because the school's name was inexplicably harmonized, it was changed to Star City. Chapter 42. Even though the chances are slim, Nemutani Yonkichi wants to fight for it. Hateful. Almost. Even though Nemutani Yonkichi took off extremely fast, in terms of time, it was still a little slower. And this is a bit slower, it is fatal to lose points again. Offensive, it's Star City Middle School's turn. Perhaps. Was moved by the persistence of Nagatani Akiki, or blamed himself. The other players in Star City played very well this time. Even, it broke out beyond its own level. Rinse. The rubbing sound from net. Star City's shooting guard made a decisive shot. Different from the previous weird shots that didn't get into the basket, unexpectedly, this time they shot it cleanly. It was Daiguang's turn again. It is Kigo Shirasawa and Nemutani Nagakiki again. These are actually what Kigo Shirasawa requested. He wants to play one-on-one with Nemutani Yonkichi. Akashi certainly did not refuse. After the previous loss of points, Nemutani Yonkichi also had a rare brain. The advantages and disadvantages of him and Kigo Shirasawa. Speed and flexibility are naturally Kigo Shirasawa's advantages. However, Nemutani's height and physique are his strengths. So, Nemutani Yonkichi tried to use his strong physique and height, and wanted to eat Kigo Shirasawa hard. But he underestimated Kigo Shirasawa's flexibility and speed. Even in the face of his personal defender, the opponent didn't seem to be affected in any way. Hey! Doesn't it work? Nemutani Akika looked at Kigo Shirasawa. This guy is the strongest offensive player he has ever met. Even though Gentakaya Yonkichi has a strong offensive power, defend is also his strength and pride. His defend is like a piece of paper. Vulnerable. Invincible scorer. For this, Kotaro Hayama, like Nagakika Nemutani, has a deep understanding. Perhaps, Mushinai also felt this way. Take speed, physical flexibility, coordination, and balance as the cornerstone. Then use comprehensive scoring techniques and offensive methods as the pillars. Formed this invincible scorer. The match once came to the fourth quarter, read more at fictionzone.net. Nemutani Yonkichi is still holding on, and everyone in Taegwang admires this muscular man who looks like an uncle from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, Nemutani Yonkichi was panting, his chest undulating violently. Change to them. It will never last for so long. Under such high-intensity running and offensive defending double-end pressure, the physical exertion of Akika Nemutani can be imagined. But even so, Kigo Shirasawa still didn't see any thoughts of giving up in his eyes. Tisk tusk tusk. You guy is really a veritable beast. Kigo Shirasawa has seen the look in the eyes of Nemutani Yonkichi. That's the look in the eyes of the hungry beast when it sees its prey. Pick someone and eat. And Kigo Shirasawa, dramatically became the prey. In fact, it is true. In the face of the other people's offense, even though Nijikaya's teammates are defending, his own desire is by no means as strong as defending Kigo Shirasawa. You should be very clear. You can't recover from this situation. Can you tell me the reason for your persistence? Kigo Shirasawa asked. I just want to beat you, nothing more. Even if only once. Between geniuses. While approving each other, they are also hostile to each other. The rest of Tikoku, Nagayoshizawa Nemutani admitted. Everyone is an extremely talented monster. However, the desire to win for them is far less intense than that for Kigo Shirasawa. Now, there is only one thought in his mind. Beat him. Must beat him. This sentence made Kigo Shirasawa's eyes sparkle, and he couldn't restrain the inexplicable emotions in his heart. This is excitement, excitement that cannot be suppressed. Talking more is not helpful. I'm going to attack. Nemutani Yonkichi tightened his nerves, earnestly to the extreme. Since there is a clear goal, then do everything to chase it. Focus. In the eyes of Kigo Shirasawa, who has reached the ultimate concentration, Kigo Shirasawa's footsteps are indeed easier to capture. Seem. With super strong will, ignoring the exhaustion of the body. It also followed his footsteps faster than the previous few times. However, Kigo Shirasawa's offense is far more than that. Emergency stop, tilt change direction. Between the electric light and flint, Nemutani Akika quickly reacted to Kigo Shirasawa's attack this time. However, Kigo Shirasawa's body tilted slightly, but this time, it did not start to change direction as before. Rather, at the moment when Nemutani Yonkichi shook his body. Straighten your body, take off and shot. Nani. It is not difficult to see his surprise in the trembling eyes of Nemutani Yonkichi. What kind of body is this to allow this person to do such an offensive way to do whatever he wants? Monster among monsters. That's what Nimue Nagakika can only comment on Kigo Shirasawa. Woo! Basketball cut through the air with a perfect arc, and finally swish through into the net, cleanly. At this time, those loyal fans of Nagakika Genmuya have extremely complex expressions. The victory of the team may be able to criticize the problems of teammates. However, after a full 3/4 match, Kigo Shirasawa and Nemutani Nagayoshi duel. They couldn't find any reason to defend Nemutani Akiki. Certainly. Nemutani Nagakika himself never needed these things. To lose is to lose, and to win is to win. Victory and defeat cannot be concealed with excuses. Chapter 43. The match afterwards. It's all the time for Emperor Guang to play. Both Aya Mindaki and Midorima Shintaro have turned on the crazy scoring mode. Star City's players, at this last moment, broke out beyond their usual level. It is of no use. Their so-called limit is just that. However, their persistence is worthy of anyone's praise. In the match in the 4th quarter, every player was running frantically and defended several offenses from Daiguang. Eventually, the match time ran out. The final score was fixed at 51. Daiguang advanced to the next round with a huge advantage. Yo xi. I won. Good job. Oh. Daiguang's bench is full of laughter. As long as you win another game, it will be the final. On the contrary, the bench in Star City was filled with a depressing and dull atmosphere. Lost. Everything is over. This year, it is over here. This is not reconciled. On the court, Nemutani Yonkichi is more serious. He tried his best. Do everything to fight for victory. But, sometimes, there are some things, there will always be some regrets. 58, Tiak Junior High wins. A long whistle sounded along with the end of the match, and the staff announced the end of the match. Akashi Siadra and others all showed joyful smiles, and the others' resilience was beyond imagination. Only Aya Mindaki is more depressed. In every match, he rushed over with all his strength, but the result was not as expected at all. In his words, not enough to fight. In fact, it is true. The players facing Aya Mindaki, except for the power forward who met Yusaki Middle School in 16-8, the players who faced him in the two giants matchups were too ordinary. This is the same with Midorima Shintaro. However, he doesn't have the desire to fight against a powerful enemy like Aya Mindaki. On the contrary, Kigo Shirasawa played more freely. Envy. Did you fight too much? That's it in the end. Gasping violently, feeling the almost completely hollowed out physical strength in his body, Nemutani Naga Ichi smiled bitterly. However, after a few wonderful matches in the match, these audiences have long acknowledged the power of Kigo Shirasawa. There may be some viewers who don't know how to play basketball, but simply like this competition, but they can also see the power of Kigo Shirasawa. He defeated Kotaro Hayama in Jingcheng with an absolute stance, and then defeated the Nemutani Nagakika who possessed the Defender of Iron Wall countless times in this battle. Both are powerful figures with talent and strength. However, Kigo Shirasawa who defeated them was for the better monster. Read more at fictionzone.net. Perhaps the name of small forward, the strongest in the country, has a master. Thanks for your advice, X2. At the end of the two teams, the audience also gave their own warm applause. Off the court. Thanks. Chiki assistant coach's Wanyan facial paralysis face also showed a rare smile. Oh, the smile looks terrible, Kigo Shirasawa groaned in his heart. In the past, it wasn't that I didn't think about the face when I laughed. Result. Disappointment is hard to talk about. Who would expect an uncle's smiling face to look good or what? In other words, it gives people a feeling of fear. Coach, don't laugh. Kigo, hard work. The match is great. Momwa Satsuki walked over, with a higher level of happiness on her face than anyone else. As if she had won the match on the court. Well, it's okay. The compliment from Momwa Satsuki made Kigo Shirasawa a little airy. And this time, this group of seniors inexplicably beat Kigo Shirasawa's chest. You guy, perverted. Say, did you jump out of which rock? Hey, senior. I'm not a monkey, how could I jump out of the rock? It's not that great, just a little bit. Kigo Shirasawa said. Then, it was despised by the predecessors. Come on, you kid, don't pretend it for me. That's it. Hard hurts. Modesty is considered pretend. Couldn't this world have such trust? It's too sinister. Okay, classmates, it's time to go back. Coach Platinum said, walking at the front of the team, leading a group of Daigwang members to leave. Midway, there was a lot of noise in the Daigwang team. It's long-winded, idiot. What are you talking about? Stupid Ade. I said Daiki, don't make me unhappy. Humph. Chizi, can you eat a pack of snacks? Didn't you just eat a pack? Done, eating snacks after the match is a very bad thing. Just the last package na? Shize. Alright, here you are. I said, can you be quiet? Midorima, shut up. Shirasawa, mine. Angry. Green hair is frying. Well, Shintaro, calm down. Hi Saki. Captain, Hwasaki left in the third quarter of the match. What are you talking about? BD. The other side. In the lounge of Star City. Yongji, I'm sorry, we are dragging you down, we are too weak. Fuji Shintaku also lowered his head, and his eye sockets were also visibly red at this time. Not only him, but also the other three players on the field. Everyone can tell that Nemutani's performance can't fault anything, but his teammates' performance is really not satisfactory. If his teammates are stronger, or someone can share for him. Not to mention that the outcome is reversed, but at least it won't be so without suspense. A whole. Nemutani Nagakika was very dissatisfied and scolded angrily, what are you talking about inexplicably? He is not dissatisfied with the performance of his teammates, but the phrase he said dragging. As he himself said, he never blamed his teammates, and never thought of it like this. They are teammates who have not known how long they have been in the battle. The bond between them has been tempered from countless matches. How can they be depressed? Lost this time. It's just that he is not strong enough, it has nothing to do with his teammates. You are thinking about something messy, I will really beat you up. A bunch of idiots. Yongji. We are teammates and companions. There has never been a drag, and I will remember it. Chapter 44. After the match between Emperor Guang and Star City ended, Beishan on the other side was also determined to advance. In addition to the two previously promoted schools, the top 4 seats are all confirmed. The semi-final result did not surprise anyone. Even Kigo Shirasawa didn't have much fun at all. Such a match is too uninteresting. The other party actually made it all the way to the semi-finals? It's incredible. Actually, even in the national competition, there will be many ordinary strong teams. Such a team may be able to call the wind and rain in the county competition. But, the national competition. But it is not a place where they can do whatever they want, even they are reduced to the lowest end existence. Daiguang's semi-final opponents are not weak, but not very strong. Along the way, the teams I encountered were not particularly strong teams, and they were also very hard to win. Furthermore, before they started the match, their mentality actually collapsed. Because they are the first team to match and then determine the top 4 seats, they have time to watch their opponents match. Then, the mentality burst. Not to mention Emperor Guang, they can't even beat Star City. Especially the white-haired boy. It's really like a monster. In the face of that Nemutani Yongkichi, he was able to defeat so many times, it is incredible. While watching the match, every player in the team asked themselves, can they defend against players like Kigo Shirasawa? The answer is, I can't help it. Scoring points against a fence? That simply doesn't work, and the center of Daiguang doesn't seem to be a vegetarian. Therefore, after they watched the match, their hearts were already refreshing. Ever since. On the day the match started, they turned over frequently at the beginning because of the burst of mentality. In fact, if turnover is not turnover, it has nothing to do with the outcome of match. In short, they were sent back to their hometown by Daiguang by 3 times the score. Final, it will take a few days to start. Everyone is practicing intensively and staying in shape. Even on Saturdays and Sundays, everyone is practicing non-stop. This is the longest distance to the trophy by Emperor Guang, and no one wants to fall here. To say who is the biggest loser in the national competition, some people may say that the top 32 teams in the first round. But in fact, the biggest loser is the runner-up. The champion team is enjoying cheering and enjoying everything at the same time. The Asian troops left the field sadly. What's more, you are only 1 step away from the peak, and you can't pass this step anyway. This unwillingness cannot be expressed in words. Read more at fictionzone.net. Kigo Shirasawa is lazy. That said, it's actually wrong. Because he promised Momwa Satsuki, he will play with her or something today. In line with the boy's promise, even in the first few days of the final, the contract cannot be broken. Certainly. Because Momwa Satsuki knew the time of the final, she said nonchalantly at first, next time, there will be many holidays anyway. Look, sensible girl. However, now, of course, shopping on the street. It is because Kigo Shirasawa insists on fulfilling his promise. Because it was a holiday, Momwa Satsuki put on a particularly beautiful outfit. Wearing it on the body, people can't move their eyes at all. Hey. Momwa Satsuki hummed a little tune in his mouth, jumping up and down, really unhappy. Many people looked back along the way. Look. That girl is so pretty. How about you go up and strike up a conversation? Stupid. Didn't you see the boy next to him? Obviously, he has a boyfriend. So, you single dogs, you don't have any eyesight. The single dog said that he was offended. People are stupid and have nothing to do with being single. Actually, Mamoru Satsuki is not only beautiful, but also. Kigo Shirasawa stared at a part of Mamoru Satsuki's body. Beyond age. Cough cough cough. Shirasawa, your idea is dangerous. Mamoru Satsuki heard all the comments made by these passers-by because it was not a matter of whispering discussions. Pretty face blushed. Kigo and I are really so like boy and girl friends? May. Ah. Kigo Shirasawa called 3 times in a row before Mamoru Satsuki responded. N? Are you okay in May? Your face is so red. Fine. Really? Let's go. The movie is about to begin. If you don't hurry, it will be too late. After speaking, Mamoru Satsuki grabbed Kigo Shirasawa's hand and ran forward. Kigo Shirasawa's heart jumped slightly when Mamoru Satsuki's catkin touched her palm. That's it. Kigo Shirasawa was dragged by Mamoru Satsuki for a long distance. Finally, we arrived at the cinema. Mamoru Satsuki finally realized. She seems to be holding Kigo-kun's hand all the time. Mamoru Satsuki, who came to consciousness, hurriedly released his hand and turned his head. Mamoru Satsuki's crimson complexion can only be seen vaguely. The atmosphere was a little awkward, and finally Kigo Shirasawa watched the movie start time and said something. Let's go in first. Kindness. Mamoru Satsuki responded in a low voice, and the two walked into the cinema one after another. After checking the ticket, enter the venue. The movie is about to start. In Neon, anime is excellent. Although Mamoru Satsuki is not an otaku, she also likes watching anime. Your name. Let alone the creator of this anime. But the quality and plot of the film make everyone love it. There are many people who even watch it once and want to watch it a few more times. In one sentence, this is a great movie. P.S. Occasionally write daily. Chapter 45. After watching the movie, feelings can't be finished in 1 or 2 sentences. The corners of Mamoru Satsuki's eyes were red, and she was indeed crying. Kigo Shirasawa smiled slightly and silently helped Mamoru Satsuki wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Now, Kigo, am I ugly now? Mamoru Satsuki asked suddenly. To be honest, Kigo Shirasawa is a little bit confused about girls' brain circuits. He was so touched just now that he is not ugly? Of course not. May has always been beautiful, and it has always been the most beautiful in my heart. Really? Real? Really? Really? Really real? Really? 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 Puff. Mamoru Satsuki couldn't help but smile. It always feels like an idiot. The fool is May, not me. It's not me, it's Kigo. People who don't admit that they are idiots are idiots. Kigo Shirasawa was taken aback. Is this really the Mamoru Satsuki? It looks pretty normal on weekdays. Why now, Yazi who is not too smart? Look, May she is an idiot. Long words. Mamoru Satsuki was aware of her foolish remarks, but she did not admit it. Snort. Kigo fool, I ignore you. I'm wrong. Don't dare to say anything, don't dare to ask anything. In short, admit your mistakes first. When facing a girl, save your life. This is his father's careful guidance to him. It's him who knows the truth firsthand. What's wrong? Can I say, am I right? Cannot. After some apologies and confession, Mamoru Satsuki finally chose to forgive him. Kigo Shirasawa said that I am a bit difficult. However, my heart is joyful. He likes this feeling, this kind of silly, slapstick look. There is no reason, just like it. Read more at fictionzone.net. Just when Kigo Shirasawa and Mamoru Satsuki were about to go to dinner, they ran into Midorima Shintaro, who had just come out of a hobby shop. Shirasawa, what are you doing here? Midorima Shintaro also spotted Kigo Shirasawa and said, "What's going on?" The tone of this questioning. I suddenly wanted to kill this guy with the green grassland above my head solo. Here. Midorima Shintaro understood. Why does Kigo Shirasawa appear here? Then, I took a look at the lucky thing I finally got in my hand, the joy in my heart disappeared, and the thing in my hand didn't smell good. Good noon, classmate Midorima. Because Aya Mindaki is also a team manager, Mamwa and Akashi Midorima and others know each other. Good noon, I have something to do, I'm leaving now. Midorima Shintaro walked away without looking back, walking fast. If Kigo Shirasawa and Mamwa Satsuki were not watching, he would probably leave by running. There. It's full of the sour smell of love. No, where he can stay. What's up, this guy? Don't know. Leave him alone, let's go, May. Kindness. In itself, Kigo Shirasawa is not a particular person about eating. Of course, Mamwa Satsuki's cooking must be exquisite. That thing, you can't eat it. But, you and the girl came out, so embarrassed to run anywhere to have a meal? When ordering, Mamwa Satsuki ordered some, and Kigo Shirasawa also ordered some. Mamwa Satsuki was a little surprised. Most of Kigo Shirasawa's orders seems to be her favorite. Kigo also loves this kind of food? In fact, these were all specifically asked by Kigo Shirasawa to Aya Mindaki and took notes. Details are not details? Soon. The waiter brought the dishes to the table. I started X2. After eating lunch, Kigo Shirasawa and Mamwa Satsuki casually strolled around, digesting and digesting. Then, he ran to the park and played on the swings. It was a joy to play. Kigo, push it higher. It is good. Oh, that's what it is. Hey, elder sister, let me play too. Seeing Mamwa Satsuki playing so happily, several children gathered around him. Mamwa Satsuki gave it to the child. After all, she was born in middle school. It was too naive to grab a swing with the child. Don't you want to play? Think. Surprised. However, she was sorry and the kid grabbed it. As for Kigo Shirasawa's side, it's hard. Hey, big brother, why don't you push? Child, your face is so big. If it wasn't for May, who would be willing to push this stuff? Puff. Seeing Kigo Shirasawa's squat expression, Mamwa Satsuki snickered. In response, Kigo Shirasawa gave her a fierce look. Big brother, hurry up, I imagine the older sister was flying so high just now. Mao, the trouble is dead. Why would I do this kind of thing here? Your hands are sore, please spare me. Finally found an excuse and fled. Those children are very difficult to take care of. Also line up one by one, and then let him push behind? Beautiful to you. You're still laughing. I'm tired to death on my side. Kigo Shirasawa glared at Mamwa Satsuki. Slightly, hee. Mamwa Satsuki was completely like a child. This is totally. Is the character setting wrong? Chapter 46. The day's play is also over. Kigo Shirasawa sent Mamwa Satsuki home, and then went home. I am back. When Mamwa Satsuki thought that there would be no one at home, Aya Mindaki was in their house, and her Agazan was also there. Didn't you say that if you work overtime today, you will be back late? It looks like you and Shirasawa today. Well. Aya Mindaki's unobstructed mouth wanted to say something, and then Mamwa Satsuki pushed it out. Zayawai, who did you just say what happened to her in May? Mamwa's mother asked. Oga sang, there is nothing, really nothing. Now? Audier. Mamoa Satsuki first explained Aya Mindaki, and then looked at Aya Mindaki with a kind gaze. This is not a threat. Again, this is really not a threat. Mamoa Satsuki stretched his hand back, and Aya Mindaki wanted to answer that way, but he resisted it. That look. Will die. No, it's nothing. Really. Mamoa's mother looked at Aya Mind suspiciously, and then at her daughter. I always feel that something is hiding from her. But forget it. May, is that the doll you bought? Mamoa Satsuki is holding a small rag doll in her arms. This was caught by Kigo Shirasawa at the claw machine for a long time. Seeing that Mamoa Satsuki liked this doll very much, he wanted to catch it and give it to Mamoa Satsuki. Yes, how many times? Kigo Shirasawa couldn't wait to smash the claw machine. What the hell? So hard to catch? Is it against me? Huang Tian paid off, and finally caught the only one after a long time. Of course, these Mamoa Satsuki cannot be said. Well, I saw it when I passed the store, I liked it, so I bought it. Mamoa Satsuki said. Oh, that's the case. Speaking of which, what did you do all day? I didn't see you at home since I came back from noon. I went to a friend's house to play, and then just wandered around. Oh you Gassen, I went upstairs first. Mamoa Satsuki was worried about revealing the stuff, so he hurried away from the scene. When he went upstairs, he gave Aya Mindaki a look. Do you dare to say, you are dead? Aya Mindaki is ashamed. As a childhood sweetheart, don't you have this trust? Since playing, Kigo Shirasawa and Mamoa Satsuki have become better and better. That looks like. No one in the basketball department doesn't think they are in love. Click. Heartbreak, read more at fictionzone.net. However, on this day, Hunk and Zaihuzeo received the application for withdrawal. Of course, they are all brokers. As a minister, Hunk and Zaihuzuo's agent is a member of the team and society, so he is also under his control. And those members of the basketball club who had been looking forward to Kigo Shirasawa's love day and night. The mentality collapsed. There are so many girls every day, and many of them are beautiful girls, who are motivated to start training. Result. Ran so much? If the mentality doesn't collapse, there will be ghosts. Look, Aya Mine guy, still playing. I don't think that kid is saved, he's designated to be single for the rest of his life. If I had such a beautiful childhood sweetheart, I would wake up with a smile in my dreams, and would hold a basketball all day. In the end, it was snatched by Shirasawa. So, young people nowadays don't know the blessing in the blessing. Members of the basketball team stood together and discussed. And the agent's side. Mamoa Satsuki received many blessings. Congratulations, May Sauce. It's great, I really want to fall in love with Akashi-sama too. Hey. Mamoa Satsuki was confused, because she was called by the teacher and came late, so did she miss something good? May Sauce, you must be happy. Fortunately, happiness. Mamoa Satsuki suspected that he had heard it wrong. Okay, Mei-chan, don't pretend, aren't you in love with Shirasawa-kun? Mamoa Satsuki was completely confused. When did she and Kigo fall in love? Why doesn't she know? Now, it's the broker's turn to be stunned. Mamoa Satsuki's expression didn't seem to be bumped. Could it be? Is there really no such thing? No. These two people smell sour every day, which is nothing fake. Oh. I understand. I want to fall in love in a low-key manner. So it is. Everyone nodded. One of the elder sisters patted Mamoa Satsuki on the shoulder and said, Mei-chan, we all understand. Kigo Shirasawa has also received the blessing from the predecessors who gritted their teeth. What's the situation? All these expressions wanted to hit people. Although I am late today, I should have told Senior Hunkin that I will come later, right? Taking out his cell phone, Kigo Shirasawa confirmed the time. That's right. It didn't take more than half an hour. What he said to Hunkin Zaihuzeo was that the training time would be half an hour late, and he was still early. And what the hell is that blessing? Hey! Shirasawa, how do you change your lock screen wallpaper to cherry blossoms? I remember what you seemed to be, before. A senior who was closer to Kigo Shirasawa noticed the change in Kigo Shirasawa's wallpaper. Before it was basketball. Ah yes. Basketball. As soon as people were reminded, he remembered Kigo Shirasawa's previous wallpaper, which was basketball. He is a basketball dumb at the same level as Aya Mindaki, and there is really no problem in choosing basketball. It's just this cherry blossom. What does it mean? Does this have any special meaning? Shirasawa. Senior, why do you pay attention to this kind of problem? Kigo Shirasawa was speechless, and then wanted to avoid the topic, saying, all right, let's start training. Whoa. Everyone is not paying attention to the Kigo Shirasawa wallpaper. After all, that is the wallpaper of other people's mobile phones, and how he wants to change it is also his business. They did cross the line. Perhaps, only Midorima Shintaro noticed. The color of the cherry blossoms is exactly the same as the hair color of a certain girl. Chapter 47. Aldaxia League, Xiaji Final. It's where countless basketball teams dream of coming. Here, it represents the top. It also means that there is a chance to win the national championship. Beishin vs Koku. Today, we will decide who will be the strongest team in the country this year. This match, in terms of attention, is also the highest in this year's national competition. There are basically no vacancies, and even on the highest platform of the stadium, there is still no idea how many spectators are standing. Star City and Jingcheng, including the teams eliminated in the semi-finals, have come to watch. After all, who will win? In the Emperor Light Lounge, everyone is waiting and excited. The last step. As long as this step is taken, the front convenience is the highest peak. Rao is a calm-minded person like Coach Platinum, and he is a little bit excited. Finally, come to this step. 5 years. Every year, he has entered the national competition, but has not entered the final stage once in 5 years. This is a kind of regret and unwillingness. Go on. Don't leave any regrets, we have to win. Oh. Everyone filed out in an instant. They are ready. Oh, here comes. Tiak Junior High. How many points will you score today? And the strongest small forward in the country, Kigo Shirasawa. How many points will he score today? With the entrance of Emperor Guang, the atmosphere of the scene was instantly ignited. And Kotaro Hayama pays more attention to the phrase small forward, the strongest in the country. No way. This year, I will give you this title first. Next year, I will take it from you. At the same time, the other team is also on the stage. Beishin Middle School, Anyasha Shibu Lingyang. Come on. Yasha. When Beishin appeared on the stage, Shibu Lingyang's fans cheered enthusiastically. Allah, today's fans, cheering is unexpectedly hot. Shibu Lingyang laughed. I said, Lingyang, can you stop paying attention to those things? The match is about to start, so prepare quickly. What was talking was that the Beishin point guard was racing off-road. Hi. Shibu Lingyang replied and began to prepare to play. Read more at fictionzone.net. The rest of the people are also making preparations for playing. On Daiguang's side, everyone was also ready to play. Unlike usual, it's not just the starting 5 in a group. This time, it was the whole team, all gathered together. Enclosed in 2 circles. Hunkin repaired and said, the last one is the last, let me do it. Get the champion back. Daiguang. Sure victory will determine the strongest match, which will begin soon. 10 people from both sides are on the stage. Please advise, X2. Emperor Guang, Center Murasakibara, Power Forward Aya Mindaki, Point Guard Akashi Siege, Shooting Guard Midorima Shintaro, Small Forward Kigo Shirasawa. Hakuzan, Center Takasago Kazuma, Power Forward Mitsui Takaizawa, Point Guard Cross Country Shooting, Shooting Guard Reiu, Small Forward Ikano Mori. Woo! It started, the jump ball of the finals. Both big hands are pointed towards basketball hanging on delay. Snapped. Murasakibara done smoothly got the ball. Pretty. Quick attack. With the ball right, Daiguang naturally launched a fierce attack. If you let you score so easily, we would be upset. Shibu Lingyang smiled slightly. Not only him, but the rest of Beishan's players also returned to defense. The cross-country scene is full of seriousness. Since the fast break was fruitless, Akashi Siejra did not rush to attack. Suddenly, the corners of Akashi Siejra's mouth rose strangely. Laughing. The cross-country racing scene is puzzled. Because of this, the less he dare to be careless. It feels that bad things will happen. In fact, it's just that he thinks too much. Akashi Siejra laughed because he saw his close friend Midorima's strong desire to attack and demand the ball. Even in the face of that Yasha, Midorima Shintaro would only have the kind of thought of wanting to rise to the challenge, instead of retreating. So, just let me see your enlightenment. Shintaro. Let's go. Give the name of the strongest shooter your name. With a swish, basketball left his hand. The direction of the pass is Midorima Shintaro on the outside line. It's actually cross-country shooting feels too unbelievable. Do you focus on hard bones? After all, what are you planning? Emperor Guang. Interesting. Shibuling ticked the corner of her mouth, which is really interesting. Teams that match Beishan will deliberately avoid the duel between shooters. However, Daiguang did the opposite. Are you sure you want to come? Midorima Shintaro said nothing, but the sharp eyes showed everything. Nice look. A hint of approval flashed in Shibu Linjiang's eyes. Come on. Shibu Lingyang lowered her body's center of gravity and put on a defend posture. It is not difficult to see from Daiguang's match video. Midorima Shintaro is an extremely good shooter himself. He is the second scoring point for Daiguang after Kigo Shirasawa. He dare not relax. In itself, no one dares to relax in this critical match. Boom. Midorima Shintaro was not in a hurry to make a move, and Lingyang was not in a hurry either, and the two faced each other silently. When confronted with two players who are good at singles, the strong sense of oppression is different. Between these two people, there is a strange sense of tension. Chapter 48. Coming. Midorima Shintaro made a three-pointer without any fake action. Moreover, the shot speed is extremely fast. Varied. It was not Ryo Shibuka who was shocked, but Takasago Ichima. Faced with Midorima Shintaro, he shot the basket without any warning and fake action. Shibu Lingyang naturally reacted. The takeoff was timely. But unfortunately, Midorima Shintaro's basketball has already left his hand. In addition, he is throwing an unusually high arc. With Shibu Linjiang's current distance, he can't reach it at all. Hey! The refreshing sound of friction sounded, representing the first point of final, which was taken by Daiguang. Interesting. It's really interesting. Is this your challenge? Okay, then I accept it. Lingyang didn't care about the gain or loss of a goal. What he cared about was that Midorima Shintaro challenged him like him. As the top scorer in the country, how can he refuse the challenge from a player in the same position? If you want to fight, then fight. In the next match, there was a three-point rain, and the inside players on both sides had no chance to touch the ball at all, and both of them had surprisingly high shooting percentages. Oh! No one is like Jean. Who will lose first? It should be a player from Daiguang, right? Even if the three-pointer shoots on each other, it is not as fierce as a duel between players who are extremely good at singles. However, it also makes people unable to move their eyes. Kigo Shirasawa was speechless. The two of them voted for fun, but I didn't do anything here, and they ran both ways. I say. The two of you are about to win, right? Dueling. Midorima Shintaro is getting worse and worse, even the goal just barely scored. Looking back. There are two kinds of shots of Shibu Ling Yang. Heaven and earth. However, Midorima Shintaro suffered a lot of losses. Among them, the matchup Shibu Ling Yang made a 3+1. Avoid the opponent's blocked shots heaven and shoot. Hateful. Midorima Shintaro's fingers are always some distance away from basketball and cannot be reached. Hey! Off the court, read more at fictionzone.net. Kotaro Hayama said casually, it seems that Emperor Guang is going to lose in this 3-point game. No one refuted. They can all see the advantages of Shibu Ling Yang. It is also worthy of the name Yasha. In this duel between the shooters, Daiguang took the lead to give up. Certainly. This has the meaning of fleeing, at least in the eyes of the audience. Therefore, Beishin's fans have become more and more popular. A very reasonable choice. Regarding Akashi Siege's approach, if Mu Shen was in the same position, he would also make such a choice. At least. The consequences of giving up now are within the range that Daiguang can accept. And Mu Shen glanced at the white figure on the court. For him, this degree. Perhaps it is easy to counterattack it. Do you want to escape? Although there was an expectation, Ling Yang did not expect to give up from here. At the same time, he also wanted to excite Midorima Shintaro. Giving up the 3-point shootout also means the rest of Daiguang is about to score. This is a situation that Beishin doesn't want to see. Humph. However, Midorima Shintaro only responded with a muffled sound. At the same time, the bold fighting intent in his eyes was undiminished. He will also have a showdown with Shibu Ling Yang. But not now. He can figure out the individual victory and the team's victory. The current score is 19-18, because Shibu Ling Yang scored a free throw, so Beishin led a weak point. Really? Is it him? Aikano Mori's concentration has been improved to the extreme. Kigo Shirasawa did not start the offense, and was still a distance away. However, Chi Mori could still feel the extraordinary aura. This is more powerful than his own trump card Shibu Ling Yang. But even so, I can't let you pass. I have come this far, and I must not hold back. Good enlightenment, but enlightenment alone is not enough. Akashi Siegra said. Aikano. As a companion who has been fighting all the way for many years, he should have believed in cross-country racing. But at this time, he is facing a real monster. Cannot help but worry about him. Hey! The sneakers made a violent rubbing sound against the floor. While Kigo Shirasawa pretended to move his body a little, Aikano Mori hurried to keep up, and almost couldn't stand his heels. Kigo Shirasawa shook his head, disappointed in his eyes. This is not the opponent he expected. Never mind. At the same time as the body was leaning, the incredible start speed showed off, and Aikano Mori couldn't react at all. So fast. Vaguely. A white light flashed, and Kigo Shirasawa's figure disappeared into Aikano Mori's field of vision. It can't be captured at all. Even if he was mentally prepared, he even watched Kigo Shirasawa's countless exciting matchups before the game and wanted to stop him by guessing his offensive route. But when I really faced it, I was terrified in my heart. Too fast. With such an explosive speed, I am afraid that he has guessed his offensive route and cannot stop him. P.S. regarding the height of the protagonist at the beginning, please modify it. There is a problem with 1.6 meters. When I first wrote it, I made a mistake. I changed it to 1.69 meters. The second grade is 1.77 meters. The third grade is 1.83 meters. About 1 meter 9 in high school. Chapter 49. There is a huge and insurmountable gap between small forward on both sides. Seeing Kigo Shirasawa rushing into the inside aggressively all the way, Takasago Ichima quickly greeted him and put on a defend posture. Won't let you pass. Can you guard me? Kigo Shirasawa stopped. It's impossible with you. The voice just fell, and the startling speed showed again. Takasago Yuma is not a weak one. In the Bashan, he is the strong next to Shibu Ling Yang. So, he caught up with this ball. Stop you. Stop me. Kigo Shirasawa raised the corner of his mouth and let out a sneer. Reluctantly to keep up with him, can you say that you have stopped him? This guy. It's kind of cute. Following my footsteps, so what? Because just your words can't prevent me. The light words are full of infinite confidence. Stop your steps and stand up straight. Then at the moment Takasago Kazuma stopped, Kigo Shirasawa's body leaned again. The heel exerted force, like rockets, and rushed out in an instant. And this burst of starting speed was even faster than just now. Could it be that it was not his limit just now? What a joke! Damn it! In the end, Takasago Kazuma could only look at Kigo Shirasawa's elegant figure feebly, sending basketball into their basket. Sure enough. Off the court, the dignified expression of Bashan's coach can be seen by anyone. Really. It is an extremely extravagant hope to expect a certain player to be able to stop his offensive pace. If it is such a player, it would be nice to be in our team. For every coach, players with talents and strengths are undoubtedly a treasure for them, but also a very attractive treasure. What a hell! Coach Bashan is very envious. Read more at fictionzone.net. If a player like Kigo Shirasawa is a member of Hakuzen, he will form a strong double wall with Ryo Shibuki on the offensive end, plus Takasago Kazuma on the inside. Such an audio-technical lineup is a bit difficult to lose unless there are 5 monsters on the opposite side. But there is no if in this world, but Coach Hakuzen has to consider if it is against Kigo Shirasawa. It would be bad if he allowed him to score like this. Slowly. The first match time is exhausted. With a score of 29:21, Bashan is just behind the single-digit score. But in terms of match form, they are not so optimistic. Daiguang's offense has been played, relying on the excellent performance of the 2 strikers in the center, and gradually opened the score. Everyone was silent. Faced with this situation, it is true that I do not know how to deal with it. Those 2 people. The offensive ability is too strong, not because they are not serious and not trying their best. At the same time, in order to limit the 2 outstanding strikers of Daiguang, the terrible shooter was ignored. When Shibu Ling Yang intervened in the defense and ignored Midorima Shintaro, he responded with his 3-pointer. If you don't care about me, then I will use my 3-pointer to shoot the match to death. For a time, Coach Bashan did not come up with a good countermeasure. When facing the Emperor Guang, every team will always face a problem that has to be solved, and it is also a problem that is difficult to solve. That's Daiguang's. Score points. 2 strikers, minutes. All of them have huge scoring ability. In Midorima Shintaro's words, Ryo Shibuya can limit it. But the remaining 2 strikers, Kigo Shirasawa and Aya Mindaki. To be honest, the 2 men may not be able to stop their offensive pace with the double defense. You are limited to 2, and there is always another one to score. This is still not the case of the Emperor Guang center and the point guard. At Coach Bashan sighed in his heart, what a perfect lineup. Offensive point, iron wall defend, and commanding tower. And every point is not weak, and even strong. If Beishan is also a team with a multi-core offensive lineup, then the situation is fine. But obviously, he is not. And Daiguang's side. Coach Platinum still urged not to be careful, and must play his own rhythm and steadily kill match. Daiki, Kigo, you are going to score crazy in the second quarter. Akashi Siejra said. Mine Daiki nodded. Compared to this, I think it would be better to kill that Yasha's offense first. Kigo Shirasawa said. Really? If Shibu Linjiang's attack is blocked, the victory of the match will greatly tilt towards them. But, Shibu Lingyang is not a simple player. Akashi Siejra said. I know. However, I have grasped his two-shot tricks a long time ago, nothing more than a change in the center of gravity. After speaking, Kigo Shirasawa glanced at Midorima. Midorima Shintaro also nodded, he agreed with what Kigo Shirasawa said. The reason is that I have to eat so much under the two shots. That's because Shibu Lingyang has just revealed her moves. And now, Midorima Shintaro is confident that he can guard him. Then defeat him. Leave it to me. I will let Shibu Lingyang taste the taste of failure, and I will tear him off the top. Chapter 50. Junior High Basketball Circles. In the last year before the people of Daiguang appeared, there were a few geniuses who were recognized by the public. It was built by Minbu Rei, Hayama Kotaro, Kiyoshi Teppei, Nemutani Ikiki, Hanami Ama, and Rainbow Village. Last year, they played with the team, although they did not win the final championship, but they also played their style. Therefore, he became a genius recognized by everyone. However, Shibu Lingyang, known as the #1 shooter in the country, his shot posture is considered the most standard in the country. Of course, it wasn't just for this reason that he became the #1 shooter. In short, because of these reasons, more and more players are imitating Shibu Lingyang to play basketball. It can even be said that many people choose to contact basketball because of the elegance and coolness of the shot. I want to surpass Shibu Lingyang and become the strongest shooter of the new generation. There are countless players who have this idea. The same is true for Midorima Shintaro. He is now standing in front of the strongest mountain that represents the archer in the middle of the country. Do you still need to say what you need to do? Pull him off the throne. Then name it yourself. Don't let us down, Midorima. Kigo Shirasawa said. Certainly. Firmness and confidence flashed in Midorima's sharp eyes. Next to him, Hunkin Zaihuzeo smiled. Really is. This group of guys were horrified one by one, and one by one more arrogant. I really lost to you. To say so, the trust in Hunkin Chiu's heart is also quite a lot. Let's go. Let's play. Akashi Siejra said, then stood up and walked to the court, followed by the other four. Midorima guy. Today, it feels like I really won't miss out. Midorima Shintaro's confidence is felt by every member of Daiguang. Actually, he did not miss a single shot. Too shocking, these evildoers. Could it be possible to lie down and win, and it doesn't smell good? Fragrant. Too fragrant. Read more at fictionzone.net. I said, can you seniors have this kind of salted fish thoughts? Hunkin repaired speechlessly. Otherwise, what do you say? Turn over? The salted fish is also the salted fish. Hunkin repair. It's not saved, it's completely hopeless. Salted fish with dreams and salted fish without dreams, can it be the same? In fact, it's really the same, it's all salted fish. When the match starts again, Beishan has the right to the ball. It was Shibu Linjiang's offense. However, what he faced was Midorima Shintaro who stood guard. Ah! Shibu Lingyang hooked up the corner of her mouth. From that look, he knew that Midorima Shintaro would never give up. Now, that look has not changed. The fighting spirit is bold, yet full of confidence and determination. Nice look. Come on, Yasha. I will not show mercy. Unnecessary. Facing ordinary players, it is natural to use ordinary three-pointers. But, is Midorima Shintaro an average player? Even in the just three-pointer game, he has an advantage, but it is far from that huge. And at the very beginning of the second quarter, I was approached. There is always a bad feeling in my heart. Could it be that I have seen through the secrets of heaven and earth? Faced silently. Anyway, use heaven first. A step forward. Sure enough, see through. Since the heaven is seen through, then the earth is also. Shibu, both of your moves are not working for me. I have grasped the trick and will not let you do whatever you want. Midorima Shintaro said. Ah. Why are you laughing? What if heaven and earth are prevented? Midorima Shintaro frowned. Well, I wanted to stay at the end, so I will show it to you now. While speaking, Shibu Ling Yang's mouth raised strangely. Sure enough, my guess is not wrong, Shibu still has his whole cards. Akashi Siejra also frowned, and he was worried about Midorima Shintaro in his heart. Since it is something to be used at the end, it must be the whole card in the whole card. Hey! Pretending to be loud. That said, but Midorima Shintaro's movements are not at all ambiguous. Tensed nerves all the time, and have been paying attention to the changes in Shibu Linjiang's center of gravity. Now that both heaven and earth are moves related to the center of gravity, and this reserved move should also have a certain relationship. Shibu Lingyang is ready to take off. There is no special attention in the center of gravity. Is it an ordinary shot? Midorima Shintaro was puzzled. Could it be? Just as he said, is Shibu Lingyang pretending to be loud? Seeing that Shibu Lingyang has jumped up, of course Midorima Shintaro is also right after him, wanting to defend his shot. In the sight, Shibu Linjiang's figure kept rising. And he then did not jump up? Wow! It is extremely beautiful and gives people a chic shot posture, and then moves the finger to make basketball shot. An orange-yellow arc was drawn in the delay, and finally dropped into the net unbiasedly. Hey!